rise for Demon Mama.
My lovely, lovely imps! How are you doing today? Calliope, Polaire, Louis Boy, Joey Ravioli, Sonia, Forest Guardian, Hart, Barraquin, the one and only Jessica Metal, the one and only Silent, Gayfesh, Grouchy Ash, Antifa Pyro, Paige, Punk Corpse, Space Angel J, Two Dads, Smoochie, JS Masochist, Scrambly, Annie! I don't want it to be too loud. Vorbuddy, Dragonborn, Fought Knight, Shady, Joshy Mad Hat, Little Morphine Annie, Danny Fallen the Legend, Varnish Eater, Baphomet, The Death of Death. Damn, giving some Pathologic 2 vibes there. The Death of Death. Varnish Eater, Kenneth, Allen, Cook. From the YouTube chat, we got Arlo, Brittles, Trickster Jackal, Al the Healer, Garbagool. It's not a cookie. We got Al the Healer, Yokai Gotha, Doe, Ruby Moonlight. We have Voshman, surely the genuine article. Leaf of Leth, Margot the Marnome, and many, many more. If you are here, please press like on the stream. My goodness, it is incredibly, incredibly warm in my studio today, but thankfully I have a nice new fan, which I don't remember if I actually got before I went on vacation. It's been a while. Yeah, I was on vacation. I was traveling. I was doing a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna talk about a bunch of the traveling that I was doing in a little bit. I guess it'll be part of the warm-up or whatever, you know? And then we're gonna jump into a bunch of fun stuff because, I don't know, I wanna warm back up. It's been, you know, it's kind of like last year. You know, last year I did that big road trip. This year I didn't do as big of a trip, but it was nonetheless a very big and very exhausting trip, but for very good reasons. So, I'm not going to address any garbage, slanderous, violent drama farming bullshit. So if you put that in chat and whatever, just prepare to not have it be addressed. That's how it's gonna go. I don't play nice with internet insanity. So yeah, that's how it goes. Just, I know you're a regular chatter here because I know your name, so that's your answer. So simple as that. Simple as. Tons of stuff that I wanted to talk about today. The biggest things, of course, are going to be obviously the most important things in the universe, like Alien Romulus, which I have very strong feelings about. Some of you might not know this, but I used to be a real alien head. Some of you probably have heard me talk about in the past, I've done a rant about how they have never really managed to successfully capture the same feeling of playing as a monster as Aliens versus Predator. The old games, AVP 1 and AVP 2. And I've also mentioned during those times that I used to be a huge fan of Alien and Alien versus Predator and all that stuff. And today I have the opportunity to talk about it for an exorbitant amount of time again today, because a new Alien movie came out and I went and saw it, and then I was inspired to go watch Prometheus and Alien Covenant, and there was like, so I went to go see Alien Romulus because I heard people say it was like really good and all this stuff, and I'm like, okay, wow, a good Alien movie. That's kind of exciting to me because it's been a long time since I've seen one of those. And and so I went and saw it. And then when I came back from seeing it, there was, I just kept seeing all this discourse all over social media. I saw like, I looked up a scene from one of the Alien movies on YouTube, and immediately my YouTube recommendations were like completely and utterly flooded with every single like channel in the universe just dumping Alien stuff. It's like Alien seems to be a hot topic right now. So yeah, there was a ton of people talking about it, and I was like, what the hell? And I was reading some of the takes, and I was just like, I can't let this stand without saying my piece on it. So we're gonna talk about that. That's gonna be fun. Oh shit! Cureem says, hey Demon Mama. Hey Demon Mama, I'm halfway through Berserk Deluxe Edition Volume 3, and I am so hooked. That is amazing. And you have no idea what's coming your way. Let me tell you, it's about to get crazy. So enjoy and buckle up, because it only gets better from there. My goodness. Ron's KFC with the $20 says, you didn't deserve that. That's all I'll say. Hugs to all of you. Thank you, and you're right. But thank you very much. I really, really do appreciate that, Ron's KFC. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Seriously. How was your break? It was pretty good, all things considered. Annie, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I hope I didn't miss any subs. I'm gonna be super sloppy today as a streamer. Wait, oh, we gotta do the test. Hold on. I forgot to do oh my god! I forgot to do the pre-flight checklist. Oh shit! Hold on, we gotta go through. I gotta click the knobs. Oh my god.
Bazinga.
Oh my god.
Little delay on that one.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Perfect, perfect. Yes, yes. Okay, yep, those buttons are not working as intended.
I am Adolf Hitler.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes. We are clear for liftoff. All systems are operational, and we definitely did the pre-flight checklist before we were in the air. Boonk. I used to have the bonk. Actually, I still have the bonk. It's just not, I don't think it's on the actual soundboard. Let me double check though. Do I still have the bonk? I do still have the bonk. It's just not on the actual soundboard. I also have this one. Amazing, right? We still do have that one. That one is in standby. It's not on the hotkeys, but it is on the soundboard. It's kind of complicated. I wish the Kamala laugh was in the Discord soundboard. I need to harass my friends with it. I actually don't know how well it would play with Discord soundboard. Discord soundboard is a lot of fun, just because you can be extremely disruptive on phone calls with your friends. But also it's very limited. You know, the way that I do this, so here is what the Kamala laugh sounds like if I just press the button once. So it does just the one. But what I do is I hit it multiple times. And I have it set so that it won't interrupt itself. It'll let me spam it. I could technically spam it like 100 times and make it true abomination, you know? But I don't. Smallmoth says, I really like Prometheus. It was my introduction to the Alien franchise. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna shit on Prometheus, but I do have some critique for Prometheus, but I hope that I'm not trying to say hate or shit, because there is stuff to like in Prometheus, and I'll be talking about that for sure. We're gonna get to that though. That'll be in a bit. Uncle Gumball with the tier 2 sub, thank you so much! Thank you so much. Uncle Gumbald says, Boomer Whomst is this dusty old stream that stirs vague bygone memories. Emma Vigeland doing her Bill Clinton impression. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see the Emma Vigeland Bill Clinton impression. I'm here for it. Let's see it.
Exciting.
Ooh.
This club random?
I do want to say one.
Whoa, hey! Hold on a second. It's not working. What the hell's going on here? Hold on a minute. My screen ain't working. No, don't be broken. Oh, it's that simple. Hold on. That's gonna break it, and then it'll be this one we want, right? There we go. It's fixed. Everything is fixed, everyone. False alarm. Nothing is broken at all. This is a perfectly flying stream. Nothing has gone wrong whatsoever.
President Biden.
Have you guys heard about that Hawk Tua girl? She hawks Tua and spits on that thing.
We're gonna win
Oh!
Jesus.
Sam's offended.
What's going on there since I've gone? Jesus.
We're in the middle of the
We got the Candace Owens prescription.
He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Bill Clinton sounded weird this day, but that was a good impression. Okay, I have a confession to make. Okay, everybody. I have now laughed at exactly 2 Hawk Tua memes. I've laughed at 2 Hawk Tua memes. 2. One of them I posted on my Twitter. Actually, I had to recreate it. So, hold on. Let me bring up my Twitter real quick so you all can see what I'm talking about. Some of you will already know because I know because some of you already yelled at me about it because it pissed you off so much that I made you laugh at a Hawk Tua joke, which is the one from Berserk. I posted this and said, Berserk so ahead of its time. And it says, take me with you. I'm a Hawk too. And then I kind of, grabbed that. So, yeah. That was the first one. Now, I did not invent this joke. I don't know who invented it. I saw it at some random point on some social media feed, and I couldn't find the one that I saw again. The one that I saw was actually it had like the Wikipedia, and it was the little Wikipedia meme, and it had the Hawk 2 girl, like her face was in like a little bubble. And I couldn't find that one, so I just made my own that was close enough. But I was too lazy to try and put her head in on my own. I'm a meme stealer, everyone. That's right, I'm a meme stealer. Yeah. The other thing, the other Hawk Tua meme that I have laughed at is Northern Lions. Is Northern Lions honk shua gonna sleep on that thing bit, which actually killed me. And unfortunately, since I've done a cardinal memer sin, which is that I have become a contrarian from myself, because I have professed to completely hating and despising the Hawk Tua meme because it is, but now I kind of love it, because when I first encountered it, I'm like, Jesus, is this not a sign of the times that like we are so cooked, we're so brain cooked for like content generally. The entire population is completely in like the world's worst like emotional and mental drought that you can possibly imagine. Like the events of the world have resulted that it's like this one interview, and I have nothing against Hawk Tua girl, but just so that we're clear, she seems great. I don't know anything about her. Maybe she's bad, maybe she's good. She seems fine to me. It's nothing to do with her. It's just the meme. The fact that it became an inescapable meme was really pissing me off. But now I realize that it's it's also super annoying, and people are so annoyed by it that it has become funnier in like the like afterglow of the meme's existence, where people are angry at it now. Now it's extremely funny to make obnoxious and unexpected Hawk Tuah references because it's such a stupid thing to reference. You know what I mean? It is. It's like, it's almost like telling a pun. Yeah. And the Hong Shua one was the one that made me realize that it could have that power. You know, with Northern Lion just being like, I'm sleepy. I'm about to honk Shua and sleep on that thing. And like literally the entire group that he was with was just like, what? And then they all started cracking up laughing afterwards because it was so stupid and annoying. I've seen that one too. The walk two of the polls and vote on that thing. That one, see, if the crazy thing is, and this is gonna sound completely nonsensical, but if the Democrats had done that a little bit earlier, it would have actually been funny. It would have been almost on the tier of Pokemon Go, go, go to the polls, but not quite. It would have been slightly funnier. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is the Jessica Metal was like, about to walk to a polling place and vote on that thing. Exactly, exactly. Yeah. They're always months too late. Yeah, the Pokemon Go one was like offensively late. Pokemon Go, go, go to the polls was like 9 months or something after Pokemon Go was like a fad. If they had done it like the week that Pokemon Go was trending, they would have been a powerhouse, you know? I will say they had the Dark Brandon thing for a little bit and then they milked it too hard. You know? It was like they went too far. They flew too close to the sun with the Dark Brandon. The first time that Joe Biden like embraced the Dark Brandon thing, it was like, it was actually pretty funny. And you're like, oh, they got it, you know, and they did it pretty soon after Dark Brandon became a thing. But they just, if they had left it at one reference, or maybe that one cup that they did, that would have been fine. But they kept going, and they've taken it so far. They were literally doing Dark Brandon memes in the midst of the post-debate Joe Biden needs to step down, and it completely ruined it. It sucked all the joy out of it. The thing about the Dark Brandon meme, and I know I'm explaining a joke here, but the thing that made the Dark Brandon meme so funny was the fact that what was I gonna say? Was the fact that that it's like so edgy you can't even believe it. You know, you can't imagine Joe Biden being like an evil guy. You know, it's literally too stupid to be real. And also it plays into the like Republicans' obsession with framing Joe Biden as like the most evil president of all time, which is, they're still pushing that. But, well, they've laid off it a little bit. Donald Trump hasn't quite got the memo yet. He keeps saying very sleepily, he's kind of like, oh, you know, he's the worst president we've ever had. I'm going to be the best again. He was the worst, though. The worst president of our time. The worst president of our entire, basically, the entire world history. And, yeah, I don't know. So, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on politics tonight because I don't have the energy yet. Yeah, I got to work my way back up from vacation brain. Like it's one of those situations where like my body is present, but my mind is still like eating handfuls of blueberries kind of thing. But the Republicans have been having a really hard time against Kamala Harris. It's actually crazy that right now, at least at the current playing field, and I know we're getting close to the line, you know, we only got a few months left, but the only, Kamala's biggest enemy is herself and her own party, which was also kind of true for Joe Biden. But like, it's kind of wild just how much more visible and obvious that is at this point in time. Like, the biggest thing that has been putting Kamala in danger was that they, like, at the end of the DNC, they were like really, really leaning in on the, like, we need to get the purple voters really hard, so let's say a bunch of, like, borderline Republican bullshit and super stick to the, like, pro-Israel like talking points. And it's just like, wow, okay. And that obviously pissed off a lot of their own voter base at this point, because everyone's kind of had enough of that garbage. And then, of course, I think it was today or yesterday, Kamala Harris was like, yeah, I would consider putting a Republican into power as a member of my cabinet, which is like, you understand, like, it makes sense from her perspective why she's trying to say that kind of thing, but that's also just the stupidest thing you could do. Like, you're not going to convince any Republicans to vote for you by giving them, like, a tiny position in your government. Like, none. There's not a single Republican who's going to be like, yeah, thanks for the crumb. But what it will do is it tells liberals that you're so willing to try and compromise with the absolutely deranged Republican Party that you're willing to deliberately grant power to someone within that establishment. I don't understand it. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Annie. I don't even think it's good campaign messaging. Like, I think there's other ways to say that, right? You can communicate the same message without being like, yeah, I'll put a Republican in power. Like, the Republican Party is completely off the rails at this point. Just, they're completely gone. And I think the liberals have been, like, the Dems have been saying that. They haven't, like, changed their messaging on the fact that, like, the Republican Party is as dangerous as it's ever been. And we all know that they are. Like, the Republicans are literally sitting on their hands while, or vocally helping Donald Trump, you know, who is currently running ads claiming that he's gonna run military tribunals on Obama and his family. So it's just like, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Annie, I agree. Hello, Olive Bites, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, Tim Walz? Wait, was Tim Walz, they picked Tim Walz, wait, did they pick Tim Walz before I went on vacation? What is time anymore? Literally, what is time? When did they pick Tim Walz? I like Tim Walz. Tim Walz is like, it was after I went on vacation. That's what I thought. They picked him right after. Okay, yeah. Tim Walz is like, I know this is gonna be this is gonna lose me so much cred, and all of the, like, anarchoids who listen to my show are gonna be like, I knew it! You're a liberal! And, you know, but they already do that anyway, but whatever. I will say that, like, I felt the faintest glimmer of, like, wow, maybe things can be slightly better than they were when Tim Walz was the pick over Josh Shapiro. Like, unironically, I was just like, wow, something good, like, actually just kind of good happened. Like, obviously, he's still a politician at the end of the day, and as we should have learned from people like Fetterman, and, I mean, basically everybody. Fetterman's the biggest example I can think of a person who was like, everybody was like super psyched about him, and he's like, oh, he's so real, and then he just did like a massive heel turn. You know, yeah, no standing, no love or whatever here, but I will say, I was like, damn, I can't believe they picked the guy who's like vocally pro-trans, vocally pro-gay, super progressive, like the guy who's messaging on like the best issues and also proves the case that you can win on principle and that you don't have to spend all your time pandering to your deranged political opponents. Tim Walz is cool. Arlo says, did you see the original primary coder for Risk of Rain 2 saying my poor baby about the current state of the game? It's wild. Okay, so no, I didn't. And we're going to take a small moment here to talk about Risk of Rain 2. I got the new expansion, and I've been having fun with it. And I did notice some issues, like, for example, items falling off the map all the time, and multiple instances of falling through the ground, which I don't think I've ever fallen through the ground on Risk of Rain 2 before without literally trying to break the game. But I didn't know there was like a controversy until people started saying it in chat. It's a bummer, I guess. I don't know how bad it was. I guess it must be pretty bad if people are getting worked up about it. Have you not gotten the Mithrix softlock bug? It happens if you picked up the warp echo item. No, I haven't gotten that. To be fair, I haven't played that much of the DLC yet because I've been really busy the last few days. I know I always call it a vacation and then I'm always busy as hell, but you know how it is. It's like, okay, to be fair, last year was busy, but it was definitely a vacation. This one was more like half a vacation, half cram every important appointment that I have in my life into a few weeks. But I digress. It's a bummer. Let me link a clip of Loader so I can understand. On PC, they tied all the physics to FPS and it fucked everything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thanks, Black Mage. Oh, no! Oh, no. That's scary. The main developer for Risk of Rain just saw the code for the new DLC. My poor baby. Oh, God, that's so sad. Oh, no. Risk of Rain, by the way, if you look right behind me, you couldn't see it because I completely fucked up my camera over vacation by accident. So if I'm in like a completely different position, that's my fault. But right there, you can see my little acrid. My acrid. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I love Risk of Rain 2. I have played an obscene amount of Risk of Rain 2. I love the game. I haven't got to play that much because the DLC only just came out, and yeah, but Acrid is trash tier to play? What? I thought he was high tier. I love Acrid. He's hard to kill. Is he really trash tier? Do people really say he's trash tier? Okay. Demon Mama, have you played the legendary Black Myth Wukong? No, I haven't. I haven't. And I kind of want to do a little bit of a rant about Black Myth Wukong. Because, I don't know. So, I heard about Black Myth Wukong like a long time ago. And I was like, oh, like that seems kind of cool. Like, I'm not like super into Wukong as a character. And maybe it's just because, like, I feel like Wukong is in literally every single game ever. There's always a Wukong. And I'm always like, oh, man, like... And I kind of get the feeling of, like, oh, like, I don't know. I don't know what other character, like, is that close outside of, like, Greek mythological characters. And even those I get tired of. But it's, like, every... Especially if it's, like, a MOBA... or a hero shooter or any of those games, there's always a Wukong character. Always. And I'm always like, oh God, like, here we go again. It'd be like, I made a joke while I was on vacation that I'm like, it would be like if like Johnny Appleseed or George Washington was in every single game that you played. You're like, oh, boot up the game. Oh, look, they have like George Washington as a character. And it's just kind of like, ugh. And so I'm always kind of like, you know, I'm not like super, I don't hate it, but I'm not like super into the Wukong stuff. However, I saw some preview materials for the game a long time ago. I was like, this seems cool, seems fun. Maybe I'll check it out when it comes out. Then it came out, and literally everyone and their mother was talking about it. I have never been bombarded. Like, maybe since, like, Baldur's Gate 3, have I ever been bombarded with so many posts. And in the case of Baldur's Gate 3, I was actually playing Baldur's Gate 3, and so I was liking some posts, so, like, you know, the algorithm starts to be like, here you go. In this case, it was just like, no matter where I ran, there was Black Myth Wukong discussions. And the more that I heard about the game, the less interested I was in it. Like, there were people being like, I saw a post that was like, Black Myth Wukong is Dark Souls for adults. And I was like, what? What is that supposed to mean? Like, what is that literally supposed to mean? And I saw that, and it made me roll my eyes so hard that I was just like, this is... It felt like AstroTurf. You know what I mean? Like, when a game is like, people are trying too hard to sell you on the game. And I know that sometimes really good games do have that happen. But there's like a fine line, right? Like, for example, Pathologic 2. Oh, second reference to Pathologic 2 in the comeback stream. Wouldn't be a Demon Mama stream without a Pathologic 2 reference. But Pathologic 2 is a game that tends to make its fans go insane and become extremely annoying. You know? So it's like you meet Pathologic 2 fans and they just keep talking about the game and they won't shut up about it. But there is a feverish, genuine madness in the ranting and obsession of Pathologic 2 fans that I just didn't pick up in the Black Myth Wukong fans. So instead it felt like people being like, I need to tell you this, and there's like a ulterior motive or something to prove. You know, whereas with Pathologic 2, it can't be something to prove because Pathologic 2 fans will literally embarrass themselves in order to tell you about how much they love Pathologic 2. Same thing, by the way, goes for Disco Elysium. Another game where the fans they love it so much that they will literally, like, info dump all the time, sometimes to embarrassing degrees. You know. Yeah, true. Armchair Wizard says, nobody is more vocal about their game than Dark Souls fans, Kojima writers, and fans of games like Pathologic. That is true. But there is you can, if you're looking closely, you can detect, like, even if it annoys you. Okay, here's another example. One Piece, okay? I have never read One Piece. I have been info dumped about One Piece more times than I can count. And One Piece fans do often drive me up a wall. But every One Piece fan comes off as 100% a true believer. When they're like, it's the greatest manga that's ever been made. It's not even difficult to read all 967 issues. It'll be like, you know, sure, the number seems big, and the number is big, but you'll get through it like a breeze. I'm telling you, it only took me 6 years to read through it, and those were the best 6 years of my life. And so it's one of those things where I'm like, I believe them. Even if they annoy me, I know. But I did not get that vibe with Black Myth Wukong. And in fact, I was getting a different, more rancid vibe. You know? Like a vibe that said, like, I am contractually obligated to tell you to play this game. Or I am culture war obligated to tell you to play this game. I saw someone say that Black Myth Wukong was a triumph of anti-woke gaming. And I was just like, what? Like, I don't even know what these words mean anymore. By the way, excellent side effect of going on a lengthy vacation where you spend the entire time away from, like, a good chunk, not the entire time, but a good chunk away from cellular signal, is that you start to heal from, like, internet brain poisoning, and you start to forget what certain things are, like, supposed to mean when you contort your brain into a pretzel. So when I encountered the Black Myth Wukong thing, not only could I not remember what woke is supposed to mean, but I didn't even remember what the word woke meant anymore. Yes, Gayfesh, I hope you have a literal blast. Nuts, good to see you. The Chuds are big upping a Chinese game. You'd love to see it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure the game is fine, right? But how could it, I don't understand how the game, so I'm gonna try now that I'm back on the internet again. I'm gonna try and put myself through the steps. So it's a triumph of anti-woke gaming. Probably the reasoning is because I read an article that said that the press kits for review codes of Black Myth Wukong said no feminism. You can't talk about feminism. Which means now the Chuds said those weren't real. They said that was fake news, you know? It's fake news, folks. They said that. So maybe it wasn't real, but maybe it was the type of thing where, like, it wasn't real, but if it was, it would be based. You know, that kind of thing? So I think that's how it's a triumph for woke, anti-woke gaming, is because they said no feminist propaganda. But I don't know, like, I don't know what makes it anti-woke other than that. And I haven't, to this day, despite getting bombarded by posts about Black Myth Wukong, I still haven't figured out what's supposed to make it anti-woke besides that potential angle. Jessica Metal says, the devs of the game have said some anti-feminist shit, which seems to have brought out the Chuds. They said no feminist propaganda specifically. Oh, okay, so then everything else is fine. So as long as you're not doing feminist propaganda, you're fine. That's easy then. Nuts says, I think the creative director is also a gooner. What? I'm sorry. Huh? How would you know that? Did he say it? Fortnite says, nah, you also can't talk about COVID-19. Okay, why would you? I'm sorry, why would you? If you're just like, hey guys, I'm playing today, I'm gonna be reviewing Black Myth Wukong, and if my nose sounds stuffy, it's because I have COVID-19. It's like, and then your, like, review code evaporates or something. I mean, I guess I can imagine circumstances where you'd bring it up. Okay, I can think of one. Damn it! It's about Death Stranding. It's about fucking Death Stranding. Boink. Which is, I think there's a lot of reasons to talk about that, but that game is kind of like, it was oddly prescient, and so it fits very well. And also, Kojima himself has drawn parallels between them, so, you know. Another one that I saw, one of the things that I saw that was extremely funny was there was discourse about Elden Ring not being woke. And they're like, yeah, the best games that are great successes are always anti-woke, like Elden Ring. And I'm like, maybe you should play through Elden Ring again. Cause, newsflash, but Elden Ring has got some, Elden Ring's got some serious woke going on in there. If, Do you know exactly what game you're talking about here? It's genuinely, Kureem says, it's genuinely a good game and the love for the Souls series is there. Do not sleep on it. All right. When the price goes down, I will give it a try. I will definitely give it a try. The game with multiple trans gods is woke. It's crazy. Huh? Sonia Forest Guardian says there's rumors of a coming 3-week West Coast electrical outage coming in the next few months. Do you think it's worth believing those rumors given a major nuclear plants will be going down for maintenance in late September? Huh? I don't know. I'm so sorry. I have no clue. I've never heard of that. That sounds, okay. On the surface, that sounds straight out of a not conservative, conspiracy website. I would not be able to comment on that. That sounds like a conspiracy. I don't know how you would be able to know that. If it happens, I guess make sure you have candles, emergency candles, and fire making tools. I have had very long power outages in my life, and they're pretty tough to deal with. But also, if it's like if it's supposedly the entire West Coast, I have a hard time believing that. And also, if it's everybody, well, you're all in the same boat. Go talk to your neighbors and see what you can do. It sounds like, I don't know. Yeah, it would, Annie. It would be like severe. When we had one of the longest power outages of my adult life was when I lived through a bunch of the wildfires in California. And it was terrible. But that was living in a very rural area during wildfire season. And even then, we still had periods where the power would come back on, like temporarily and stuff. So, yeah. Yeah. That was way before. Yeah, that was quite a while before I started streaming. Here's the loader clip. All right, I want to check this out. Let's check this out. I want to see this. I want to see this meme. Let's see it. Infinite scaling damage. Okay, let me turn the volume down a little bit.
Oh yeah, the loader. I've heard it's pretty good, guys. Alright. Holy fuck.
Whoa! Whoa!
Fucking... yeah.
No items level 1, you can just pull yourself across the entire map instantly and do a crazy amount of damage. That's wild. I didn't even know that. Well, I'll have to give loader a try. So that's only if you have higher frame rate than 60? That's wild. It's tied to your FPS. Okay, yeah. Bad Habit says, my parents are buying a backup generator for the winter months in case the power goes out. A backup generator, if you live in a rural area, a backup generator is generally a really, really, really good idea, just generally. It's kind of expensive, and you want to be careful like how much you're running it and where you put it. You don't want any fumes going into your house. You don't want to overload it. But it can be a real lifesaver if you have extended power outages and need to keep your fridge, you know, cold. It's a very, very good thing to have. Fortnite says, be warned, higher FPS also accelerates the enemy difficulty calculations and you run into a ridiculous number of elites and elite bosses by stage 4 because they tied everything into FPS. I wonder if that's why we were getting so many elites when we were playing multiplayer. When we were playing multiplayer, we were getting elite Lemurian, not on Monsoon. We were playing on normal, and we were getting elite Elder Lemurians on the second stage. And I was like, why do we keep running into elite, like, Elder Lemurians on stage 2? Those usually don't show up unless you're taking forever, which we weren't. That's wild. Huh. Hey, Somniostatic. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. That's good to hear. I hope you get through the busy season soon. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm sure busy season is good for business, but, you know. Fortnite says, if the person hosting was above 60 FPS, then this was probably the cause. But I was seeing the same stuff. The guy from the clip was seeing elite Elder Lemurians on stage 3, which is very unusual even for Monsoon. Huh. I hope Lucy's doing well. I know Lucy's been really busy, but I hope Lucy's doing well. We're gonna have to get into the Skibidi toilet mines again today. I have to deliver good on I know that time has passed, but I have to make good on my promise to finish the run through Skibidi toilet. That's wild. Thoughts on the new elite types they added? They added the, I'm trying to remember what new elites. They added the, like, Halcyon elites or whatever. Halcyon, I think is what it's called. They're like, I don't know, they're like gold, and they have, like, a damaging aura or something and a crazy amount of health. They're fine. I think they're cool. I don't really, it's kind of hard to tell exactly what they do outside of being crazy high on health. And some of them are really terrifying. Like, if you get one of the like, jar warriors with the big minigun, and they're the golden Halcyon type, those are scary. Twisted elites. I don't know what the twisted elites do. Are those the ones that put the curse on you? That, like, blows up after a while? I feel like those are void, and those were already in the game. I don't know. Maybe I haven't fought the twisted ones, because I haven't looped yet. We've severely struggled. I almost beat the boss in the new zone, but I died at, like, the last phase. It was really difficult. I'll have to lurk during the entire Skibidi segment. I can't take it. I have been converted to the greatness of Skibidi Toilet. It's actually really funny. Like, obviously, it's very, like, it's very lowbrow entertainment. But for what it is, it's really good. You know what I mean? Also, I'm sad. I only just discovered Skibidi Toilet, and now I've learned that the Skibidi Toilet movie is on infinite hiatus. Yeah, which is so sad. It's because of copyright issues. That's it. They wanted to make a movie version of it, but they couldn't get, they had so many copyright issues with the original thing. They couldn't get the Skibidi song, they couldn't get the other things that they put in there, so, you know. Yeah, I think it's a copyright issues in Russia, which are like, I don't know anything about Russian copyright law, but all I'll say is that Russian copyright law seems really aggressive. I did see that Gayfesh. Gayfesh says, did you hear that they're developing a live-action Invincible movie? I just don't think they should. I don't think they should either. Like, I mean, I understand they probably want to make money and whatever, and that's fine, but Invincible works really well as an animation, and I just don't think that it would work well as a live action movie, especially if, like, I don't know, especially if the live action version is like a low budget Netflix original or something. Yeah. Evie the Purple says, I'm so tired of the remakes and the live actions. Please make something new. Oh my God. I saw a trailer for Lion King, Mufasa. And look, I'm not here to like, I don't want to like spend this time like dunking on media that is clearly not made for me, but that was shameless. That was shameless, okay? It was bad. I was just like, this looks terrible. It sounds terrible. The entire time they were just playing music from the first Lion King. And I was just like, bruh. They're retconning the relationship of Mufasa and Scar in a weird way. And it kind of seems like they're trying to do like Lion King 2, but as a prequel. Because it's kind of similar to the story. It seems kind of similar to me to the story of Lion King 2. Lion King 2, not to go on yet another deranged tangent, but that's what you're kind of here for, isn't it? You know? The rambles and the rants, the post-vacation brain dump. Lion King 2 was a weird movie, but it had a real banger track. And the real banger track was the one that goes, deception, disgrace, evil as plain as the scar on his face, deception, disgrace. Oh man, what a banger! What a crazy cool song! Still stuck in my head, comes back every once in a while, all those years later. Crazy song, crazy track. Way underrated because Lion King 2 as a movie is just like, He is not one of us. And then they have that one hippopotamus that comes in with like the super bass voice. So cool. So good. There's also a Lion King 1.5, which Lion King 1.5, you know, whenever I bring this movie up, a lot of people, like, nobody seems to remember it. And I think it's because it was kind of a stupid movie that I remember. But I don't remember much, except for I do remember one song from that movie as well, which I hated that song, but it always got stuck in my head, which is the one where it's like, dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel, quick before the hyena comes. That one, only song that I ever remember from that movie, and oh God, I must have heard it 1,000 times when I was a kid because my younger siblings watched the hell out of that movie. And when I was younger, we used to have to drive a lot. Like a lot. Really weird quirk of my life was I spent a lot of my time in the car, and we had one of those shitty car DVD players. But the screens were both in the back to keep my younger siblings entertained, because if not, they would be, you know, as kids are, very restless in the car. And so I would always hear the music of Lion King 2 and Lion King 1.5 especially. Yeah. Dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel, quick before the hyena comes. Oh God. It was such a, exactly, hoi polloi, an annoying earworm. Genuinely, like, oh my God, so obnoxious. I thought evangelical parents didn't like movies like The Lion King. Oh no, The Lion King? No, The Lion King is like they love, evangelicals love The Lion King because The Lion King is like vaguely coded Christian mythology. They love Lion King. It's got like the weird monarchism, the weird like worship of monarchism. There's like a one God that's like the father God, even though he's not really a father God. He's like but he is. He is literally a father and a godlike figure who appears in the sky from the clouds. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Fought Knight says a whole myth about a strong man returning to oust the bad autocrat as the good autocrat. Exactly. The bad king being cast, the bad homosexually coded evil king, degenerate king being ousted by the morally upstanding, scorned and persecuted, but, good king. Yeah, it's, whoo. Yeah. Did you ever get into the Narnia series? Yeah, although I was so in my family, it was weird. My family was like a Narnia family at first. When I was young, my parents read Narnia to me and stuff, and we watched like the Narnia, there was like Narnia TV adaptations or something, BBC or something. Maybe it was a movie, I don't remember. We got all into the Narnia stuff, but then it didn't take that much for me. And I ended up getting into Lord of the Rings. And from Lord of the Rings, I shared those movies to my siblings, and then basically all of the siblings of our house became Lord of the Rings kids. So there was an attempted Narniification of our house, and it didn't take. The like soil wasn't right. And instead the Lord of the Rings like came in and blew the doors off, and we became obsessed to the point that like, oh my God, we would dress up in costumes of we were so into Lord of the Rings. It was crazy. Yeah. I never got into Artemis Fowl and Percy Jackson. Artemis Fowl hit shelves right when I was like leaving the age group for Artemis Fowl. I remember seeing it, and then I was too into other things at that point. What the hell's going on over here? Are we getting connection issues? Or is it just me? I think it's just me. Let me just make sure on something here real quick. There we go. Okay, hopefully that's fixed. I think it was just a loose cable. I have to get a new cable. Whew. When I was doing my system check, I think it's YouTube. Oh, it is. It's YouTube. Hopefully it's fine. I think it might be YouTube. 'Cause it might not be. There we go. Hopefully that'll fix it. Woo! Don't know what's going on. Don't know what's going on, but hopefully it's fine. It's looking fine. It's telling me it's okay now, so. Woo! Definitely going to be time to be. I don't know if that was actually the cable's fault. When I went to go put the cable in, it was definitely in, so I don't think that was the cable. I think that was something else, but all right, we're all good. We're all good. Woo! Oh, let me refresh the chat. How do I, oh. Let me refresh it real quick. Whoop. There we go. It's fixed. the tier 4 sub. Oh my God, thank you so much. Bing bong, buy a new cable. I will do that right now. I'm actually doing a supply run. Cause these, you guys probably can't see it, but these ear pads, which I've had for a very long time, are finally coming apart. So I'm doing a studio supply run to stock up before the winter season, so we can have lots of nice, comfortable streams and whatever. I've heard of warrior cats. Yeah. Desi, you've been getting by the... I don't know why I got you with the dig. I think it's 3. Wow, it's aggressive. Yeah. Oh, Thundercats is different than Warrior Cats. Thundercats was sick. I remember the first time I encountered Thundercats as a kid, and I was like, what the hell? This is crazy cool. Thundercats is so awesome. But Warrior Cats is different. Warrior Cats was like... It was like... I don't know. I never read any of them, but I saw them. They had these, like, cats with armor and stuff. Which was, you know... It was very different. Yeah, so I never got into the Artemis Fowl. I never got into the Percy Jackson or the Warrior Cats. I kind of missed out on those. I did, however, get really into Redwall. Like, as in, up to a point, I had read every single published Redwall book, including a lot of the, like, spin-off things. There was a Redwall... there was a Redwall cookbook, and I borrowed it and wrote down, because it was before cell phones that had cameras. I wrote down the recipes. We never ended up making them because they were really complicated, but yeah. Ever read Discworld? Says Jade Monkey. I have not read Discworld. However, I have been told to read it many times. I have not read it, but I would like to. I would like to. I've heard such high praise for Percy Jackson, but I just never got into it. I have heard, like, over and over again, I've heard people gush about how much they really like it. I think that's the series by Rick Riordan, right? Rick Riordan? There was a TV show about Redwall? Yes, there was, I think, one TV show, like a mini-series or something like that. But yeah, there was a Redwall TV show. Redwall was god tier. Honestly, like... when I think back on Redwall, I am just filled with happy memories because it was such and sad memories, but like good memories of one of the most moving and powerful, like children's novels, that are they're full of serious topics. Honestly, I always compare Redwall to Avatar: The Last Airbender in how gracefully it handles really serious topics while still being like able to communicate to the imagination of like younger readers. Some of the later books are definitely more complicated and dark, and probably that was designed to like so the books could age up with the audience a little bit. But yeah. Animorphs was another one that I got hit by really hard. I freaking loved Animorphs. Animorphs was... I could not get enough of Animorphs. Like, I was firmly held in the enchantment of Animorphs. I absolutely love those books. Animorphs books, I liked Animorphs books so much that I would read them. I would go to Borders and just read them at the bookstore. The new ones that came out. I would just take them and go find like a little chair or a beanbag chair, and I would read the books there because I could not get enough of them. So incredibly good. Violet Kent, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Also, if I didn't get you before, Yokai Gotha, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I apologize in advance if I'm not 100% on my game for shout-outs and stuff tonight. I'm gonna do my best, but I will admit, I'm still getting back into the flow. Again, body back from vacation, brain not necessarily yet, but it will catch up. It will catch up. Lovecraft books are wild. I have read a lot of Lovecraft, and Lovecraft books. Lovecraft books is one of those things where you're like, 50% of the time, you're like, damn, this is some really evocative and terrifying writing. And then the other 50% of the time, you're like, Jesus Christ, this is racist. Holy moly. Travel, Jade Monkey. I traveled a pretty far distance, actually. It is so racist. And I'm not even like, I'm not kidding even a little bit in how racist it is. Like, Lovecraft is just, it is insane. Like, I can't even think of another book that I've experienced that was like that racist, where I was just like, wow, they weren't kidding at all. Really, really absurd. Yeah, of course everybody knows the story about his cat, as Paige Punk Corpse brings up. That's true, Forlorn Plushie. This is why I always say that, like, Bloodborne and many other, like, cosmic horror have done Lovecraft better than Lovecraft ever could. Many of the tributes to Lovecraft do, like, take some of the themes from his books and go further. Now, of course, contrary to popular belief, Lovecraft was not the inventor of the eldritch horror or cosmic horror genre. He was just a very prominent name. There were other writers who were writing concurrently to him and before him in a genre that we now would call like eldritch or cosmic horror. And of course, that's still the case now. There are people who do cosmic horror stuff that have never engaged whatsoever with Lovecraft. However, there are many who do. There are tons and tons and tons of eldritch horror and cosmic horror works that directly engage with Lovecraft. And they often do a really good job at taking his ideas and taking it to the next level. I will say, the Color Out of Space, the book, is one of the scariest of Lovecraft's actual, like, of his own books. So if you want a good taste of, like, Lovecraft at his scariest, in my opinion, Color Out of Space is terrifying. And it's hard to, like, without just, you know, reading the story yourself, it's hard to explain how scary it is, but it was one that really gets under your skin. It makes you feel, like, creeped out. Oh, yeah. An example of eldritch and cosmic horror, as Gayfesh says. Gayfesh says, if you're going to talk about eldritch, you should definitely talk about the comic that took you 4 years to read. That one, I can partially blame on ADHD and my enormous media list, but it is true. I did read Immortal Hulk 25 at long last, and it was awesome. And I have to say, thank you to Gayfesh for the excellent shout out, the excellent recommendation, because it was really good, and I was really surprised. Immortal Hulk is a series of, it is a run of Hulk comics where the sort of starting premise is taking the concept of the Hulk's powers to their, like, logical extremes. You know what I mean? So, like, he basically, the Hulk is literally immortal. He's essentially unkillable. And that the Hulk is specifically not Bruce Banner. And as a result, the Bruce Banner, small spoiler, I guess, for the setup of what I'm going to talk about. Warning, spoiler. Bruce Banner, spoiler now, Bruce Banner dies fairly early on in the run, and the Hulk continues to live, like controlling the body. And it gets really weird and really creepy and crazy. And it's really good. And it kind of, I was recommended specifically Immortal Hulk 25 because it's where it really dips into cosmic and eldritch horror, and it's really good. It also, like, that comic takes place from the perspective of a very well-written alien, from a very alien culture to humanity. And I think it does a really good job. One of the better portrayals of aliens in fiction that I've encountered. So fantastic recommendation. If you are into cosmic horror and you want just a small, easy read, Immortal Hulk 25 is great. Hoi Polloi, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Seriously, appreciate that. This is a 100% viewer-supported show. So if you would like to support this show, if you're having a good time, please consider throwing a subscription or a donation my way, just like the amazing Hoi Polloi just did. Thank you so much. Explain Red Hulk. I can't explain Red Hulk. I do not understand Red Hulk. I'm sorry. I don't understand him. Maybe Gayfesh can explain Red Hulk? I don't understand Red Hulk, because I don't know all the Hulk lore. I wish I knew the Hulk lore, but I don't. So I'm sorry about that. I will say, the one thing I know about Red Hulk is that he looks very funny when portrayed by Harrison Ford, which is apparently who is playing Red Hulk in the upcoming Marvel movie. I know that there's like a lot of different colors of Hulk, and that they do different things and have different personalities. I never 100% understood the thing, but I always assumed it was kind of like how DC has the multiple colors of lanterns, where they all represent like something different, which is fine, you know. Yeah, let me see if I can find the picture of Harrison as Red Hulk. Let me see if I can as Red Hulk. As Red Hulk. I want to see if I can find the actual picture from, I don't know. Oh yeah, they do have, this is the one that I saw. But I don't know which ones are the real ones, because there were a bunch of fake ones that went out. That's the fake one. Okay, I can't find the real ones versus the fake ones. The fake ones sometimes look better than the real one. The reason why I know which ones are fake and or I have a basic idea of which ones are fake and which ones real is because I saw the trailer for the Red Hulk movie in the theater when I went to go see Alien Romulus. So Gayfesh says, Hulk was actually originally intended by Stan Lee to be gray, and he was actually gray in the original comics. But they quickly turned him green because of print limitations made Gray Hulk not read as well on the page. Later they made one of Hulk's personalities gray. Okay, okay. The movie is called Captain America Brave New World, says Gayfesh. Okay. I kept forgetting what the title of the movie was. I want to see Gay Hulk now. I am pretty sure that somebody's done it many times in the past, okay? In fact, I think there's an entire internet comment etiquette episode specifically about that. Well, not specifically about Gay Hulk, but it includes Gay Hulk. Fortnite says, apparently Dead Cells and all DLC is 53% off chat. Should I get it? Yeah, Dead Cells is amazing, and the DLC is so expansive, it's actually unbelievable. Rand Bummers with the renewed membership. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but I am never going to engage with deranged, violent, slanderous drama seeking. I'm just not going to do that. And I think if people took a minute to stop being so drama brained and try to imagine what you're actually asking, you would understand that. I'm sorry that that's not satisfying to you, but thank you for the renewed membership nonetheless, and good luck. I apologize it bothers you, but it's also, I'm only apologizing for the fact that it bothers you because that's all that I can apologize for. Everything else is actually insane. And yeah, so there you have it. Yeah, do you think perhaps maybe that should be telling as to a lot of that shit? Yeah, I hate it too. It's pretty fucking insane. Almost seems like if, yeah, that's it. Simple as that. Yeah. Dead Cells is amazing. I have played a ton of Dead Cells. And, well, of course, Rain Bummers, I don't think you did anything wrong. I am sorry that you're feeling disappointed or whatever, but I'm just, yeah, I'm not going to engage with that type of shit. I wouldn't engage with weird 8chan or 4chan stalking or anything like that. That's insane. That's an insane thing. Yeah, not going to happen. Yeah. So, anyway, Dead Cells. I was talking about Dead Cells. Let's see here. Dead Cells is amazing. It's a game that I truly played. I played so much that I actually kind of burned out on it, but every once in a while I crave the gameplay again. I also played Dead Cells through multiple of its extreme major changes. If you went back in time and played Dead Cells like at release, it's one of those games that has changed and evolved so much over time, and it's evolved a lot in a lot of good ways. The game is much more like, I don't know, it's much more they've just made it better. They've refined it in so many ways. It's achievable and extremely challenging at the maximum, and it's great. Yeah. It's really good. So yeah, I definitely recommend it. If you can get it for sale, you'll have a great time with it. The combat is super punchy. The movement is great. The levels are really creatively designed. They're all like, they use roguelike procedural generation, but they have certain rules. Like most good roguelike games, they have rules that guide the procedural generation so that you can sort of plan out your run within a certain framework. God, there's so many cool weapons in that game too. I remember when they first introduced the fireball weapon. There's a weapon that is like your hands are on fire and you throw like fireballs in like a cool combo. So sick. Yeah. Calliope says, Dead Cells is hard to look at for me. It's just a color pixel bomb. Did they update that? I don't think so. If the visual style doesn't appeal to you or if it bothers your eyes, I don't know. There might be, I know that they have a lot of accessibility options, which might help with that. It is definitely a very, like loud and explosive visual game. I don't mind that so much, but I completely understand where you're coming from. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played in a long time, so I know that they have added a lot of accessibility options as the game went through development, but I don't know. I can't speak to that. I played it in its default state, so yeah. What was your highest cell level completed? Ooh, I don't remember. I'd have to go double check that. I legitimately don't remember what my highest was. So I played the game back before they did the difficulty rework. The first time I got really into the game. I have played it since the difficulty rework, but they changed what it means. So like, I don't even remember what it was. I had done a couple of New Game Plus or whatever, like where you up the difficulty before the difficulty rework, and then they made it a little bit, they made it easier, basically. Kind of. They made it scale differently. So the game is still at its maximum very hard, but the scale was a little bit more generous. Partially because they added so much extra content that if it scaled to the difficulty that it did when the game launched, it would be very, very difficult for most players to ever see any of the content. So they did a rework at some point, and I'm rambling about it, but it's a really good game nonetheless. Noita is awesome. I really like Noita, but the only thing about Noita is I find it too hard, and I've never really beaten anything. But I did play a bunch of Noita, and I had a great time with it. I just had I felt like I could never figure out how to get good at the game. But that's fine. Yeah, they did, right? They did make Risk of Rain way harder right now. I don't know. I don't know if that's intended or not, but it is. I assume it's unintended because, again, when I was playing with friends in multiplayer recently, the difficulty in Risk of Rain 2 it was crazy. It was like literally level 2 elite Elder Lemurians. I'm like, what the fuck? Danny Fallen says, Noita is so hard, there are still unsolved secrets and puzzles. That is awesome. That's actually kind of a massive flex. I'm just too bad at it. I won't be the ones who discover it. But that is so cool. And I love that. You know, I like games that are, you know, brave. Animal Well has been one of my favorite games of the year, says Bad Habit. Animal Well is so good. This year is going to be really hard for me to decide on a game of the year because I feel like we've gotten some real blessings this year. I feel like we've gotten some real blessings this year. Animal Well, incredible. Balatro, incredible. Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree, incredible. Deadlock. I can talk about that now, right? They lifted the embargo on that, right? Hold on. That game, I was just making up a game in my head. Hold on a second. I don't know if that game actually exists. Oh, okay, thank goodness you can talk about it. Whew! Okay, Deadlock does exist. It's a game that does exist. I was just kidding there. I was just thinking about it. Deadlock is awesome. So, actually, I should talk about that. Yo, you've been playing Kenshi? Yes! Yes! Chainsaw, first of all, you're extremely welcome. I am so happy that you're playing Kenshi. Kenshi is one of those games that I will recommend 1,000,000 times to people, and 1 out of every like 100 people who hear me talk about Kenshi will pick it up, and that will make it totally worth it. Kenshi, so freaking good. I'm so happy you're loving it. It is so incredible. Kenshi is so awesome. Hey, I've already talked about this. You should chill the fuck out, or I'll just ban you from my chat because I don't play nice with harassment. Okay? Easy as that. It's that simple. Yeah, it really is that simple. I've already said 1,000,000 times, and I don't even know who you are. I've literally never seen you here. So if you're gonna engage in that kind of shit, it's okay. We can say goodbye. I'm just giving you a warning. I don't want to be mean to anybody, because I know that a lot of people have good hearts, but I'm not going to play nice with that shit. Yeah, simple. What was I talking about? Deadlock. So I got distracted from Deadlock by Kenshi. But, first of all, Kenshi is amazing. Now that we've talked about Kenshi, I may as well give the run on Kenshi before I talk about Deadlock, because I have a lot to say about Deadlock as well. Yeah. Kenshi. Kenshi is a extremely strange game. It falls somewhere between a top-down RPG and a sim game like RimWorld. You kind of command a growing group of people, like a party of people that you pick up, and you can't directly control any of their actions. Like, you can't be like, press a button to attack. You can just give them commands. So it has a strategy element, just like a game like RimWorld or a game like Amazing Cultivation Simulator or anything like that. But you also can like level up these characters, and you take them on a adventure where you're going to be like sending them places very frequently. You can tell them where to go and who to attack and what to do, as in like go interact with this thing, but you can't like directly control by pressing like, buttons to do special attacks. So it's like a half step between like a traditional RPG and a strategy sim game. And it's so cool. Kenshi is just so cool. Yeah. Also, it is a really funny and brutal game. It takes place in a extremely dystopian, post-apocalyptic future that is like heavily inspired by feudal Japan, and that is cool. There are like, wasteland samurais and shit. It's really awesome, and it's great. I've told a bunch of stories before about my playthroughs of Kenshi. My greatest playthrough of Kenshi had me building a giant settlement next to a village, and I ended up becoming like the greatest allies of this village, and we ended up basically starting a revolution against an empire. It was incredible. We were like on the fringes, and this empire would send army after army of their like increasingly strong soldiers, and we would basically just beat them up, steal their equipment, sell it, and continue to fund a in-game illicit substances empire. Let's just say we were cooking some great stuff, Breaking Bad style. It was actually incredible. So it's really, really cool. Yeah. So now I can talk about Deadlock. Yeah, let's talk about Deadlock next, because I've been playing Deadlock now for a while. When I first started playing Deadlock, I was kind of like, I don't know if this is gonna do it for me. It's a MOBA. It's a third-person shooter. It's a third-person shooter MOBA, and I was like, oh, okay, so it's kind of like in the vein of Smite, and there have been a few other games that have tried this, and I was like, okay, I like that concept, because I did get what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I did used to play a whole bunch of MOBAs, so I used to really like MOBAs. And I kind of fell off of them after many years for a very good reason, because I kind of was like, wow, MOBAs are, a lot of these are just trash, and they're like addiction machines, and I don't like them. I don't want to play this shit anymore. But my heart still has a spot for MOBAs in it. And so anyway, I got into Deadlock. A friend invited me into Deadlock, and that was really cool. And I started playing it, and I was like, ooh, I don't really love these characters. And then I played it a little more, and then I played it a little more, and now I've played it a decent amount, and the characters have all really grown on me, and the design has especially really grown on me. I did not, like, I was not sold immediately on the character designs and stuff like that, but as time went on, it was like, damn, this is like actually super cool. So I wanted to talk about some of the stuff that I really liked about it. So first of all, while I didn't immediately vibe with the visual design, the characterization of the characters is like really heartfelt, and I did not expect that, because I don't know, maybe I've just gotten a little jaded about that's a good question. Schadenfriede Kahlo says, what's a MOBA? You know, I made a mistake there. Good catching me on that. A MOBA it refers to a genre of games. It means multiplayer online battle arena. And they're a game where the usual format is that there are 2 teams, usually of 5 players, and there are 3 lanes in the arena. And the game will automatically send little soldiers from each side down the lanes. And each of the players on each of the teams play as various distinct heroes. You fight against the soldiers that are sent down the lanes, and you fight against each other, and it's a giant push and pull. And eventually, one team conquers the whole map, and you win. It's a pretty cool and interesting genre. It is the biggest games from that genre are and were games like Dota All-Stars, Dota 2, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, Smite. There's been many others. Heroes of New Earth was a game at one point. I don't think it exists anymore. I don't know if it exists anymore. But yeah. So yeah. Aeon of Strife. Yep, the old school days. Aeon of Strife. Paragon. There's a ton of them. And yeah, I used to play original Dota as well. There is also a Pokemon MOBA. There's a Lord of the Rings MOBA. Tons of them. And but anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so Deadlock is a new one, and it mixes shooter elements with MOBA stuff, and it's really cool. The cool thing is, like, so every character has their own unique weapon and their own unique style, and they feel very different. One of the problems in MOBAs is that characters tend to characters tend to kind of have a lot of samey feel in their basic attacks because everybody's basic attack boils down to right-clicking on an enemy and then going for it, with few exceptions, of course, being like Smite and a couple of others that have tried to vary that up. In this game, it's very different. Everybody has a different weapon that feels very, very different, sometimes extremely so. There's a character who doesn't even use a gun. Instead, he shoots with his fingers, which is pretty cool. It's one of the things I love the most about it is that it is very high mobility. I mean, high mobility. The only shooter game that I've played that is like a higher mobility than this game that I can think of off the top of my head is Titanfall 2. This game, your characters are bouncing and dashing and climbing all over the place. There are like zip lines you can grab onto, teleporters. You can battle slide while shooting. It's really, really, really fast-paced and high mobility. And yeah, so it's really, really cool. Yeah, it's really cool. So I don't want to go too in-depth about it. People should just go check it out. If you want to play Deadlock, you just have to get an invite from somebody who already is playing. It's an invite-based system right now. So if you see a friend playing Deadlock, just poke them and ask them for an invite code, and they will. The character designs, like I said, they didn't sell me immediately. So if you're in the position, you look at the characters and you're like, I don't know how I feel about their visual design. Give it a try anyway, because like I said, they grew on me a lot. And this is perhaps the biggest praise that I can give for Deadlock, which is that the visual design of the characters and their gameplay are really well enmeshed. Let me give you an example. There is a gargoyle character. She's literally a gargoyle that was brought to life by magic. And she has wings and a tail. Now, in a lot of games, and I'm not trying to throw hate on gaming generally, but in a lot of games, visual design takes a backseat to the gameplay design, and the gameplay design overrides like the visual design in a lot of ways. This is especially true in a lot of MOBAs. In MOBAs, characters, a lot of times for the purpose of balance, characters end up looking one way and feeling another way. And so you end up with characters that just, I don't know, they all kind of feel the same even if they look like a big scary monster or whatever. Back to the gargoyle character. The gargoyle character that I was talking about in Deadlock, she has a different jump pattern than other characters because she has wings. So her jumps like lift her up in the air, and then she can like kind of not glide, but she kind of falls down at a different speed. She uses her tail to grab onto things like zip lines. She'll swing with her tail, which means you're aiming down below while her tail is up above. It's great. And that's like a small detail, but there are other characters like this. There's a character that is like a pig with a mouse on his back. I think it's a mouse. And you control the movement of the pig with your normal controls, but you aim with the mouse. So you have a kind of like a tank thing going on. Really cool. And I really like it. It's really great. Is the finger gun guy any good? Yes, he's awesome. One of my favorite characters. It's a really cool game. So I don't want to spend too much time on Deadlock. I probably will talk about Deadlock more in the future. After I've played it some more, maybe after it goes, 1.0 or whatever, if I decide to keep playing it. But I will say that it is really cool, and I've been having a lot of fun with it. I played it one time and kind of let it sit, and then I went back and played it again, and I was like, okay, all right. And then I decided to give it like a third try, and then I ended up playing like 10 matches, and I've been having a real blast with it. The character ability designs are awesome. Like, they blow Overwatch out of the water with regard to ability designs. And Also, it has a really interesting mechanic for experience and money gain, which was surprising to me because I expected it, given that, you know, this is probably a little unfair to Steam, or Valve rather, given that it's made by Valve, I expected it to be very similar in philosophy to Dota, but it actually isn't. And it goes in a totally different direction that I think is extremely rewarding, and it makes the laning phase, which is for a lot of people a very boring phase of MOBA games, it makes the laning phase very interesting. Yeah, Deadlock streamer pivot win. I don't, you know, honestly, I've been feeling pretty good about it. I don't think I'm gonna go that hard into it. I don't know if I got it in me to do another, to like fall into another MOBA, but if they can stay away from making it too live servicey, you know, if they can make it like reasonable and not like, you know, suffocating to play the game when it's in full release, maybe I will. Maybe I'll open my heart again. Yeah. Do they have cases and stuff like CSGO for weapons? They don't right now. There's no monetization in the game at all right now. I'm sure it will come eventually. I'm sure they're going to do some kind of skins or whatever, almost guaranteed. But for now, you know. Yeah. I'm hoping they don't do like battle passes and tons of seasonal FOMO stuff, because I won't be able to handle that. Nothing makes me drop a game faster than feeling like, I don't know, forced into all of this FOMO manipulation crap. I hate it. So, yeah. That's awesome, TechnoCal. Gayfesh says, I refuse to play any game that has a season pass. Yeah, I completely get that. There's only a handful that I will even play, and even then, it's pretty sparing, you know? Like, I played Helldivers for a while, and I played my fill of Helldivers, and I don't really feel any pressure to go back to it or to buy the season pass or anything like that. And I, of course, played Fortnite, partially because I was like a Fortnite early adopter, and so I get a bunch of, for some reason, I get a bunch of free V-Bucks. And that's, so I've been willing to go back because the Battle Pass doesn't affect me at all, really. And also, I just don't care that much about it. But, in fact, I think I even, I think I did get Snake. And then I stopped playing immediately because all I cared about was Snake for some reason. But yeah, I don't know. I really can't stand the Battle Pass stuff either. There's a handful of games I've played, but for the most part, I really, really do avoid those games like the Plague because they make me feel bad. Yeah. Yep. I played Overwatch for a while, but that was back before I really thought about battle passes. You know, there was a period of time where I just didn't care about that kind of stuff. You know, I played League of Legends, for God's sake. Yeah, but it got to the point where it starts to feel like it's just emotionally terrible to deal with a million, just constantly having things sold to you. You know, every second of every game. You're being given reminders to buy some product. It sucks. Yeah. Yeah, so it's one of those things. Who's your favorite character in Overwatch? That's a tough one. I don't really play Overwatch anymore. I used to play Overwatch. I used to like Overwatch. I used to like, when Overwatch first came out, I got into I don't remember if it was the alpha or the beta, but I was in really early into Overwatch, so I really enjoyed that. Oh wait, I remember it wasn't either the alpha or the beta. I went and played it at a convention floor at a special event, and then I got into the beta later, which was really cool. That was cool as hell. And when I played Overwatch, there were a couple different characters that I enjoyed playing. I don't know if I have a single favorite. I really enjoyed Ana, Mercy. I played Reinhardt a lot. There was something about his kit that really appealed to me. I'm trying to remember all the characters in that game. I played Roadhog for a while. I liked Roadhog. I did not actually play much Widowmaker, believe it or not. I didn't really get into her. I did play Zenyatta for a little while. I liked healers a lot. And then I would kind of bounce between playing healers and playing tanks, because I kind of liked tanking a lot. Jason Voidmind says, what about games like Warframe, where the battle pass is completely free? Actually, I used to play a ton of Warframe, and then I stopped right around the battle pass time because it was giving me anxiety to think about the shit that I was missing. It's really silly, and I understand not everybody experiences this, but for me, it's hard for me to stay invested because then I feel like I'm getting locked in, and it started to take the fun out of Warframe for me, which the fun in Warframe for me, I've mentioned this before, but I got really into the auction house stuff. Not auction house exactly, but it was the equivalent of the auction house, the marketplace in Warframe. I was really into the marketplace in Warframe. I would unlock these, what were they fucking called? They're called, what are they called? They're like mods for your character, and they have to be unlocked by doing a specific challenge. So, relics. No, relics, not relics. What are they called? Hold on, Warframe. Are they just called mods? I don't remember what they're called. Rivens. Thank you, Rivens. They were Riven mods. That's what they were called, Rivens. So I would go onto the marketplace and I would buy in bulk. I would buy Riven mods. And you could buy them for really, really cheap, especially if they had a particularly annoying challenge. And I got really good at doing the challenges very quickly. And so the Rivens would have a challenge, and then when you beat them, it would unlock, and it would have certain stats. And always, with very few exceptions, an unlocked Riven mod would be more valuable than a locked Riven mod. So if you had spare time or whatever, or if you were, just could do it really quickly, you could make a lot of the premium currency by buying people's trash locked Riven mods, unlocking them, and then selling them. And some of them would make crazy amounts of money. And so at one point, I was like, with the platinum that I got, I could buy basically anything, any premium item that my partners wanted, that I wanted. We could buy anything. Just with the Riven mod money. So that's how I would do it. It was yeah, I don't know why I really liked the marketplace there. That's awesome, Antifa Pyro. That's awesome. Kiwi TP says, I put 800 hours into Warframe, but I remember literally nothing about the gameplay other than the frames look neat. Well, that's surprising. The gameplay of Warframe is hypnotic. It is a bit repetitive, but it's also got a lot of fun quirks in it. But yeah, the frame designs are peak. And there's a lot to love about Warframe, but I don't know. I got out of it when they started doing the Battle Pass stuff. I just couldn't keep up with it. Prosy Rosie says, would you ever play a Pokemon game on stream? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I have never... It's been a long time since I've been, like, excited to play a Pokemon game, but maybe. I wouldn't say no to it outright. It'd have to be the right game, though, and I'd have to be in the right mood. But, yeah, I'm not close to the idea. Felix B says, that's honestly a pretty cool mechanic and not a bad way to implement monetization. It is pretty cool, especially because, like, there was a whole website that was devoted to facilitating trades in Warframe. It was awesome. And if you were good at it, you could make yourself a lot of in-game money really easily. And I did. Like, for example, one of the things, here's an example of one of the challenges that I would do that would earn me money. In-game money. There is a type of Riven mod that people really hated, and it was the challenge was you had to snipe an enemy out of their. There were these enemies that drive around. They kind of look like. Hold on, let me show you what they look like. Let me see if I can find the little thing. They look just like this thing from Star Wars. This. There were these enemies that flew these types of things. Here, let me show you. This. They looked just like this. There were these enemies that flew on these guys, and they would fly kind of high up in the sky on these little speeder things. And you had to shoot the speeder thing, and then you had to shoot the speeder thing without killing the guy. And then you had to snipe the guy out of the air before he hit the ground. And yeah. And so that was the challenge that you had to do to unlock the mod. Other than that, it's just a useless mod. And I played sniper characters, so I got really good at doing that. And it's less hard than it seems, but harder than most players are willing to deal with. So the thing is, there would be, on the marketplace, there would be like just loads of these sniper mods that would be like, you know, or not, they're not for snipers, they're random mods that would tell you have to snipe the guy out of the air. And so I would just do them. I would just buy them for nothing. People would sell them for pocket change because they were so annoying and they just wanted to get anything out of this, you know, mod that they weren't going to unlock. And so then I would unlock them and then I would resell them because I would frequently get very good mods out of those and it was easy for me. You know, I could take like an hour and unlock a ton of them. I could unlock like, I don't know, a dozen of them in like 30 minutes or less and then sell all of those at a massive markup and then buy something nice off the in-game store. Yeah. So, I don't know. It was cool. Cool and interesting. It's crazy. I've been talking for nearly 2 hours and I haven't even talked about my actual trip. We've been talking about video games, which is awesome, to be fair. I love video games. Yuri says, wow, the stream title goes crazy. Yeah, it does. I have a lot of things to talk about, and we haven't talked about any of them yet. Actually, wait, did we talk about one of them? I can't remember. I don't think, no, we actually haven't. I've just been rambling. But that's okay. Rambling is fun. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about my trip, shall we? Let's do some anecdotes from my trip. So, for all of you who aren't in the know, I went on a pretty long trip, which I haven't done for a little over a year. As many of my longtime viewers will know, I tend to quite like travel overall. I'm a fairly travel-oriented person. I get restless, and I always want to go somewhere new and see something new, or even go somewhere I've been before but haven't been for a long time. Last year I went on a big trip. This year I went on a much smaller trip, but still nonetheless a fairly big trip. And I had an absolutely amazing time. Did I have good food on the trip? I had perhaps the greatest food on the trip, which I will talk about, very shortly. Yeah, not gonna happen, Mr. Unfamiliar. That'll never happen. Holy shit, yeah. So I went to go see some family members because my younger siblings graduated and both made it into their colleges of choice. Now, I am the oldest kid in my family. Of all of my siblings, I am the oldest. I am the oldest, and by a pretty large margin. When I was 13. Let's see. Hold on. Wait. Let me make sure I'm getting this right, because my brain has not been in the math sphere. Hold on. I was 14. I was 14 when my youngest siblings were born. And so I took care of them a lot growing up. We were very close. Life has been amazing and strange, and it's crazy to me. And so I had a very, very, very intense and complex experience of finally seeing my siblings graduate from high school and set off to go to college. And I got to go be there and with them and talk to them and spend time with them. And I had so many complicated emotions about it, because as you all know, I grew up in a cult. I'm fairly open about this. I literally have multiple videos on it on my channel, and I bring it up fairly frequently. But my siblings don't remember it at all. They were young enough when my family finally got out that they don't remember essentially anything from that experience. And it's some people, I can imagine people are trying to, imagine how they would feel about that. And I feel the way I felt about it was joy and relief, like an overwhelming sense of relief and joy and happiness to see how well and how much happier they have been never, ever, ever having to experience that. And not only that, but that they have excelled in life, that they have done amazing, that they had a much better childhood and teenage years than I ever did. And it was, and just, I don't know, we were talking about all this, and we spent so much time together, and we were talking about everything and about their plans for the future. And it was an incredible experience, and an overwhelming emotional experience. I don't know that I'll ever really have the full words to, I don't know how to summarize that. But I'm so proud of them, more proud than I think I've ever been in my entire life of anybody. And I'm so thankful that I still have such strong connections with them. that I've gotten to be a part of their life for their entire lives, and that I'm going to continue being a part of their life. It feels great, and it feels amazing, and I'm so excited for them, and I'm so proud of them. And that was most of what my travel was all about, was going up to see my family and make sure they're all doing okay, and see them off and spend time with them. And boy, did we have a good time together. We had a great time. We went on a bunch of different adventures. We went moose spotting. We did not spot a moose. However, in the process of moose spotting, we also had a side goal. Well, okay, to be fair, we had 3 missions. Our first mission was to find a good bowl of real Maine clam chowder. Our second mission was to see a loon, and our third mission was to see a moose. And we knew the loon would be easier than the moose, and we knew the loon would be the easiest. However, we actually got even better in that we got to spot an entire family of baby loons. They were adorable. And a cluster of baby loons was swimming within like 10 feet of us where we went to go look for them. What's a loon? I'm so happy you asked. This is a loon. In fact, this is a loon and a baby loon. Here is a loon, and this is a baby loon. So loons are these very beautiful black and white birds. They are waterfowl. They have a very distinctive cry, which I will play for you in a minute. Let me get another picture of a loon so you can see what they look like from a different angle and why they are so beloved and beautiful. They are incredible, incredible birds. Just look at this. Look at this. Oh my God, they're so beautiful. Here we go. This is a side picture of a loon, and they have these red-brown eyes, and they have these incredible patterns. And I'm gonna play you the loon sound real quick, which you almost assuredly have heard a loon sound used in a movie. Let me just get one real quick. Here we go. Here we go. This is from the Cornell lab. Here's all the sounds of the loon. Hopefully it won't be too loud.
On many an occasion, I've been camping in the Adirondacks, and one of my favorite periods is right at dusk, when the lake becomes absolutely glass-like. The sun is setting, but you can still see the silhouettes of trees, all these conical spires. Beautiful reflection on the water with the last few bits of sunlight, and then you hear the wail of a loon. You'll hear one individual of the pair give this long, mournful wail, which is essentially saying, "I'm here, where are you?" Generally, moments later, you'll hear the response from the other member of the pair giving its wail, saying, "I'm over here."
So beautiful. So beautiful. Isn't that incredible, Kiwi TP? They're so amazing. They are a little spooky, but I was never really scared of loons except for one time, which I'll tell that story real quick. But first, Xerox with the tier 1 sub, thank you so very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Xerox says, I've actually seen more moose than loons where I'm from in Canada, but they both live here and they are both wonderful animals. They are indeed wonderful animals. I haven't seen that Catalina Gearbox. I'll try and take a look at it in a minute. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Xerox. They are both indeed very wonderful animals, and I'll talk about the moose in a minute. We'll get to the moose. But yeah, loons are, for me, a very nostalgic and calming sound. I lived on a lake at multiple points in my life. It was a weird experience in a lot of ways, but also very interesting. And the lake, of course, had loons, so we would hear them all the time at night and sometimes in the early morning. There was only one time when they really freaked me out, and that was I was outside swimming at night in the lake, and we had it was not amazingly deep where I was swimming, so I wasn't like being unsafe or anything. But I was swimming out there, and I got done swimming, and I climbed up onto the dock that we had to dry off. And while I was sitting there, a loon started crying out, and then another loon, and then another loon, and another loon, and another loon, until I was completely surrounded by loon calls. I don't know what was going on. They were all calling at each other all at once, all around me. It was echoing all over the place, and it was dead silent other than that. It was the middle of the night. And I was just like sitting there on the dock like this with just what sounded like dozens. I don't know how many loons it actually was, but they all started up all at once. And I was just like, and I was sitting there with my towel going like, ooh, and I'm like, I don't want to move. I'm just going to sit here until it's over. And of course, eventually they all quieted down. And I don't know, maybe it was a blessing. Maybe it was a curse from the loons. Maybe they thought I was a loon because I was swimming in the water at night. It was definitely, that was the one time when the loons scared me. And I didn't like run, but I did get scared. I was like, whoa. Yeah, it could be that they were comfortable because I was just sitting there quietly drying off. You know what I mean? I wasn't making any noise. I was swimming by myself, which I did, frequently because, I don't know, I was kind of a loner at that point in my life. But yeah, it was pretty amazing. Very spooky though, definitely kind of freaked me out. But I also have a lot of distinct memories of loons and their calls. I remember one time we went camping on a lake. And we were staying at a cabin, and the cabin was this very old cabin, and it had a portion of the house of the cabin was built, like it had an addition that was newer than the rest that had been built out almost into the water. Like the posts for the porch area, it was like an enclosed netted in porch. Like they went out and they went right into the rocks near the shore. So they weren't in the water, but they were close to it. And during the summer, it was obviously warm enough that you could sleep outside. So we would often sleep with sleeping bags and whatever out on the enclosed porch because it was just the perfect temperature. There's no AC, so you wanted that nice flow from across the lake. And I remember in the mornings, I would get woken up super early to the loon calls. They would be the first thing I heard in the morning. And then you'd hear chickadees and other such birds and the lapping of the lake water and whatever out on this enclosed porch. And it was just, it was an amazing, so again, like I said, the call of the loon is a very nostalgic kind of call for me. It's very beautiful in and of itself, but it also has a lot of positive emotional connotations for me. I can still remember, waking up to the loon call, rolling over, hearing a loon call, getting woken up again, and the sun pouring in, warming you up. You get up in the morning, you're like, oh man, what's for breakfast? Go running into the little cabin kitchen, grabbing cereal, or maybe, my mom would be awake, starting to make bacon or eggs or pancakes or whatever else, camp food, the real nostalgic camp food. And I don't know, just great memories of that. And it was always very strongly associated with the loon call. So cool. Anyway, all of this, this is a very comfy story. Oh my God, I have so many comfy stories that I could tell you about wildlife and stuff like that. It's amazing. But yeah, thank you. It was a very comfy time. In fact, I remember from that same place that we would sometimes go camp at. It wasn't our cabin. We didn't own a cabin, but it was somebody we knew that they would rent it to us for a little bit of time during a couple of summers when I was younger. I remember that same like outdoor area. This was in late high school probably. I remember I was reading through the book Jane Eyre, and I had to read this. It was summer reading for an advanced English class, which is just like, what the hell? Hell of an assignment to have to read over the summer, and I was a little late on it, so I had a lot of reading to do. And I remember sitting in a sleeping bag out on that porch for hours of the day reading Jane Eyre, trying to catch up with my summer reading, and just passing out, listening to the shorebirds and the ducks, and sometimes the loons, and the boats going by every once in a while, like all that kind of stuff. It was like, damn, it was such a chill time. Yeah, so I have a lot of comfy stories from that period of my life. It was a good period of my life. That camp was really interesting. That cabin was a whole thing. It was next to a railroad, like really close to in fact, there was no actual road that went directly to the camp. The camp was on a lumber road, so like a dirt lumber road, and then you would have to park at this landing and walk a distance through the woods, across a railroad, and down to the actual camp itself. And it had power, no internet, but it had power, and running water and all that, so that was cool. But the people who owned that camp, they would usually go there with ATVs or snowmobiles, depending on the season. So you wouldn't, sometimes they would come with their car, but we would have to, like, when we brought our cars there, we had to lug so much stuff down to the actual camp. And it was, anyway, I'm rambling about my memories of a camp, but I was up in that area for this trip, so a lot of these memories came back, and I went to that camp every year with my younger siblings who I went to go see, so I have a lot of good memories of that camp with them, of us, canoeing and swimming all across the lake. It was incredible, Anyways, right next to this railroad, and you could just walk forever on the railroad. And while it was technically an active railroad, it almost never had trains on it. So, like, the likelihood of a train coming through was so rare that it may as well have been a decommissioned railroad. It wasn't technically, but the only thing, I never saw a train go through on that railroad. I only ever saw train, like, what are they called? Rail cars. In cartoons, they're the ones that go like this. Anyway, they don't actually do that. There's like a little guy sitting on it and it's powered, but in cartoons you would see the, like, that kind of thing. Anyway, all this is such rambling. It was a beautiful place, and so as a result I have a lot of memories of these loons and stuff. Apparently the ones that have the pump action or whatever, where they go like this and there's one person on either side and they kind of seesaw it, those do actually exist. They're just horrible to use, so they're all powered. Like, I wonder if I could even find one. But anyway, we did see those go by every once in a while, and other than that though, like, it was just amazing. You could just walk as far as you wanted on this railroad in the middle of nowhere, and the likelihood of seeing somebody else that wasn't somebody you were at camp with was pretty low, unless you went towards town. And the railroad did go towards town, so you could go that way. But if you went the other way, it was, wilderness and distant camps that you might see. It was crazy and wild. Anyway, all of this was a ramble off of the fact that when I was up in my home state with my siblings, we had a mission, 3 missions in fact, which was I'll remind you, 1, to find a real Maine clam chowder, 2, to see a loon, and 3, to see a moose. We succeeded on seeing a loon massively. Not only did we see a loon, we saw a whole family of loons. They were super close to us. They were adorable and cute, and they didn't have their coloration yet. They were all just fuzzy little puffballs. It was adorable. And we saw them, you know, hanging around in the reeds. We saw a whole bunch of frogs. It was great. Then we tried to see a moose. And the moose did not go so well. The moose hunt, we had we had anti-luck. I have gone on now multiple moose hunts, and we talked to a bunch of locals up in the area that we were going to see after we were going to go see the moose. We went up into the northern part of Maine to see moose, way north, in fact. And when we were talking to the people in town, they were like, we don't see moose very often here anymore. We used to see them all the time, but we don't really see them as much as we used to. They seem to have migrated further and further north. And so we went further north, and we went into the middle of the woods, and we went down into these logging trails, you know, like real off-roading stuff. You know, we were on dirt roads, not just dirt roads, not like gravel dirt roads. We were on, you know, trails that were, you know, cars drive on them, but they're like it's like 2 little, you know, tire tracks with grass in the middle type trail, you know, with a turnaround every, you know, mile or so. And we went down those types of trails, and we did not see a single moose. We went out by water. We were looking everywhere, and they just were not around. We did see some other animals. We saw a bunch of rabbits and hares, and we saw one partridge, I think it was. Now, apparently, I know a lot of people are saying that it's sad, and it is sad, but apparently moose populations, like the numbers of the moose populations, are doing fine, but they have begun to avoid a lot of, you know, even smaller towns, smaller towns up in you know, northern states like where we were. So thankfully they're not like going extinct or anything like that. They've just moved to different locations. And they seem to spend a lot more time in protected areas, you know, which it is still very sad because they used to be willing to come around and be in people's yards and whatever. Yes, exactly, Hippie Punk. Exactly. Hippie Punk says roads in the sense that there are 2 distinct ruts where the trucks have driven and cut a path kind of roads. Literally, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly how it was. And it was great. But we didn't see a moose. I've tried so hard. The last few times I've been to my home state, we've gone on all these different little excursions trying to spot a moose, and we just haven't had any luck. And it was sad, but maybe in the future I'll find a spot. We were up there and we did come across another group of people who were moose spotting, and they hadn't had any luck either. One really cool thing was we got to climb up a fire watchtower. I don't know, has anyone here been up a fire watchtower? Because they're a wild experience. So the one that we went up was a really small fire watchtower. And it had been preserved and moved from its original location and like put in a slightly lower location. However, I have climbed a full-sized top of the mountain real fire watchtower in the past. Whether or not I was supposed to climb that, that's for the history books to decide. There was a mountain that I used to like to climb fairly close to my hometown, and at the top was a really big fire watchtower. Now, the fire watchtower, I don't remember its exact height, but let me tell you, when you climb a fire watchtower, the first few, a fire watchtower, it has like a little cabin at the top almost, which has windows on all sides so you can see very far in every direction, so that you could radio if a fire was coming and tell other people so they don't get caught by a fire. But on the way up, you have like this sort of like flights of stairs that go all the way up to the top. And for the first couple of flights, you're like, this is nothing. This is fine. I'm just walking upstairs. And very quickly, the experience changes, because it does not take gaining much actual physical height for it to become incredibly noticeable, especially when you start to pass the tree line of the trees that are on the mountain next to you, and all you can see is very distant land below you and open sky on either side. And it was when the first time I climbed a fire watchtower, I experienced the closest to like fear paralysis that that was one of my first experiences with that type of fear, where I was like, I don't know if I can make my legs go any further, whether I wanted to or not. I did eventually work up the will to continue up further, but my God, does it get scary very fast. And thankfully, the one that we went to during this trip was not that big. It was a very small one by comparison. It was shaky, which was scary. That was the scary part, was how shaky it was, because it's a much smaller tower meant for just one person to climb up in. But a lot of larger fire towers are literally, like, some fire towers have sleeping quarters in them that, like, people would literally climb up to the top and they would live up in the top of the fire watch tower so they could be watching pretty much all the time, which is wild to think about. I've never been in one. Okay, well, I've never been in one that had like a bunk up top. The big one that I went to in the past was like, I don't know. It was big enough that people could have like a little office in there, but it wasn't like a bunk style. But I know there are bunk style ones out there, which is like, whew, wild. Yeah. The one that we got to see on this trip, however, was, like I said, small and very shaky. But thankfully, it was not so high, so the shakiness wasn't the worst. It was very nice, though. And while we were there at that fire watch tower, there were another group of people who were also looking for moose, and they didn't see one either. And I was so bummed for them. But we got to talk to them and find out where they were from and all that. It was nice to talk with them and whatever. So we didn't do that, which brings us to our third mission of the trip, which was to find a real Maine clam chowder. Now, many of you who are here right now will be familiar with my rants about the real Maine clam chowder. I am a stickler about real Maine clam chowder, as most appreciators of Maine clam chowder are. And the reason for that is that Maine clam chowder, get you some chowder there, buddy. The real Maine chowder is very different than what most people think of when they think of New England clam chowder. So a New England clam chowder, and we're gonna do this again, but it's okay. You're just gonna have to bear with me because people need to learn, okay? So this is what a New England clam chowder looks like, okay? Here we go. This is a New England clam chowder. Now, it doesn't look bad, okay? And it's not. It's not bad, okay? It's a flavorful, nonetheless, and still very filling soup. But you'll notice that it is very white. It is very, very creamy, and it is very thick, okay? And a lot of people really like the New England clam chowder because it was heavily popularized by instant soup brands. Campbell's has a New England clam chowder, etc., etc., etc. And the New England clam chowder is very different from a Maine clam chowder. And I'm going to show you what a Maine clam chowder looks like. Okay? Because it's very different. Okay? This is what a Maine clam chowder looks like right here. This is a Maine clam chowder. So, New England clam chowder, Maine clam chowder. And you'll notice that, first of all, there's all these little bubbles in it, okay? Which I'll explain in a minute. It's definitely very creamy, but it is not very thick. It doesn't have that thickness, okay? And also, this particular one uses whole belly soft shell clams, which I'm going to explain why that's important in just a minute. So, there are a couple of key differences between a Maine clam chowder and a New England clam chowder, which is a Boston clam chowder. And the biggest one is flour. A Maine clam chowder never, and I am telling you this, okay, never has flour, okay? It is a sin. If it will stop being a Maine clam chowder the moment that you add flour to it. And the reason for this is because flour is a filler. Flour is a thickener, and it's fine. Flour is not bad. However, the Maine clam chowder does not use a filler or a thickener. And that's one of the biggest differences. That is the flour, and it's a pretty divisive thing. And if you ever get the opportunity to try a Maine clam chowder, then you will actually understand the difference and why it makes such a big difference. A Maine clam chowder is very, very clammy. Okay, it has a lot of that clam flavor, and as a result, the umami that is present in a Maine clam chowder is out of this world, okay? It is truly almost incomparable. There's almost no other meal that has such a rich and concentrated umami flavor to the Maine clam chowder, in my opinion. And it really is something else. The other thing, of course, the other major difference between a Maine clam chowder and a New England clam chowder is the amount of clams used. New England clam chowders essentially use clams as a flavor enhancer, whereas a Maine clam chowder, clams are the main dish. Like, they are the central player. They are character number one, player one, press start. That is one of the main things about the difference. Clam chowder. All of this is explaining the wind-up to our mission number one of finding a real Maine clam chowder. And let me tell you, that mission proved remarkably difficult. Okay? Extremely difficult, as it turns out. We called and visited multiple restaurants, and the first restaurant that we went to, which I knew had a good clam chowder because I'd been there before, were out of stock of their clam chowder. They did not have it available, which was a real bummer. But then we called like 4 or 5 other restaurants, and they all said, sorry, ours are done with flour. And the 4th restaurant that we called literally said, yeah, sorry, it's tourist season. We don't do the main style clam chowder during tourist season because the tourists prefer the New England clam chowder. It was so painful. It was literally like my soul ripped in half. It was, oh my God, I was so mad. However, we were not to be deterred, you see, because my family, thankfully, has a number of very talented cooks. And my family has a lot of people from Maine in it. A lot of them, in fact. And so, instead, we decided to make our own clam chowder. And so we went to a fish stand. We got a huge bag of soft shell clams. We steamed them. We shucked them. So let me explain the process of clam preparation. So so if you look at the clams in this picture here, you'll notice they have 2 distinct parts. In fact, here's a whole clam right here to look at. Here is the belly, as it's called, of the clam. And it's quite literally, this is like the body of the clam where its tummy is. And over here is this like weird neck looking thing. It kind of looks like a finger or a neck or a tube. This is called the siphon. Now, the siphon is very edible, okay? However, the siphon has a skin over it. The siphon has like a skin over it, and that skin, while it is technically edible, is terrible to eat. It's extremely chewy, and it tastes bad. So you have to like take the skin off, and it's not hard to do, but it is fairly messy. It won't make you sick on most clams or anything like that, but it is not pleasant to eat. Your teeth won't even be able to cut through it. It's very rubbery. The siphon underneath though is very tender and yummy. Now, some people will just get the clams and cut the siphon off completely and just put the bellies in. But you can get a lot more flavorful broth and much more clam meat if you just take the skin off the siphon. So we shucked the clams ourselves. We got the clams, we washed them out over and over again until all the sand's out of them. Then we steamed them, and we pulled off the skin one by one, and then we put the whole clams right into the broth that came from steaming them, which was incredible. The broth, I wish that I could properly summarize how delicious homemade clam broth is. Now, if you go to the store, you can buy clam juice, okay? And clam juice is basically a shelf-stable version of a clam broth. Key focus on the word shelf-stable, okay? They have to change it a lot in order to make it last on the shelf, okay? so it doesn't go bad or becomes, you know, make you sick or anything. A fresh clam broth is the most powerful broth that I have ever tasted in my entire life. It is my absolute, hands down, no questions asked, favorite broth. And we made our own broth. We added our clams to it. We mixed in our milk and our butter. We mixed in our potatoes, our onions. We even put in celery. Now, in future clam chowdas, I don't think I would use celery. The celery wasn't bad. However, in my opinion, it distracted from the clam in a way that I didn't personally like. However, a lot of people really like the celery. The celery adds a little extra texture, and if you like the flavor of celery, you know, go for it. I would not do it in the future, but the one that we did included celery. And let me see if I can actually, I believe I actually have the photo of the clam chowder that we made. Let me see if I can get it real quick. Hold on a second. Yes, I can. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get it here. Let me just get it. Here it is. Now, I am not a professional photographer, so hold on. I'm going to send a couple of these photos because they're so incredible. Give me a second here. One moment. Okay, that's the one I want to send. There we go. Incredible. I'll show you. Now, I'm not a professional photographer, at least not when I'm taking it on my phone, but I can show you a picture of the broth that I made, of the clam chowder that we made. Here we go. You can actually see my nail right there. That's my thumbnail. Now, obviously, I didn't have the lighting to make it look as good as this, and I had mixed mine up because I was eating it. Ours was a little milkier and a little bit less buttery, but my God, did it turn out amazing. It was so good. And we made it ourselves. These huge whole belly clams. You can see we got these nice soft potatoes. We've got a little bit of celery in there. We got some onions in there. And my God, was it amazing. So we had to make it ourselves, but honestly, God, it was incredible. I mean, we actually used the recipe that this image is taken from, but however, this was taken in this was a staged, this is a staged photo. I don't mean to say that it's fake. It's not fake, but you can see they arranged like sprigs, and they arranged some shells, and also it's separated a bit, whereas mine here it's been stirred up because I was eating it literally. And it was incredible. It turned out so amazing. I wanted to see if I could find a picture real quick of another thing, of another story which I'm about to tell from my travels. In a second here. Let me see if I can find them. Give me just a second here. I want to see if I can find the photos. I want to see. Here we go. This is one of them. Let me see here. I want to see if I can find another picture, because I want to talk about this place next. Okay. Wait, give me a second. I should have prepared this before, but you know, whatever. Okay. I think that's all. I think that's the only one I've got that's like that I care to share on stream. Give me a second. Here we go. Let me send this to myself. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Okay, one other picture I want to show you. So another thing that I did on my trip, so we completed our mission with the exception of spotting a moose. And one of the other things that I did on my trip was that we trekked out to a waterfall that we knew through the grapevine to be eminently swimmable. Now, waterfalls are kind of a whole thing. You know, you have to be really careful around them because some waterfalls you absolutely cannot swim near at all, no matter what. Some waterfalls can be very dangerous. However, there are many waterfalls in the world that are that you can swim around in or near. And this was a waterfall that we went to that was extremely swimmable. And I'm going to show you a picture of it right now. So these falls are, there's a river that runs obviously up here and comes down and it splits. And this river is bigger than it looks, but these rocks are formed in such a way that the bulk of the falls are over on this side, and then you get these little tiny rivulets. And down here at the bottom is a pool that at maximum was about chest deep for me, at its deepest, okay? At its absolute deepest. So this whole area down here, you can swim right underneath the water, and you can literally get like a natural back massage from the water falling down on your back. It was amazing. We went there and we probably swam for 2 or 3 hours around these falls, and it was cold. The water felt very cold at first, but it was such a hot day that I immediately got used to the water, and I ended up spending a ton of time in there. And I took a ton of pictures, but I don't really feel like sharing my pictures of me swimming around and looking like a wet rat. But nonetheless, I had a really, really, really cool time there. And while we were there, a bunch of other people, like not a huge amount, but a couple of groups of other people came down, and we talked with them, and they were nice. And they had their dogs. There was an area up to the right side of the fall where you could climb up and you could actually sit halfway up the falls. There's like a sunny spot halfway up the falls where the water will wash down next to you, but you're not even close to the water. Well, you're close to the water, but you're not like getting wet at all. And we climbed up there, and a dog, somebody's dog came and climbed up to see us. It was truly a really beautiful and amazing experience, and what an amazing time getting out there into the middle of the woods, hiking over to the falls, and everything like that. It was something else, and I felt wonderful getting to do that. It's not an experience I have had many times. I have gotten to swim waterfalls before, but like I said, you kind of got to know a place. You know, you got to know somebody who knows a place, and then you know the place. But it's kind of hard to find those spots because a lot of waterfalls are either way too fast to swim near, way too cold because they're running off of a mountain. You know, it's deep, or it's super rocky and you can't really do anything. But Manic Anti-Fascist, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Love and solidarity to the imps, mama, and the critters. Thank you very, very much, Manic Anti-Fascist. Thank you so much. But it was great. And I have a couple other interesting little stories from my travel as well. I have one horror story that I have to tell you, which we'll get to in a minute, because that one happened towards the end of the trip. But it was really amazing. The hike down to the falls was super mild. It was not amazingly hard. It's really funny. So you'll notice I'm missing one of my really nice nails. I have these really beautiful acrylic nails. I got these before I left, okay? Now, we had to climb on a lot of rocks to get into the water around the waterfall and to get up all around the waterfall. I bet you would think that I lost this nail climbing all over those rocks. But I didn't, actually. And in fact, I didn't even damage my nails climbing all over the rocks. Somehow, I climbed all over those rocks and made it all the way home, and I broke this nail on a freaking trying to open a package. I was trying to open a little I don't even remember what it was. It was like I think it was like a clamshell package, you know? And it like popped off. I'm like, no! And it like cracked in half and popped off. I literally, I slipped on the rocks at one point and caught myself, so I didn't like hurt myself, but I had to kind of grab and go, you know, because I was like, oh shit, and I lost my slip a little bit, and I was like, oh shit, and still, nothing, no nail damage, none. I lost, on my toenails, I have like gel, like I have a gel, no acrylic on my toenails. I lost one chip out of my gel nails on my toenails all over those rocks, and that's it. These guys survived. These dangerous claws survived all the way through the trip, all through the woods, carrying luggage, running all over in the woods, climbing all over rocks, getting all dirty, everything. And nothing happened until I got home and popped it off trying to like open a clam shell or something. I don't even remember what it was. It was so goofy. So fucking goofy. But, you know, whatever. It's time. Paige Punk Corp says, I'm too clumsy to wear nails like that. The crazy thing is, the only time I poked myself with these nails was after I broke this nail. So right now, I've basically gotten all the acrylic off, and it's like a fairly normal nail. But when it was first broken, it kind of had like an edge to it. And a bug went in my eye, and I instinctually went to get it with my finger and forgot that I had the broken nail, and then I scratched my eye and got like a little scratch on the inner corner of my eye. And that's the only time with these particular nails that I got me. It's so stupid. It did hurt. I was like, fuck you. And of course, I didn't get the fly. It got away. It just, I got myself. I played myself, basically. Basically, I was like, poke you, I'm gonna slash on that thing. Wait, that's terrible. Anyway. See? Do you see what I mean? No, anyway. Yeah, hit me with them. That's right, it's only gonna get worse. Anyway, yeah, I scratched my eyeball with that. That's the only time. Let's see, what else interesting things happened in Maine? We got to experience a classic New England experience. And if you're a New Englander, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, which is people chatting for like 30 minutes in the front of a grocery store. Never happens basically anywhere else. It's like, unless they're an employee, if you go to a grocery store in any big city, you might see employees talking to one another in the store, but nobody just stands around. We went up to a Hannaford's, okay? And when we walked in, it was like, literally they had thick Maine accents. Hey, buddy, honey. Straight up, hey, honey, oh my God, great to see you, that kind of thing. The whole Maine accent, everything, right next to the carts. And they started talking to each other, you know, that kind of thing, just getting into it, starting to go through it all, talking about their cousins and whatever. me and my partner went into the store. We got all our stuff. We checked out. And on our way out, they were still standing in front of the carts talking to each other about who's having a kid, whose birthday's coming up. Yeah, literally, straight up. Like 30 plus minutes after we walked in. And I'm just like, yeah, it's just like, and by the way, this was not even in a small town, okay? Like, this was in a, this was right next to one of the biggest cities in Maine. So it's like, it wasn't the big city, like, grocery store. It was like one of the cities that's near it, but it's not like we were in the middle of nowhere. It's just that embedded. Now, of course, if we were in the middle of nowhere, it would have happened just the same. But it's so funny because I never see that anywhere else. In New York, never fucking see that. In Texas, you never fucking see that. Maybe in rural areas in Texas. But it's like, it's such a funny thing. Hey, Windleby! It's great to see you. I hope you're doing wonderfully. Okay, yes, cities in Maine, I know. But Portland is a legit city. It's a real city. It's still small by West Coast standards, but it's a real city. And also, it's fucking beautiful. We spent a lot of time in Portland this trip, and because I was visiting some friends while I was up there. We went and did a bunch of restaurants. We did some shopping there. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't even get to show you my new stuff. I'll show you in the future, okay? You guys are gonna get to see my new sweater. Okay, I got an alpaca wool sweater that is the most Mainer sweater. It is the coziest sweater, but it's also the most Maine shit ever, and I'll show it to you. It is amazing. Yo, that's awesome. Congratulations on your new place, Windleby. Unrelated meme I just made. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, you're so correct. Oof. It is unrelated, but that is painfully true, Gayfish. Painfully true. Oh man. What's Bangor life like? Bangor, okay, so Bangor is also a city, technically, but Bangor is pretty small, and it doesn't really feel much like a city most of the time. Like, it's just crossed the line. I mean, I guess when you're up in, like, the mall area in Bangor, it really feels like a city, because it's like, you know, there's a mall, there's a bunch of stores and stuff, but everywhere else, it feels like it's a stretch to call it a city. But it is. And there's enough people there. But Bangor is really nice, honestly. I really like Bangor. There's a lot of, I mean, the restaurants in Bangor, fire. There's so much good food in Bangor. But Bangor is about 30 to 40 minutes from the coastline up a large river. And so most of Bangor is clustered around this gigantic river. And I mean huge, okay? Like the Penobscot River at that point is about to open up into the sea, and it is very wide and very fast, and it is pretty incredible. But Bangor is, I like it. It's a, you know, there's there's all kinds of neighborhoods and stuff there that have a lot of character. The actual central part of Bangor is very cool because it's all historically preserved, at least to some degree. So there's a ton of historical buildings there. And so if you go into the downtown in Bangor, you're seeing all of these like turn of the century and older, you know, early 1900s structures. And it's really quite a vibe. It's very cozy. There's two rivers actually. there's two rivers in Bangor. There's the Penobscot that runs along the side of Bangor, and then through the center of Bangor is a much smaller and much more shallow river called the Kennebec River. And so when you're in downtown Bangor, there's all these little bridges, and there's a bunch of parks that are like built on like man-made islands like near the river, which is really cool. So there's and you can walk to all of them across little walking bridges. So it's a very relaxing and a really relaxing town. And like I said, the food in Bangor, there's so much good food in Bangor. In fact, the best, in my personal experience, I am not an expert, but personally, I've had a lot of these now, but the best udon soup I've ever had in my entire life, and I've tried quite a few. I'm obviously still an American, whatever. But the best udon soup is at a Japanese restaurant in Bangor, and it is phenomenal. It is a stone bowl udon soup, traditional style, like country style. They put fish cakes, little tempura in there, a whole bunch of noodles, tons of veggies, and it is actually incredible. And I've tried to find an udon soup, like a stone bowl udon soup like that elsewhere, and I've never found one as good as the Japanese restaurant in one of the Japanese restaurants in Bangor. There's so much stuff. It's just incredible. JS Masochist says, how are the beaches in Maine? Extremely difficult to beat, okay? The beaches in Maine are amazing. Now, swimming in the ocean in Maine is very cold. The beaches are very beautiful, though swimming in the ocean in Maine is a really cold experience. So it's not like, you're not going to get as many, except for with a few exceptions. There's a few beaches that are very popular because there are warmer currents that bring warmer water to that beach. But they're not like as much for swimming as they are for scenic. Up in Maine, you get rocky coasts, which means that there's all these small boulder type rocks that are all over the coast, which means you can climb all over them. They're incredibly scenic. It means that the beaches in Maine are so iconic. Oh my God, let me see if I can get you some of the pictures. Oh my God, can I find the pictures from last year? Where did I put them? I know I have them. Here, let me see if I can find somebody else's picture. Yeah, here we go. This is like the exact same, almost the exact same place that we went. So, this is this is like really close to where we were. Here, I'll show you this picture. This was posted to the National Park subreddit, so I don't feel bad borrowing it. But take a look at this. So this is what a lot of the coastline of Maine looks like. It's these rocky coast, and there's these small areas where it's crumbled, and so there's all these rocks. Now, a lot of times you will get sand and small rocks in between, but you'll see when you go, if you travel to Maine during during the summer months, you'll see people out here with photography equipment, with little easels, and they'll be sitting out here painting. And a lot of these spots you can see tons and tons and tons of islands. Let me see if I can show you just how many islands. Let me see if I can show you just how many fucking islands the state of Maine has. Here. Where? Well, let me see if I can get a good one. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let me just show you. This is just one small area. So this is near the river that I was telling you before. that Penobscot River that runs through the town of Bangor, or I should say the city of Bangor, that river opens up down here, and I think this is the right one. Let me double check. Yeah, this is the Penobscot Bay. Let me see here. Yeah. Wait, let me make sure I've got the right picture here. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this is actually even better, because this one doesn't have all the other stuff on it. So, one second. I want to find one that really shows you up close everything that I'm talking about. Oh my god. Okay, so here's a perfect one. This is not the Penobscot. This is Casco Bay. Oh shit, it's not big enough. God damn it. Here, I want to show you. This is right next to the biggest city in Maine, which is Portland. Okay? Here we go. Let's see. That's much better. Here we go. This is perfect. So this is down by the biggest city in Maine, okay? And this is the type of islands that you get in Maine. So this is just one bay area. And you can see there's all these long and broken islands, and there are just so many of them. There are so many islands in Maine. It's actually crazy. And this is only one small segment of the coast. The entire coast is like this. They're all like these, just tons and tons and tons of islands. And you can, a lot of these islands you can go out to. Some of them are private islands. Some of them are like unclaimed land. Some of them are state parks. There are tours that go and stop at multiple of these islands. If you have a friend with a boat, you can go sail or motorboat between them. It's incredible. So when you go on the coast, like for example, when we visited Portland, which is like down in this corner where my mouse is right now, we went right over here to this little promontory here, and we were looking out from a park all across these islands, and it was fucking incredible. You could just see so much just from standing on a little hill over here in the big city. This is like, this area right here is where the big city of Portland is. Big city. It is magical, and it is truly something incredible. And yeah, it's just something else. I've been out to, oh, here's another island map. This one's a little harder to see, but this island right here, Monhegan Island, I've been out to this island right here. To get to this island, you have to go and take a ferry really early in the morning out of one of these harbors over here. I think we went from Rockland Harbor when I was very young, and you take a little, like a 2-hour ferry, and it takes you out to this island, Monhegan Island. And Monhegan Island is often referred to as the artist's island because it is such an iconically beautiful island. There's a town on that island. There's like a hotel and an inn and a store, and they get their mail delivered by ferry. It's incredible. I've been to that island myself, and it was like, it was breathtaking. At low tide, there is a shipwreck. You can walk from a sandy beach. At low tide, you can walk from rocks down to a sandy beach out to a literal shipwreck and just explore it. It is absolutely amazing. Just an incredible place. And I wish that I could explain just how beautiful the coasts are. But again, just imagine standing on a rocky coast like this, walking out of the forest, climbing down a little bit onto these rocks, and just looking out and seeing islands covered in forests. Sometimes, and it's kind of rare, but it is something that happens. You can actually stand on higher cliffs than these. You can look out into the ocean, and you can see whales from the cliff line. Because keep in mind that you're looking out into the Atlantic. on a lot of these locations, you're literally just looking out into the deep sea. It is breathtaking and incredible. And again, it was just an awesome experience to go and get to explore around with people that I love, celebrating such a huge accomplishment in their lives. It was great. And I don't know, we got to explore around a bunch. We got to go shopping and find all kinds of cool stuff. I scored on a quilt, an LL Bean quilt. So nice, just the right weight. I got it at one of the outlet stores. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Yeah, there was all kinds of other stuff. We spent a lot of time just exploring around, driving around, trying foods. Oh, I forgot to even show you. Are you into antiquing at all? Are you into antiquing at all? Not really. However, I am very much into going to various mineral collectors, of which there are a lot. As it turns out, given that there is so much interesting geological activity in New England generally, or there was in the past, there are a lot of gemstones, and there are a lot of gemstone collectors. And let me tell you, I don't have all of the cool ones that we got up here, but I wanted to show you one really cool one that we got. My siblings purchased a $20 grab bag from a mineral trading post that we went to. And they had so much cool stuff there but we got a grab bag and we got some really cool stuff. And let me show you one of the things that I got, because it's on my anomaly shelf now. We also got some other really cool ones, but I don't have them up here because they were technically given to my partner, which is fine. We got some really beautiful stones. This one was the one that was given to me from the grab bag, and it's a little hard to see here. Let me see if I can get it fully focused here. Look at that. Hold on, that's not... So it is a prism that has this deep inky black that fades into a dark, dark green. And it like almost appears to shift. You can actually see it in the light, that it looks like it's turning and that there's something trapped inside. And it has on the bottom, it looks like a stormy sea to me. You see what I mean? It looks like the ocean during a storm. And I loved it, and so my sibling gave it to me from their grab bag because I liked it, and they didn't love it. I said that it seems to absorb dark energies, but it is truly amazing. We also managed to get both in the grab bag and at the store. We managed to get some real Maine tourmaline. So the state gemstone of Maine is tourmaline. Let me see if I can get a picture of it. I know I can. Hold on a second. Tourmaline is an incredibly, incredibly beautiful gem, and it is very plentiful in Maine. And the most iconic color of tourmaline you will recognize very quickly. Here, let me get you a picture of it. Right here. You will probably, oh, actually, here's a picture of it when it's raw, which is interesting, but here we go. Oh, that's a terrible quality picture. Why? Why you always got to give me the tiny ones? Where's the, here we go. Let me get a representative picture of this. Sorry, it's taking me a second here. I'll show you what it looks like. Here we go. These are some much better. There we go. That's perfect. Let's look at this one. So this is what tourmaline looks. Oh my, I'm out of focus still. Shit. Thank you. Fuck, let me fix that. There we go. So right here is tourmaline. You've probably seen this type of gem before. It is like a sea green color. And I'm sorry, that was me. That was my bad. I messed up the focus trying to show the gem off. So main tourmaline it's often, like when you think of tourmaline, most people think of this color. However, main tourmaline actually comes in multiple colors. And in fact, here is a really cool painting of a famous piece of tourmaline. This piece of tourmaline contains the blue-green, the green, and the like yellowish amber color, and also black. And there's actually another color of tourmaline that is pink, which you can actually see in this original photo. If you look closely, you can see over here there is also pink tourmaline right next to the green tourmaline. So you can get multiple colors of this stone, and it's a really amazing stone that can be cut. It can be cut into like traditional, like, you know, what you would imagine to be like a polished gemstone, but it's also very popular to be worn raw because it has such a unique and fascinating color and shape. And we got some black tourmaline, which was just as dark as can be, and it's in these striated, you know, blocky, geometrical, I don't know, like rods, I guess. We were able to get some. The thing is, if you buy the green tourmaline, if you don't have a hookup and you try to buy the green tourmaline, it's going to be very expensive. It is literally marked up because it is so in demand, and people will buy it for a lot. Not to undermine the main tourmaline industry, but yeah. The other colors of tourmaline are significantly less expensive, and it's actually shocking how cheap you can get beautiful gemstones of tourmaline for nothing, for next to nothing. And so we got it. We got some, and we lucked out and got some beautiful black tourmaline for next to nothing at a little gem trading post, which was really cool. They also had some really amazing fossils and some polished stuff that I could not afford because that would be crazy. They did have, they had a obsidian pyramid that was like, I would say like about as bigger than my head. And it was a polished obsidian pyramid that was perfectly reflective on all surfaces. Like, it was truly like a black mirror. And it was amazing, and I wanted it so bad, but it was way too expensive, and there was absolutely no way for me to transport it back home. But it would have fit in so well on this set to have a giant, pure black reflective pyramid. Oh my God. They also sold obsidian mirrors, which is a disc or a oval of polished obsidian that it functions as a mirror. You wouldn't, like at first you're like, what the hell? But you walk up to it, it is a mirror sheen surface. So it is dark. The gem is dark, but it reflects so perfectly you can use it as a mirror, which is like, what the fuck? That's so cool. Steamboat, thank you so much for the tier 2 subs. Thank you so much. Steamboat says, been here too long not to be subbed. I owe a lot to the imps. Thank you so much, Steamboat. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Page Punk Corp says, is it just used for jewelry? To my knowledge, it's mostly used for jewelry, yes. Last year, my partner purchased some handmade tourmaline jewelry from a Native American-owned gem trading post, a different one than we went to this year. And they had handmade main tourmaline jewelry, and it was truly beautiful. I don't know if there are like I don't know a whole lot about... Oh, hey, here's the black tourmaline. I don't know if there are other applications for it, but it is very popularly used as a gemstone. Hold on, I think I found... Yes, here is a picture of black tourmaline. Take a look at this. Look at that. This is what black tourmaline looks like. Unpolished, just raw black tourmaline. It's got this, like, these lines, and it's like, you'd think it'd be rough. It's not rough. It's very smooth, but it's got, like, these very textured ridges, and it forms in these, like I said, columns. Yeah, I did. I showed you one of those when you came over. Exactly. It's so amazing. So cool. Anyway, I have one final little anecdote about my travel that I've been rambling about for hours and hours and hours now. But I hope you all have been enjoying the rambles so far. If you are somehow here and you haven't pressed like on the stream, please press like. And if you've been enjoying this, please, of course, consider donating to the stream. The show will always be free to the public, to the best of my ability, forever. And we rely on the generosity of kind viewers throwing tips our way. So if you feel like it, please consider donating. It'd be wonderful. The last thing I have to talk about, which is one half a very fun and heartwarming story, and one half a very frustrating and painful story. On our way back from my travel, we had a absolutely terrible flight experience. One of the worst flight experiences I've had in a very long time. And most of what happened did not happen in the air, although one very funny part did. So, at the beginning of the flight, we got an announcement from the pilot that they were expecting some rough weather along the way, and that they would likely experience some turbulence. And I was like, okay, you know, that's pretty normal. They pretty much say that all the time. If you're flying a long distance, there's always going to be some inclement weather somewhere, and you usually get some. They're like, okay, so we you know, just pay attention to the seatbelt sign, etc., etc. And I was like, okay, all right. So we were flying on JetBlue, and JetBlue, I haven't flown on JetBlue in a while, but JetBlue apparently has started doing this new thing. And that was, they have this area in the center of the plane. It basically looks like a bunch of little clear refrigerators, and I think that's literally what it is, or cabinets or something. And it's the, like, self-service snack area, something along those lines. And I've never seen this on a flight before. This is the first time encountering this. About halfway through the flight, they were like, a little earlier probably, maybe like a quarter into the flight, they were like, we're happy to announce JetBlue's self-service snack area is now available for all passengers. Please, you know, don't crowd the area, but please feel free to help yourself to any of the snacks and drinks that are available in the center of the plane. And just make sure that you close all of the containers when you're done getting them. So basically, they had like a little pantry that you could choose snacks from at will. Except they never turned off, except for maybe for like 10 minutes at maximum, the seatbelt sign. So they announced that, they told people they could go get snacks, and then they kept turning they turned the seatbelt sign on over and over again. And anytime someone got up and didn't immediately return to their seat, they would call over the PA the entire flight, probably 20 times. Please return to your seats. We have the seatbelt sign on. Please do not mingle in the pathway. Please do not mingle around the central area. It was the most hilarious thing. Like, please help yourself to the snack booth. Anytime someone tries to go to the snack booth, please make your way back to your seat immediately. Do not spend time mingling in the walkway. Every single time. It was to the point where my partner was like, this feels like we're in a schoolhouse. They were scolding people constantly through the flight. It was, I swear they were fucking with us. It was literally like people would get up to stretch their legs. They'd be like, please do not spend time in the pathway. We may experience inclement weather and you need to return to your seat immediately. I was just like, damn, they are completely fucking with us. It was actually insane. And it was like, they were so consistent about it that I was like, you have to know that you piss people off with that. The weird thing was, we didn't experience basically any turbulence the entire flight. They left the seatbelt sign on almost the entire flight with a few exceptions. I'm talking really short periods where they turned it off. And then there was basically no turbulence. However, something did happen, and it was incredibly unpleasant. But before I talk about the unpleasant, I will talk about the pleasant. Something very pleasant did indeed happen on this flight, which is that I met a Kamala Harris superfan. And I did not expect that. And I don't know. She did ask for my YouTube channel because I mentioned that I was a YouTuber. And she was like, you talk about politics and stuff? I'm like, yeah, I talk about all kinds of stuff. I do talk about politics, but yeah. So she might, maybe she watched. And if she watched, it was great talking with you. You know who you are. She was I think she was in her 50s, late 50s, maybe mid 50s. And she was talking about how she got active in politics for the first time. And she had gotten on board with Get Out the Vote initiatives, and she had been trying out social media for the first time, and she tried out Threads. And I was like, oh, I have not touched Threads. I would give you advice, but I don't know. I don't know anything about Threads, so good luck. And she was talking about she had a whole booklet of Get Out the Vote stuff she was talking about, and she was super passionate about it. She was sharing memes with me the whole flight, Kamala Harris memes. There were Kamala Harris memes I didn't even know existed. Like, for example, did you know that on Threads there was like a viral trend of people posting their like Chucks, like the Converse? I didn't know this, but apparently Kamala Harris is like a big fan of Converse shoes. And so there was like a viral trend of people posting pictures for Kamala Harris wearing Chucks, you know, the Converse, the classic Converse. I learned about that thanks to her. Apparently it was like a whole thing that I didn't know anything about. And talking with her was great. She was super positive. She was super nice. She was extremely passionate about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, which I will say was inspiring to me. Very inspiring to me, because I have never heard anyone being positive about Joe Biden. And it was kind of crazy that right after, you know, Joe Biden steps out of the race, Tim Walz gets announced, I actually meet people who feel positive. Newcomers to politics, people who weren't super politically involved before, talking about being excited about politics because of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, which I don't think that like Kamala Harris is the most inspiring candidate ever, but it just speaks to how uninspiring Joe Biden really was. And that the fact that they're like Kamala Harris is appealing to people, and they are feeling passionate about it, which I think is a very good sign. Obviously, this is a massive anecdote, but I have never, ever had a random conversation with somebody about Joe Biden in my entire life. Like, and I have now can claim that at total random, I had multiple conversations, deep conversations about Kamala Harris, and that was pretty wild. Chainsaw says, "Oh no, Threads is so bad. I go there to troll woke scolds." Well, I hope I don't believe that my flight buddy is a woke scold, but I do believe you that Threads is terrible, and I wish her the best on her Threads journey. I can't speak to the quality or lack of quality of Threads because I won't go there. There were too many brands. It was driving me out. It was driving me crazy. I couldn't handle all the brand. But no, she was super active for Kamala Harris. And I will say, as things got worse on the flight and everyone's mood got significant worse, then I got to see, and I liked this personally, but I got to see the let's call it the dark side of the K-Hive. Which is that as everyone's mood declined, she started talking smack about Donald Trump. Now, as you know, I love talking smack about Donald Trump, so I was so here for it. And I don't know if everyone else on the flight was here for it, but the gloves came off as the mood declined on the flight. And she was just swinging at Donald Trump, just dunking on him, bam, 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 for everything. She had pulled up on C-SPAN transcripts of Donald Trump's speeches and was just reading sections of them and then shitting on him. It was like I got treated to the world's first stream of that type. Like it was a personal stream, and I was the only person in chat. It was, well, me and my partner and the people around us, but they were lurkers, okay? It was so good. It was so incredible. Oh my God, it was like the most, I don't know. It gave me a small bit of hope for the world, you know? It was so much fun. The Trump dunking was great. I'm pretty sure there was like a Trump fan sitting across the aisle from us, because now I don't know 100%, because to be fair, as I'm going to tell you, the end of the flight got truly miserable. So it could just be that they were pissed off, but they definitely could hear us shitting on Trump, and they definitely looked more pissed off than anyone else around us, even though everyone did look pissed off. So we might have pissed off the Trump fan, but it was very funny, and they didn't say shit, and we were just sitting there fucking ripping into Trump and the stupid shit he was saying. It is not often that you get on a flight and, oh my God, I forgot to tell the story from the first flight. Oh, okay, I have to tell one more story after all of this that is really funny. I completely forgot to tell one of the funniest anecdotes from my trip. I completely forgot because my brain is cooked. But I'll tell you this before we finish this section and go do something else afterwards. Anyway, it's not often that you spend a lot of time talking with people on flights. I have flown a lot in my life for a bunch of different reasons at various points. It's just been a part of my life that I've had to fly a lot in my life. And occasionally you do end up in conversations with people. Sometimes they're really pleasant, sometimes they're really uncomfortable, but most of the time, you just don't really talk that much to the other people around you in a plane. Everybody kind of just wants to zone out and get it over with. But this was one of the best. I've had a few really positive experiences, but this one was one of the best. And, you know, shout out to the newest recruit to the K-Hive. Godspeed. I think if you continue to recruit People like my flight buddy, you are going to do just fine. So, now, 2 more things before I finish my travel anecdotes. The end of the flight back home was torture. So basically what happened is, and I have never had this happen before. In my entire history, I've flown a lot. You know, I'm 33 and I've flown in my life a lot, and never have I landed and then upon landing been stranded on the tarmac. I have been delayed on the tarmac on both takeoff and landing. Usually landing delays are much shorter because they want to get you off so they can turn the flight around. But when we landed, there was a storm in the Seattle area. And when we landed, they said, we have some bad news. Unfortunately, the gate that we are in is occupied, and ground crews, for safety reasons, have been grounded. They're not allowed to go out on the tarmac right now, or at least they're being told that they're not allowed to. And now I used to work as ground crew for like a year or more. I think it was like almost 2 years that I worked as ground crew for an airline. And I have worked during all kinds of storms. I have never, like outside of all the flights being canceled, I've never had like ground crews are not allowed to go out unless it's like a hurricane or something like that. This was a rainstorm and it was pretty bad, but I was really surprised by that. But they're like, yeah, ground crews are not allowed out, so we're gonna have to wait here. And we waited, and it was 30 minutes, and it was 40 minutes, and it was 50 minutes, and then they announced again, they said, sorry, we don't have any news right now. You know, we're gonna move when we can. Please don't stand up out of your seat because we don't know when we're gonna get the call to move, which was insane, by the way. That was a genuinely deranged thing of them to do. They're like, yeah, we don't know when we're gonna move, so we're just gonna keep the seatbelt sign on. And they were yelling at people to get back into their seats while we were grounded and not moving. They were still scolding people, which is crazy. Anyway, they were like, we don't have any news. We don't know when it's going to be. It ended up being fucking 3 hours. 3 hours stranded on the tarmac on landing. I am not joking. It was like more than half of the length of the flight itself. 3 hours stranded, and they wouldn't let us stand up. They didn't want anybody to move or anything. It was hot as fuck. They forgot to turn the Wi-Fi back on, so you had to use the crappy cell phone. It was crazy because you could, over time, it started with like, you heard people just sort of like uncomfortably shuffling, you know, like, shuffle. And by the end, everyone had lost their composure. Everyone looked pissed off, and they were just like openly groaning. Like people were just like, oh, like it started to sound like the fucking Termitary from Pathologic 2. You know, the track that I play all the time to be scary. It was literally, I'm not kidding you, Uncle Gumbold. I thought that people were gonna lose it. I was like, all it would take is one person to get pissed, and I feel like there would be an uprising on the plane. Like, that's how bad the mood was. People were so fucking pissed off. It was insane how mad they were. And when we finally got off, after 3 hours, they finally let us off. The strangest thing happened. Wouldn't you believe it? I have never in my life had a more orderly exit off of a plane than after that torture. We finally found what changes the mind of airline travelers. I'm not even kidding with you. We were not near the front of the plane, and we got off that plane like that. It was like their spirits had been crushed. Everybody filed off in an orderly line. Nobody was standing up to get their stuff early. They waited their turn, they got their stuff out of the overhead, and then they shuffled off. Nothing, no incidents, no people like stumbling over each other, having conversations. It was like it broke people's minds, and everybody just progressed through. It was incredible. The only, like, after the 3 hours of pain, crushed into submission. And I will say, we had to ride so we were on one of the, like, remote terminals at the Seattle airport. Seattle airport's a really weird airport. It's like extremely long, and then there's like a satellite one that's way out on the, like, far away. So you have to take a train, like this little subway, basically. It's like a little miniature subway car, tram or whatever. And we had to take that, and it looked like the end of All Quiet on the Western Front. If you've seen that movie, like, everyone piled in, like, crammed into this subway, and everyone had a 1,000-yard stare. I have never seen a more depressing subway ride in my entire life. Like, I swear to God, there was like a small child riding in like a little, you know, whatever it's called, a little trolley or whatever. I can't remember what they fucking call those things. You know, the ones that have, like, you know, they're like a seat, not like a carriage or whatever. But I swear the kid looked like he was like 60 years old. He had been aged 60 years by the experience. A stroller, thank you. I don't know why my mind was blanking on the word stroller. He looked like Benjamin fucking Button. Yes, exactly, Windleby. They lost a bit of themselves on that tarmac. Yes, literally. I don't think any of us are going to walk away from that the same. 3 hours stranded on a tarmac in a modern airplane is like the worst experience ever. By the way, I can confirm to you from having flown a lot and having not flown in a while, airplanes are significantly less comfortable than they used to be. Like, it's egregious how little space they actually give you on these fucking airplanes. 85D2D Derek with the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 85D2D Derek says, just caught up, but this has been a great stream. The story about swimming at night being surrounded by loons gave me chills. I feel like this would have had deep significance in ancient cultures. Well, it had deep significance for me. Maybe not the same religious, but it definitely was a very, like, I don't think I'll ever forget that moment my entire life. It was a wild experience. Thank you so much, and I'm happy that my story was able to give you some chills, because it gave me them for sure. Thank you so much. It was something else, okay? Oh my God, like, it was just, there are experiences in life that are not strictly painful, but that are miserable in, like, I don't know, it's like a bunch of little miseries add up. Now, there were aspects that were painful. My back, I don't have the best back in the world. As you know, I fucking injured my back and I've had to work on it. My back is doing, by the way, much better than it used to be. But while this experience wasn't strictly painful, it was like extremely sweaty, circulating air in the plane with like very poor AC, so everybody's hot and sweaty and miserable. The seats are uncomfortable. You have no leg room. You're getting restless legs. Everybody started to get headaches. They were out of water bottles, which was also crazy. There was like, people were hungry because it had now turned from like a 5-hour flight into like an 8+ hour flight. It was just, it was terrible. People were so freaking hungry. It was just a crazy experience. Oh yeah, plus they kept talking, they kept scolding people over the annoying PA system. Crazy shit. Genuinely a deranged experience, and everybody looked like they had experienced great misery afterwards. I know that there's like worse flights out there. I know there are. And I have felt like acutely worse, but that was one of the worst like overall flight experiences by the end of it that I've ever had. God, it was miserable. I have one more anecdote from travel that I think you all will like, which is the first flight, the flight going to Maine. This one was so fun. This one was so funny. Okay, I can't believe I forgot to tell this earlier. I meant to tell it earlier, and I just got lost in everything else we were talking about because, you know, I'm such a rambler. But, oh my God. So on the way to Maine, we got seated in the absolute back row, the furthest back row, which never ever believe anybody if they say that you get more leg room if you're in the back row because your seat can't lean back. It is not true. We had same plane, same design. We were not in the back on the second flight. On the flight there, we were in the back. We did not have any more leg room. We simply could not put our chairs back. It was horrible, okay? Just terrible, okay? However, that's not the funny part of this story. The funny part is that the person who was sitting next to me on the flight there, they were very nice. We didn't really talk very much at all. They were very nice. However, they were a plane snoozer. Now, I used to be somebody who could sleep on a plane. I literally can't anymore. I don't know why. I just can't. I'm not able to. I used to be able to, and I used to be able to just sort of lean against the wall and fall asleep. Can't do it anymore. Lost the ability at some point. Don't know why. This person was a total plane snoozer, okay? They had sweatpants, generic sweatshirt, a neck pillow, eye covers, sound canceling headphones. They had the whole setup, okay? And they were like ready to snooze, okay? And, but they put on a movie, on the flight. And I now know what that movie is called. It's a movie called, The Boys in the Boat. The Boys in the Boat. It is a movie about rowing or crew or something like that. You know, the sport where they row the boat. So they put on this movie and they immediately fell asleep. They did not even wait a moment to fall asleep. They just fell asleep the second it was on, okay? And the first funny thing that happened was they kept nodding their head, and every time they nodded their head, they would hit me in the ribs with their elbow, which I am, you know, I'm plenty soft. I'm not going to be hurt by it. It was making me laugh, actually, because it didn't hurt. It was just making me laugh that they kept going bunk, bunk, bunk. And I got poked like 3 or 4 times early on. And eventually they moved and shifted, and they moved slightly like this so they weren't poking me anymore. I don't know if they actually knew they were poking me because they were, like I said, complete snoozer mode, okay? However, something even funnier actually happened, which is that when they fell asleep the second time, their elbow was on the movie controls. Now, I don't know why JetBlue designed it like this, but in the current JetBlue layout, the movie controls are right at the tip of the armrest. I watched in my peripheral vision, The Boys in the Boat probably 4 times during this flight. And this movie sucks, okay? I'm trying not to be judgmental because watching a movie on a plane is a terrible decision. You will always review the movie worse because it's a tiny screen, there's lots of distractions, you are going to miss stuff. And I've talked about this before because when I watched Nope, for some reason I thought, you know, I've heard things about Nope, I'm gonna watch on the plane, and I missed like every detail, and I had to watch it again, and then the second time I watched Nope, I loved it, and the first time I was like, eh. So don't watch movies on planes. However, this time, I saw the movie 4 times. I didn't miss a single goddamn detail in that stupid fucking movie, okay? And it was so funny because the first time it happened, I saw a scene and then I looked away and I was doing something else and I looked back over and it was the same scene again. I was like, wait a second, hold on a minute. Did they do the same scene, like, or a very similar scene twice? And then I realized, because I was watching the screen, she kept hitting her elbow on the skip button and fully restarted the movie at least twice, but rewinded the movie multiple times. So I watched as the movie rewound through scenes, and then she would shift, and then it would start playing again. We'd make a little progress, and then it would go back, and then it was so funny. I couldn't interrupt it. You know what I mean? I finally got to see the end of the movie when she woke up and started watching the rest of the movie as if nothing had ever happened. I don't know how she didn't conclude. Like, maybe she did. Maybe she was like, oh, I must have restarted the movie, or maybe it paused or something. But I don't know. She just picked it right up and kept watching. And by then I was like, I've seen this movie 4 times. I know all the scenes. This is the scene where the coxswain yells too hard and the coach has to tell him, you know, loud doesn't equal better, but we need you to be loud, but we need you to be loud at the right time. Yeah, I wonder if she was just like, yeah, this is the longest movie ever. What the hell? I've never once seen somebody like accidentally mess with the movie controls so many times, and it was one of the funniest things. I've been like thinking about that experience ever since. The only other thing, and this is the one that really did kind of bother me a little bit, is that the lady, in addition to being a snoozer, she was also a koofer. And she did not do a very good job, let's say, covering her mouth. She was just like, I'm like, God damn it. It was, thankfully I did not get sick. I did mask up for most of the flights, especially on the second flight, and I did not get sick, thankfully. But yeah, no snoring, thankfully. There are some, okay, one last thing. This was not from this trip. This was from a long time ago, but, and it was before COVID and everything, but I need to tell you about one other travel experience that was not from this trip, that was the closest I've ever been to losing my shit and getting myself in big trouble. It was like one of those moments where I had to enter like a dissociative Zen state in order to survive, which was, this was on a flight quite a few years ago, and I was sitting and I was like kind of snoozing at the end of a flight, and there was this old man behind me who kept, you know, doing old man coughs. Like, you know, not like sick coughs, but like, you know, old man coughing all the time. You know, that kind of stuff. And at one point, he got up, towards the end of the flight, he got up to go do something. And he put both his hands on the back of the chair in order to help him stand up. So he pulled the chair down, and he went, right as he did so. So my head was like this, got pulled, I dropped my headphones, my head got pulled back like this. And I'm sitting like this, and I just get coughed straight in the face by an old man. And then he just gets up and walks away. No apology, no nothing, nothing. Just straight up, like, just pulled my head down. And it was completely out of the blue for me, because I'm just sitting there minding my own business, and all of a sudden the chair is down, and there's an old man coughing in my face. It was disgusting. It was foul. And I nearly lost my mind. I was seething for the rest of the flight. And I just had to just bury it. Because if I said anything to him, it would have been an incident. You know what I mean? It was one of those times where, like, the only answer is to just let it go. Because if you don't let it go, the only other option is freaking the fuck out. You know what I mean? One of the single worst, like, random experiences like that. I mean, I've had some nasty shit happen to me in my life, you know? But that was one of the worst. That was just like a random event. Oh my God, it was so bad. Anyway, I think that's all of the stories from my trip. That's all the funny stories, I think. Was there any more? Trying to remember. I mean, there was lots of small things, but most of those are not like, they're only funny if you have the context of knowing the people. So I think that's everything. I think we hit everything of my trip. We did it, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the many, many, many rambling anecdotes that I had from my trip that I wanted to share with you all because, I don't know, I wanted to. Have you heard of people raw dogging flights for internet clout? What do you mean by that? I don't even know what that means. What do you mean by that? Like, JS Mascus said, absolutely awesome time. Thank you for sharing. You're welcome. You know, part of my job is sharing stuff that I do with y'all for fun and laughs, and hopefully we laughed. Oh, not doing anything during the flight. That sounds terrible. You want to know? You watch the flight tracker? That's insane. That's fucking insane.
I am Adolf Hitler!
That's insane. Watching the flight tracker is actually evil. Exactly, 85 to 2D Derek. Literally, exactly. Grabs your head, pulls it back, coughs in your face, refuses to elaborate, just grumbles away. Watching the flight tracker, checking the flight tracker from time to time is fine because then you can see which state you're above. But I'm not kidding you. I will not leave the flight tracker on because if you watch the flight tracker, it is like a watched pot never boils times 1,000. It is torture. That's genuinely insane. It actually slows the plane down, yeah? Like, the plane is like, we can't handle the eyesight. It gets like, the plane gets like stage fright. No, the flight tracker, look, the flight tracker is not bad in and of itself, but you can't watch it. You have to check in on it. It's super interesting if you check in on it. You can see how fast you're going. You can see what state you're over. You can see the weather patterns nearby. You can see the time, the distance to elapse, the time zones. You can see little tips about the cities that you're flying over. Super cool. Just don't watch it. I'm telling you, it will make you go crazy. It's like if you watch that shit, it's worse than watching paint dry. Because at least when you're watching paint dry, you're like entering your mind palace. When you're watching the flight tracker, there is just enough stimulation that you can't enter the mind palace, but not enough that you're actually entertained. You're not gonna get blocked. I already talked about that though, so you'll have to go back further into the stream and see what I had to say about it. Yeah, sorry about that. But I'm not gonna block you. I don't block any. The only people I've blocked are people who are being annoying trolls about it. That's it. Alora says, oh yeah, raw dogging flights is a, yeah. Posted a thing I saw a few days ago in general on the Discord. Oh, I must have missed it. That sounds evil. I played Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers on my flight. On the first flight and the second flight actually, which is a perfect flight game. It is hypnotic and just enough stimulation that it puts you into the spot where you're like in the zone, you know? Oh, I just posted it. Oh, it's like a 10+ minute video. Oh my God. They actually reference that, Windleby. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Or wait, maybe you were talking about the flights thing and not the game. New Anna says, it's very rare of a streamer to talk about outdoors content. I want to change that going forward. One of the things that I'm changing about my life is I am deliberately spending more time outdoors and deliberately getting more into outdoors stuff generally. I've talked about this before on my stream, but in case nobody's ever heard it before, when I was younger, I spent a lot of time outside. I was a kid of extremes. I loved video games and I loved being outside. So I would play video games and then I would take a break and go on a huge walk in the woods for like an hour and just by myself, you know? Later on I would sometimes listen to music, but for a lot of my life, I would spend just incredible amounts of time just wandering in the woods or wandering, wherever I felt like going. It's as I got older and I spent more time in work, I spent less and less time outdoors. And this got, to the worst, probably the worst it's ever been when I moved to a big city, where it became harder and harder. And I want to change that. I want to bring back something that I used to do more, which was spend a lot of time outside, do more outdoorsy stuff, and talk about more outdoorsy stuff, because I think it's interesting, fascinating, something that a lot of people are interested in, and something that I care about a lot. Now, I don't know if I'll ever be like outdoorsy streamer or anything like that, but it's something I want to do more of. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what you're talking about. Windleby. Yeah. Annie says, is that the Balatro clone based on Blackjack? Actually, believe it or not, it came out before Balatro. Well, its demo came out before Balatro's demo. So, it's not actually a Balatro clone. And in fact, the dev of Balatro and the dev of Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers are, they've cross-promoted each other, which is super cool. However, I've heard it's broken. It is not as polished yet as Balatro. And I don't find it as personally fun as Balatro. However, it's still very good, and I quite enjoy it. And I think that people should give it a try because it's a fun game, and it has a really good art style, and it's very intriguing. I think in the future, when it gets a little bit more work done on it and maybe some revisions to the balance, I think it's going to be a 100% banger. But right now, I would consider it like good to great. I would consider it good. Maybe not quite to great yet. Balatro is like game of the year contender for me. I absolutely love Balatro. Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers is like, this is a good game. You'll have fun with it. It's worth the money. Yeah. Steamboat says, Mama, you got me hooked on Balatro. It's so fucking good. Balatro, that's why I said this year is going to be the hardest year ever for me to pick a personal game of the year. Balatro is as inventive, as fun and replayable. It's so magical. I feel so lucky. I feel lucky that I got to play Animal Well. I feel lucky that I got to play Shadow of the Erd Tree. Even though I heavily criticized Shadow of the Erd Tree for its own things, I still thought it was an absolutely amazing experience. I feel so lucky that I've gotten to play, did I say Balatro already? It's just amazing. Yeah. Got no time for a new game. I will say, Balatro is a game that you can play incredibly casually. It is a very pick up and go game. It's like you can do a quick run, 20 minutes, and it's over. And you can sort of just save it. So I'm not trying to like sway you if you don't have time for a new game. But Balatro is one of those games that's just like, it is not, there's no like story elements. It is a card game that is, it's meant to be played really quickly. So it's very pick up and go. I feel like there's too much math involved. Yeah, that's especially true for the other game we were just talking about, Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers. I suck at that game because the mental math for Balatro works better for me. I don't know why. Something clicks about it more than the blackjack math. I'm so bad at the blackjack math. But, you know, I've heard Zomboid is good, Windleby, but I've never played it. Also, it could be partially, by the way, that I feel my way through Balatro better than I feel my way through blackjack games, blackjack hands. So Balatro is like fake poker, and it's more about building a build. And most of the time, when you're not super min-maxing at the ultimate difficulty, you do not need to like do the math. You just need to be able to like have a good mental estimate. And I'm pretty good at that. I'm pretty good at going, yeah, that should be good enough. And to be fair, my highest stake in Balatro, hold on, what are the stakes? Let me double check. I have to double check the stake list. I'm really high up. Let me see. My highest stake is orange stake. I have not beaten orange yet. I have defeated purple and I have reached orange. So I am on the second to last stake. And I'm hoping to win it soon. But, so I can play to it, and I've beaten most of the challenges in the game. I think I have like 5 or 6 challenge decks left. Amazing game. But yeah, I understand, like, the thing is, the game is designed to be able to communicate its scoring without you actually having to do hard math. So yeah. Mr. Unfamiliar says Demon Mama would get sucked into Zomboid so quick. I've heard good things about it. I know some people who've played it, but I've never actually gotten to play it myself. I should probably check it out at some point. It's the best survival game that exists. It can't. Okay. The best? The best? The current mods that are out is pretty damn good. Woo! It's so in-depth and realistic. That's a strong claim. Because to me, the absolute best survival game in the entire world with almost, I've never even seen anyone come close, is The Long Dark. Yep, Uncle Gumball, you know it. You know it. Now, I will say, The Long Dark is a very specific and grounded type of survival game. So I'm open to the idea that there are games that are like on par but of a different style, you know? But I've played a lot of survival games and I've never played one that even comes close to, like, even with a different style, being on par with The Long Dark. But I'm open to it. The Long Dark is incredible. The Long Dark is a game that's like, it is one of the most relaxing games that I've ever played, despite the fact that it is quite difficult. Have you checked out Green Hell? I have not played Green Hell. I am familiar with it, and I checked out the reviews, and I was kind of like, I don't know if this is for me, but if it's good, I might check it out. It's like Long Dark, but in the Amazon. Okay. Well, if it's like a grounded survival game, I thought Green Hell was like there were monsters or something. Or like enemies of some sort. In The Long Dark, the only enemies is dangerous wildlife, and that's about it. Okay, so yeah, there is. They're cannibals. Okay. So it's kind of like The Forest. I like The Forest, but mostly I like the enemy designs in The Forest, and everything else I was kind of like middling on. I like that you can build tree forts in The Forest, but a lot of the stuff, I didn't like a lot of the mechanics of The Forest. But yeah. Alora says, if I were to say that there's a game from the early 90s that is sort of set up like early roguelikes, but it's actually a survival game set in fictional Iron Age Finland, would that be something you're interested in? Unreal World? Yeah, that actually sounds really interesting. It still gets updates? Unreal World. What the hell? That sounds sick. Survival-based roguelike game. What the hell? That sounds awesome. Oh. Ooh. Oh, it's really. What the hell? This looks sick as hell. What the? Hey, you got little dudes. You got little freaking guys. You get little pictures of a guy, of a survivor. This looks sick as hell. You get like pictures of the zone that you're in and the weather conditions. This looks awesome. Okay, I'm gonna add this to my Steam wish list right now. This looks sick as hell. I gotta add this to my Steam wish list. Whoa, I might have found a. You might have just found me a amazing new game. CDDA if you want a real crunchy experience. Let's see. Oh, I've heard of this one. I've heard of Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. But I've never played it. Oh, this is very like classic roguelike. Unreal World. Wow, this looks amazing. What the hell? This looks so cool. I love the little pictures they have. Gabsty, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, keep waiting, Santhers. I don't address insane people. Insane, violent, slanderous freakazoids. It's not going to happen. So you can keep watching. You can keep waiting. Or you can chill out and re-enter the world of reality and the sane. Wouldn't that be interesting? Wouldn't that be interesting? I mean, it's whatever, Fortnite. I don't care. Yeah, if people are gonna be assholes about it, I'll be like, address my parasociality. It really is that insane. I don't know, like people can't, people, I don't want to get into it. There is a certain type of entitled internet insanity that is just very, very weird to come into contact with, and most people are not going to come into contact with it in their lives, and I'm happy for you if you never have to come into contact with it, because it is like talking to somebody who's like fallen into the like QAnon or Pizzagate pipelines. You're just like, wow, you have a completely different conception of reality and life than myself. And yeah, it sucks. But yeah. Anyway, Alien Romulus. True. We should talk about Alien. And then, well, we'll see what else we have time for. I have to be a little careful with my stream lengths for the near future because of my back and because I still have some medical stuff I've been working with. So, but it's okay. I'm going to do as much as I can. Oh, hell yeah, Windleby. I am going to avoid, no. Don't worry, Antifa Pyro. That we are doing for sure. Don't worry about that. Hey, thanks, Charlie. Welcome to the site chat. Hope you have a great time. Get comfy. I'm going to, Windleby, I'm going to try and keep it as spoiler-free as possible. And really what I'm going to be talking about is less specifically about Alien Romulus and more about the Alien series as a whole. Okay, so you don't care about the spoilers. That's actually even better. Maybe I will just do it. Oh boy, we're going to talk about that, Mr. Unfamiliar. All right, let's do this. Let's talk about it. Let me get some water in me. All right. Okay. My lovely imps. You probably know. Actually, wait a second. Abort. I'm gonna read that and then we're gonna go into it. Kitty Tick with the tier 2 sub. Glad to have you back. Thanks for sharing your stories. Found this and immediately thought of you. Big hugs. Thank you very, very much, Kitty Tick, for the tier 2 sub. Thank you so, so much. I will check this out. This looks funny. I'll put this on my watch later. Thank you. Oh, there we go. I gotta put this on my watch later. Thank you very much, Kitty Tick. Okay. Let's restart. My lovely, lovely imps. If you've watched my show before, chances are you know that I tend to have a couple of media, I don't want to call them franchises because I usually don't actually get attached to the franchise or anything like that, but I have a couple of media things that I care very, very strongly about. You got the Berserk, you got the Dune, you've got Pathologic 2, all of the classics that everybody knows that I talk about all the time. Okay, I have a couple of them, all right? And what many of you probably don't know is that there is one that I have basically rarely ever talked about on this channel because I kind of stopped being obsessed with it a long time ago. However, there was a period of my life in which I was extremely obsessed with this particular media property, whatever you want to call it. And that media property, franchise, whatever, is Alien, the sci-fi horror made by Ridley Scott. Alien was one of my biggest obsessions when I was quite a bit younger. Now this was long before I was a streamer. This is when I was like a young teen. My dad bought an Alien quadrilogy box set. And that was the beginning of a extreme obsession that led me to playing so many different video games. I read Alien novelizations multiple times. I read Alien versus Predator movie novelization years before the movie came out. I would read forums and find out when the next Alien media was going to be released. I played a Alien versus Predator fighting game. I read the Alien versus Batman comic. Did you even know that there was an Alien versus Batman comic? Because there was. It was a retelling of Batman, except his parents got face-huggered instead of getting killed by a burglar. I'm not even kidding. That's a real, actual thing. Yeah, exactly, Gayfesh. Gayfesh says, "This is where I watched my parents get face-hugged, Michelangelo." It scared the shit out of me as a kid. I was terrified. It's weird. I think I read it while my mom was at a hair salon or something. And I was sitting there in the lobby of the hair salon reading this terrifying Batman Alien crossover, and it scared the actual hell out of me. Okay? I was so into Alien. I saw Alien 1 through 4 more times than I could even count. Okay? And then I saw, slightly older, quite a bit older, Prometheus. And it was at that point that my relationship with Alien changed, basically forever. We're going to get into all of it shortly. But I wanted to just talk about some of the stuff that I really loved about Alien and the Alien series. There are a number of Alien video games that are actually like God tier. Yo, we doing food or something?
Do you want some on stream?
Yeah, what do we got?
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms?
Mushroom soup.
I want mushroom soup, yes!
With wild rice.
With wild rice? Oh my god! Yes, I'd love mushroom soup with wild rice.
I'll bring you some.
Oh, thank you. Pardon me. I just got offered homemade mushroom soup with wild rice, which sounds amazing. I want to play Alien Isolation on stream at some point. But the Alien series games are some genuinely incredible games. So, Alien vs. Predator by Sierra is an god-tier, terrifying banger first-person shooter game that to this day absolutely slaps. And AVP2, which is made by a different company, but is a follow-up to AVP1, obviously, is easily one of the best monster games that has ever been made. It is one of a very small selection of games where you play as a monster and they make you feel like you are playing as a alien monster. In the AVP games, when you play as the alien or the predator, your experience of moving through spaces is completely different than when you're playing as a human with the shooter and the gun. The alien has you literally climbing on walls, hanging upside down. A lot of when you play as the alien in AVP2, you start the game as a face hugger, and you have to sneak around and find somebody who you can safely face hug. And then you then burst out and you play as a chest burster. Literally, you are completely vulnerable. You can do nothing but nibble at people's ankles, and you have to run around and hide and play a stealth game, crawling around on the floor and slipping into vents. It is genuinely incredible. You have to bite your way out of the chest. It is so, and then after that, you play as a full-grown alien, and the spaces that you are moving through are some of the same, you go through some of the same levels that you go through as the human and the predator, but you are crawling on the ceilings and hiding in corners and leaping from person to person. It is a wholly transformative experience that puts you in the shoes of a new being. You have to adapt to a different way of moving through the space, and it is so peak. Don't play the human campaign. Play the alien campaign. Now, it's so incredible. AVP 1 and 2 are both amazing. I do think the human campaigns are still very good, but the real treasure is the alien and the predator. Both of them are so goddamn good. Thank you so much, Mithril. Seriously, thank you. It is just, oh my god, I love it so much. Also, the online PvP for AVP2 was amazing. Thank you very much. I'm gonna pause and eat this, and then we'll continue. AVP2 had one of the coolest asymmetrical multiplayers, and it is a genuine historical tragedy that it is extremely difficult to actually play that game, if not outright impossible to play that game multiplayer anymore, because it was one of the absolute coolest things that has ever been made. You played like humans, predators, aliens, were three-way matches where everybody has different strengths and weaknesses, completely asymmetrical objectives, completely asymmetrical warfare. Incredible. Nobody's done it. Okay? And there was also an oft-forgotten AVP strategy game that I believe was only on Xbox. And in that game, you play as the aliens, you have to protect your queen, you have to harvest and drag.
No, this instead of a fork.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Oh no, I'll just keep both, it's fine. You have to drag people that you incapacitate back to your nest, goop them up, you have to manage eggs, hatch the eggs. The face huggers have to face hug onto different types of beings in order to get the types of troops that you want. So if you want normal, xenomorphs like from Alien, you have to get humans. If you want runners, you have to get animals. If you want predator, if you want the pred alien, which is like a hybrid predator alien, you have to get it on a predator, which can be very difficult. You have to, if you want to get special types, you have to evolve your normal things by putting them into cocoons. It's this really complicated strategy process where you're playing as a bug nest of aliens. And it's amazing. It was so cool. Now, we're going to pause real quick so that I can eat my mushroom soup. and then we will resume the alien discussion once I'm done eating the mushroom soup. This is a very mushroom and rice mushroom soup. Oh my God, it smells so good. It's hot as fuck. Ow! Okay, hot as hell. Maybe we let that cool for a minute. Holy shit, that's hot. Ow! This I don't know all of the mushrooms that were in this soup, but usually Doe makes this soup with the button mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms. So there's 3 different mushroom types. The base broth is made with what's it called? It's called dashi. It's called shiitake dashi. So usually we make the shiitake dashi as the base of the broth, and then the rest of the mushrooms are added in and cooked together, chopped up, and then we add the wild rice, and it is amazing. It's so good. This is always a very it's like a extremely hearty and nutritious, very, very, very savory dish. In the past, we've made it with rice. I recommended the next time Doe make it, we do wild rice, and so far, first bite is amazing. Have you had a morel mushroom? I have, but not recently. I'd like to have it again. Morels are supposed to be... The morel that I had was in another dish, so it wasn't the main character. So I'm not a morel expert, but I know they are very beloved by mushroom enjoyers, of which I am a mushroom enjoyer. Polaire says, I love dashi. I just made a dashi-based soup. All people should consider keeping dashi stock in their pantries. Straight up, it is incredibly effective and delicious and easy way to get a very strong mushroom umami flavor. I'm just gonna finish this and then we'll get into it. Uncle Gumbald said, did anyone watch the Rings of Power premiere? Is it good? I have not seen Rings of Power at all. I did see a lot of people randomly saying positive things about the new Rings of Power season. I've considered watching Rings of Power. I've also considered watching House of the Dragon. I don't know if I can handle another heartbreak on the Game of Thrones thing, but maybe. I'm definitely open to Lord of the Rings because I love Lord of the Rings. House of the Dragon is great. I've heard it's great. I'm a little nervous. Huh. That's exactly Gabs D. That's what I'm saying. Gabs D says, Game of Thrones was great too until one point. Yep. Game of Thrones was like absolute banger until season 4, and then it just rapidly just went straight into the trash can. So real bummer. Damn, this is so good with the wild rice. True, Windleby. Windleby says the Game of Thrones ending had like Seinfeld ending levels of cultural impact because of the ending. I'd be surprised if they didn't heavily vet however they're going to end House of the Dragon. Or like Sopranos ending. Ether says, hard disagree. Game of Thrones was good until season 6. Season 7, the quality went down. Shame there was never a season 8. Nice. No, I think that I'm a defender of the Sopranos ending. Even though I haven't completed The Sopranos, I was spoiled on the ending, and I've watched like multiple videos analyzing the ending of The Sopranos, and I'm a defender, even though I haven't seen the whole show yet. I have not, Violet K. I have not. Gayfesh says, yeah, like, I think back to shows I've gone back and rewatched. Basically, none of them had shitty endings except for Star Trek Enterprise, but I love the shit out of How I Met Your Mother when it was on the air, and I've never gone back after that fucking finale. I've heard it's bad. I never got into How I Met Your Mother. There are 2 shows that, like, where the ending of the show, like, ruined everything that I felt about the show, like any good that I felt about the show, and that's Game of Thrones and Lost. To be fair, both shows, like they're, when I say ending, I mean not literally a single episode, but I mean like where they went. Lost, what a loss, for real. Jesus Christ. Like, I won't go rewatch Lost. I rewatched Game of Thrones because I rewatched the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones because I stopped. By pure chance, I stopped before season 5, the first time I watched Game of Thrones, like when I was watching it live every week. But I would never watch Game of Thrones again. Now that I've seen it all, the 8th season of Game of Thrones was like a genuinely miserable watching experience. I'm not even kidding you. Like, it wasn't even entertaining. It was painful to watch. I never finished Dexter, so I can't say. I fell off of Dexter at season 6. I just was like, eh. You know, I actually haven't seen the last seasons of the X-Files. I really liked X-Files, and I've watched the first few seasons many times, but I've never actually finished the entire show. God damn. This mushroom soup is incredible. What days does Demon Mama stream? Unpredictable. I shouldn't do it this way because it's good for business to have a steady stream schedule, but for my own personal inspiration, I stream on the days that work for me, which is usually you know, depending, 2 to 3 times a week. Usually these days it's been more 2, but that's because I've been, for some reason this year has been crazy busy. I don't know, it's weird. I feel like I've streamed a lot this year. Like a lot this year. But also I feel like I've been crazy busy this year. This year's been crazy. What a weird year. After I went on my huge RV trip last year, the like giant road trip across America, I got back and I locked the fuck in. It was crazy. Like straight up, we didn't do, until this vacation, we haven't traveled, we haven't done anything. You know, the only time that I've taken time off since the road trip was basically when I was like, had medical shit going on. Crazy. Actually wild. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna hit the bathroom, then we're gonna continue the alien segment. Oh, I gotta play the bathroom song. What the hell? What's wrong with me? Have I lost control of my mind and my soul? It's time. Here it is. Bathroom song. Turn it up a little bit. Crank that
Hey,
shit.
that Demon
There we
Mama
go.
has to go to the
There we
bathroom
go.
to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Demon Mama bathroom song. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and sound a most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom?
Perfect timing. Perfect timing.
I hope she doesn't walk
please,
the door.
go purchase Ivy music.
She doesn't walk the door. She walks the door. A little... Okay, you're just fucking with me now. there your phone, the stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody
like and subscribe.
Yo! That is, of course, the Gayfish Calliope remix of the bathroom song. Go check out Calliope's new album. Links in the chat. I'm going to drop that in the chat right now. Go check that out. Boom. Boom. Oh, I can't put it in YouTube. There we go. Now I can. There we go. Absolutely amazing. Okay, everybody. let's bring it in. Okay, I gotta reorganize because this is gonna be edited together. No, YouTube chat's being great right now. YouTube chat's wonderful right now. The cool thing about my YouTube chat is that because we have spent so much time building a cool community over the course of literal years, and because we never like neglected YouTube chat is chill. YouTube chat is great and full of great people. And yeah, of course, it is the place that trolls and weirdos will hit first because it's easier than going to the site chat. But the overall culture of YouTube chat is great. Okay. Wait. Okay. We have to get back on the alien thing, and then we have one extra special treat at the end. Okay. We were talking about the Alien versus Predator video games, and all of this was to sort of talk about stuff that I felt positively about the Alien series. The Alien series I really loved. There is just something so evocative about the design of the aliens. The H.R. Geiger influence is incredible. I love the strange and terrifying fixations of the horror in the Alien movies. They're like scared of like forced pregnancy, and it's a very weirdly psychosexual story that is sort of told through the sci-fi lens, and that's true for honestly all of the Alien movies, even the new ones, but especially the original 4. And the games, most of the games are less thematically strong, the games take the creative space and the designs and they follow it to its logical conclusions. And I love that. I love that all the games have all these different monsters and variations, and this whole system that they build up, this lore of how the like alien biology functions, and it's really cool and creative, and there's just a lot going on there. I mentioned that Prometheus was a turning point for me with regard to how attached to Alien I was. And I never saw Alien Covenant until last night. But I'm going to talk about that. I also just recently saw Alien Romulus. So I have now seen all of the mainline Alien-related films, including all the AVP movies, and I've seen the original ones many, many, many times. So let me talk about Prometheus first. So Prometheus was a sort of attempt to not reboot, but reopen the Alien money pile. You know, the money machine of Alien. Alien 4, also known as Alien Resurrections, Alien Resurrection, was a very strange movie. Now, I am one of the people who will defend Alien Resurrection. And the reason why I will defend Alien Resurrection is because while it is a very flawed movie in a lot of ways, it's on some freak shit. And I love that about it. And as a result, it follows in the spirit of the entire original Alien franchise. Alien 1, very different movie than Aliens, which is the second Alien movie. A very different movie than Alien 3. A very different movie than Alien 4. All of the different Alien movies are almost arguably different genres. The first movie is a sci-fi horror, a just straight up, no questions asked sci-fi horror. The second movie is an action movie. The third movie is a prison drama with horror elements. Very strange film. I love the third movie. Some people absolutely hate Alien 3. I think it's great. And the fourth movie is the fourth movie, look, the fourth movie struggles to find its footing unless you take it as a weird psychosexual freak film, and that's its genre. Because in a lot of ways, it tries to be an action movie again, but it also has some creepy body, like a lot of creepy body horror elements. But the one thing that's overwhelmingly present in Alien 4 is weird, I don't even know, kinky, messed up sexual stuff. It's very weird on that front. There's a scene where Ripley falls she's very stripped down, and she falls into a writhing pile of H.R. Geiger, unidentifiable H.R. Geiger patterns, and she gets all wet and slimy, and she sinks through it down into like an alien nest, where she lands I think she's literally standing on the chest of an alien queen, but this alien queen is a hybrid. So instead of being like a normal alien queen that lays eggs, it's pregnant with a huge alien belly that's swollen out to here and throbbing and covered in veins. There is constant homosexual tension between this movie's Ripley, who is not the same character as the other three movies, is definitively not the same Ripley. It is a different Ripley. It just looks like Ripley, but it's a clone, and she has her own motivations and a completely different personality deliberately. And she befriends a synthetic played by Winona Ryder, who's like a solid foot and a half shorter than her. And there's multiple scenes where Ripley, alien hybrid Ripley, is just face to face, inches away from Winona Ryder's face. It's wild, okay? There's a lot going on. They also introduce a very strange and kind of funny looking alien human hybrid that imprints on Ripley and is like mommy, basically. It's wow, that movie, and so in that way, if you view it through the lens of it being like a French guy working through his robot and alien fetishes in film form, all of a sudden it's kind of, I wouldn't say it's elevated, but you can see where it's going in its own genre. And Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of cool in its own weird way, and it does have a lot of things that are like, man, that looks like terrible, and boy, the writing is not as good, and the storyline doesn't make as much sense, and it's kind of not doing a whole lot of new stuff with the like core plot of the movie. But then it has all this other stuff. Like there's this one scene where they go into like a lab and there's a bunch of failed clones and they're just totally deranged body horror props, like physical molds of like failed Sigourney Weaver clones. And it's just like, wow. I don't know. Interesting film, for sure. And then Prometheus happened. Back to Prometheus again. We loop back around. I watched Prometheus 2 nights ago because when the newest Alien movie, a movie called Alien Romulus, came out, I went and saw it, and then I noticed that on social media, on literally YouTube, Twitter, Discord, everybody was talking about Alien again. And especially they were talking about Prometheus again because of how closely tied Prometheus is to the newest movie. And I felt like I was going crazy. Because people were like, Prometheus was so deep. It had so much going on. It was scorned by the populace and critics. And I'm like, well, first of all, no, it wasn't. Prometheus got fine reviews. In fact, Prometheus got good reviews from critics, which I think is not all critics, but it got decent reviews. And nobody really scorned Prometheus. Prometheus was not liked by fans of the Alien series. It was rejected by the core audience, but it was not like scorned by critics. And even then, the rejection was not that hard. I would say the real movie that got dunked in the trash was Covenant, but we'll get to Covenant. Let's not get there. But I went and watched Prometheus again the other day, and wait, I should tell this first. The first time I saw Prometheus, I did not like the movie. In fact, I wouldn't say that I hated it, but I strongly disliked it. The first time I saw it in theaters many years ago. I saw it again recently, and I still didn't like it. I don't know if I would say that I hated it. I don't think I can say I hated it, but it is not a genius movie. In fact, it is a insultingly stupid movie that makes me angry sometimes to watch. However, there are 2 things that I have to say are good about Prometheus. I mean, just straight up good. One, the set designs are really good in Prometheus. All of the sets that they actually did look great. And I love, there's this one shot in Prometheus where they're getting in a dropship. I want to see if I can show you it because it looks just so awesome. Oh, they don't really, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find the screenshot of it. There's a scene where they're getting into a dropship and they all have this armor on and it has these gold pieces. And the whole scene, the color composition of and the design of the interior and the design of their suits, it all looks just so on point. And I loved it. I love how good the ships look. I love how good how intricate the designs of their silly alien outfits are. They've got all these little gold bits. It reminds me of like, I kept joking when I was watching Prometheus because I kept saying, Hideo Kojima did it better. Hideo Kojima did it better. Because it made me think of aspects of Death Stranding. But Death Stranding is just so much better. It looks better and it has better writing. But that's neither here nor there. The designs, the visual design of Prometheus was great. And there's another thing that was really great. This is something I changed my mind on, okay? And that is David is great. I can't believe I was gonna say this because I don't remember liking David at all. But now that I've seen both Prometheus and Alien Covenant again, David is, if both of those movies had just fully embraced being movies that were just about David, David is the main character and that's all that matters. Like, I think they would have been better movies. Like, David is such an evil, he's such an evil guy, but he's evil in such an interesting way. He's such a fascinating character. And of course, the Michael Fassbender performance is fantastic. That's the biggest change from the first time I watched Prometheus to the second time I watched Prometheus is that I'm like, wow, actually, I'm totally here for David. Like, I don't mean that I like him as a person. I just mean like he's fascinating and he's incredibly entertaining. We'll get to Covenant in a minute because I want to talk about Prometheus. I'm going to talk about Prometheus, then we're going to talk about Covenant, then we're going to talk about Romulus. Prometheus is, watching it again, it was just like, why did they write it with all of the characters being so painfully stupid? They were stupid in a way that makes the movie feel stupid. They were stupid in the way that characters from a slasher schlock film from the 80s are stupid. And it's so annoying because in none of the original Alien movies are any of the characters like that type of stupid. Like, there are arrogant characters, there are characters that are unthinking and cruel, and there are even characters that are dumb. But in Prometheus, the characters are they just don't think about anything at all. Obvious things that it breaks their character to not think about these things. When they go on Prometheus, they go on the planet, they immediately take their helmets off the moment that there's sign of a breathable atmosphere. It just makes no sense. They have like a biologist and a virologist and a doctor on board, and they're all just like, yeah, sure, take your helmets off. And immediately, the moment that someone gets sick, they don't go, oh crap, we need to quarantine, never take your helmet off again. No, they keep taking their helmets off. They basically leave their helmets off for the whole movie. And I don't understand why, except maybe that like they were like, oh, our actors don't want to be in helmets the whole movie. Just, again, goofy, yeah, exactly. Goofy horror movie stupid. There's multiple, they're all touching the goo. I kept joking that they're licking everything because they want to see what it tastes like, but I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm almost not kidding. They take their helmets off and they're poking goo and going, what's this? That's weird. And I'm just like, I don't know. It completely breaks the suspension of disbelief in the film when a bunch of like scientist characters are just flagrantly, aggressively, unbelievably dumb about like how to engage with an alien environment. There's also like some pretty bad pacing issues that contribute to this in Prometheus. Like, for example, they land on an alien planet and the guy's like, oh my God, nature doesn't build in straight lines. They're like, that's an alien structure. They've just landed on an alien spaceship after years of interstellar travel. And he's like, it's Christmas. I'm not waiting for us to do atmospheric surveys or geological surveys with the scanner. We are just immediately, from the moment we land, we are going to run down into our ATVs and drive across an alien surface into an alien structure. It's just like, come on, like nobody would ever do that. Like only a character that has been put into a movie that's having pacing issues would do that. Not even the most arrogant and stupid character that you can imagine would ever just be like, yeah, we don't need to use our ship's onboard scanners to scan for hostile life, for toxins, for, you know, dangerous geological, and of course, literally immediately afterwards, and it's a problem in the movie too, because immediately afterwards, they detected there's a horrible storm coming. And it's like, if you had literally just turned on your little satellite, you would have seen it's just silly. It's very silly. Oh, and the guy talking to the alien, where he's like, the biologist guy who's like, oh, I can bond with it or whatever, and he's like, come here, little baby. Oh, look, it's so beautiful. I gotta take off my helmet and put my face in its face, and it's like, okay, dude, like, they're all like hyped up as like experts in their field, and it's like, sure, okay, you can have like, in my opinion, you can have a character who's just like a blistering dumbass who faked his way into like a position of authority, but you can't have every single expert and scientist on board your ship be a fraud and just not comment on it. If you want to make that a part of the story, like a commentary on like, oh yeah, like all of these so-called experts are frauds, but they didn't. They're like, just, this story is just like, nah, they're experts, but they're also just idiots. I don't know. Yes, Left Turn Front says, I remember in the original Alien there was an argument about breaking their extremely strict safety protocols to bring the first person who got face hugged on board for treatment. Yes, in the first Alien movie, there's just like this, like, the characters are logical. They're thinking people. They're not just like dumb pawns in a like schlocky B movie. And it feels good and you care about them. But also that's another huge problem with Prometheus, is that the characters are oh my goodness, I got a hiccup there. The characters are totally flat. I can't even remember half of the character's name in Prometheus, let alone a single character trait about any of them. And in all, I mean all, of the original Alien movies, the side characters are like a big part of the story. Yes, there are characters who don't have much, who just kind of die. Like, that is true. But there are many characters for whom there is great depth, or at least some love shown, and that is not true for Prometheus. In Prometheus, there's like basically no side characters that have any characterization at all outside of being like a lore delivery system. Like, I'm thinking about the, what's her name? I can't even think of her name right now. The lady, the daughter or the clone, she's implied to be like a clone of Wayland, of Mr. Wayland, of Peter Wayland. Yeah, Charlize Theron's character has no personality established whatsoever. Vickers, thank you, Vickers. She's like it's like vaguely she's supposed to be like a frigid uptight, and that's it. But that's like a very flat thing. Vickers, she's uptight. Okay? Pilot. He's well-meaning and not uptight. Okay? You get David, who's great, and you get Shaw. And even Shaw, I'll say David has a ton of characterization, especially that extends significantly more in Covenant, which we'll get to in a minute. But even Shaw is kind of neglected in the character department. When I try to put together what Shaw's deal is, it's really hard to figure out like what was trying to be communicated. She's traumatized, but the way in which she's traumatized is very unclear. So like her father died of a sickness, and so she believes in some kind of religion, but she never really talks about her religious beliefs all that much. It sort of manifests as a vague sense of hope. And her boyfriend, you get a little bit of his religious stuff because it says he's a true believer. But when they say he's a true believer, they mean he's like a true believer in the fact that there's aliens out there. And that's about all that you get from him. It's just very clumsy in how it chooses to execute this. And I saw people being like, oh my God, there was this one thread that was analyzing the scene where they wake up the engineer and the engineer sees David and David talks to him in like what he thinks is the engineer language. And they were like, this scene is so rich. This one single shot communicates everything you need to know. And it was just an alien it was just the alien going like this. Like neutral expression. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. In that scene, 2 seconds later, the engineer goes berserk for unclear reasons. And it's like, even in context, it doesn't mean anything. We have no context for what any way to read or be communicated with the engineers. The engineer just freaks out immediately and then starts running. And I'm just like, I don't know what I was supposed to get from this scene. Do you want to know what scene did actually, there's one scene that kind of touches on what a lot of people were trying to say was communicated in that scene. And that's the scene where the recovered engineer's head blows up. They bring back an engineer head that got chopped off in an emergency, and then they look at it and they put electricity in it to see how it responds, and then the head blows up. And David is like, well, I guess that God was mortal after all, or something like that. He says something like that. And in that scene, it's kind of like what that communicates is that it's David basically being like, he's kind of being smug. He's like, yeah, look at you humans. Your creator sucked too, just like mine. Like David watched this arrogant asshole, Peter Wayland, turn into a rotten husk in front of him, desperately clinging to life at the expense of every other person in his life. David was basically like, yeah, you're my God. You're my God that created me, and you're a disgusting bag of filth. You can't even measure up to me, which kind of creates David's God complex, you know? And so like there's a mirror there, but the actual engineer scene has basically none of that. The engineer just wakes up and goes insane, and then it's over 2 seconds later. It's I don't know. It's clumsy and terrible. They're sort of touching on these. There's like a Nietzschean aspect to David, where it's like the death of God, the concept of like man having killed God, and tried to that kind of vaguely Nietzschean concept, but none of them are really fully followed through on in the text of the film. We don't really, David, we don't get quite enough from David to be like, okay, like, and also they never follow up on other things. Like, for example, there's a theme that's established, or at least attempted to be established, where between Shaw and her boyfriend, Holloway, and Shaw's like, well, what if I can't create life? What does that say about me? And then Holloway's like, that's not what I meant. And then she does create life, but it's unwanted life. But they never really do anything with that. They never like conclude that. She is able to create life with the help of the goo. And so it's sort of implies like the film never really touches on it other than that. So does it imply that like it would be bad if she couldn't create life, or that it was good that she did create, or that it was bad that she did create life with the help of the bad goo, of the black goo. It just, we get nothing. You literally get nothing. So there's these things that are like, ooh, what you want to think about that? And then there's nothing for you to think about with that except for on your own to go think about it in the real world. But I don't know. I don't find it very satisfying. That's Prometheus. Prometheus was like, completely. I should talk about this before I move on. Prometheus basically takes the like established lore of the alien universe and just makes it worse. And that was what pissed off a lot of alien heads like myself, which I'll admit, I was a bit of like, whatever the alien, like, you know, there's Wikipedia. Well, I was the Alienpedia kid, okay? So I like knew all the stuff about the lore and all that stuff. And I just saw this movie and I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you like, remember this with the space jockey? Like, the space jockey is the obsessive mystery that enchanted so many Alien fans. For those who don't know what the space jockey is, the space jockey is, it was in Prometheus, it was revealed that the space jockey was the engineers in their spacesuit in a little command thing. In the original Alien, it is a contextless random discovery that is found in the ship that they go into. It's just a part. It looks like this, okay? It's like there's this thing, a humanoid, vaguely humanoid thing looking through like what appears to be a gun or a telescope in this H.R. Geiger thing. And you just don't get to know what it is ever. It's a mystery. It's a complete mystery. And people, it was enchanting because there's no answer for it. And you'll notice it has things like a hole in its chest, which people analyze the shit out of this little frame to be like, oh my God, an alien must have bursted out of this thing. That must have been where the first alien bursted out of or whatever. But it was all just people just being enchanted by a mystery. And I don't think anybody really wanted the answer to the space jockeys. Even in the games, they don't actually answer that. In the games, they reference the space jockey. You can find the space jockey in the AVP games. Like, you can find a space jockey in a hidden location. And it's like, oh shit. But it's not like giving you any more lore drops or whatever. And then in this movie, they're like, actually, you know what it is? The Prometheus is the equivalent of that Wikipedia page about breasts. You guys know about that? On Wikipedia, because at some point a Star Wars character references breasts, there's a Wikipedia entry about the canonical existence of breasts in the Star Wars universe. And it is very funny to read it. In fact, I think I can read it. Let me see, here we go. Yes, here we go. This is from Wikipedia. Breasts were a functional anatomical feature in some mammalian species that gave birth to live offspring and fed them with milk secreted by mammary glands. Some non-mammalian species had the appearances of breasts along with some droids with feminine programming, but they did not have milk-producing mammary glands. And it goes on, by the way. This is a very, very long article, to the point that it's like an in-joke at this point. You know? Because I'm serious, it really is that long, okay? And Prometheus is basically the film version of that, where it's just like, you have, in the name of like expanding your lore, you have put yourself in a position of coming off of just being ridiculous and laughable. in answering questions that nobody ever asked in the first place. And it's just nobody wanted. I mean, people want to know the origin of the space jockeys, but they want to speculate on it. They want to be, you know, teased and hinted at, because that's the fun of it. The fun is that there's still a mystery in the universe. If you go, the space jockey is a space suit and a navigation console for these guys called the engineers. The engineers actually made the aliens, and they made the aliens with this black goo. And don't even get me started on the like lore consistency nonsense, because I don't want to. Okay, I should. I'm gonna. This is like the canonical storyline is basically, you know, it's basically the idea that like evolution keeps like trending towards crabs. It's carcinization, but in the alien universe. So according to the post-Prometheus lore, xenomorphs aren't, you know, they're not like an alien species. They are the result of a bioweapon. However, let's be clear about this. There was a creature that looked exactly like the xenomorph from Alien 1 in the past that was worshipped by or revered by the engineers. Presumably they created it in the first place by using the black goo. So they made the Alien 1 xenomorph, but that is not the xenomorph that we actually encounter in Alien 1. In Alien 1, the xenomorph is the result of experiments undertaken by David after the events of Alien Covenant. So the engineers make a black goo, they make an alien that looks exactly like the alien in Alien 1, and they're like, this shit is awesome. And then David is like, I'm gonna make that thing again. And so David takes the black goo, he kills the rest of the engineer society, and then he uses the black goo on the people on colonists who are on the ship in Alien Covenant, and he perfects the perfect xenomorph. Now, I am not aware of the full skip on how he got that xenomorph onto a separate space jockey vessel to then land on a random planet, which would then later be discovered. But that is the storyline as I understand it, is that the xenomorph from Alien 1 is the product of experiments done by David. With the black goo. Now, why did they need to have black goo? I don't know. I don't know what the black goo adds to anything. But the black goo is here to stay and is also present in the movie we are ultimately going to talk about, which is Alien Romulus. Let's move on from Prometheus into Covenant. Alien Covenant is terrible. Alien Covenant was not liked by basically anybody. It has pretty bad reviews on basically every platform. And I watched it last night and I was like, man, this movie is just terrible. It is not good. The characters are extremely flat, with two exceptions, which is David and Danny McBride's character, who he's a wife guy, and as a result of being a wife guy is a flat character type, but it's a character type that is like understandable, and therefore it kind of like lampshades the fact that none of the characters are written with any depth whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. Like the character works because, first of all, Danny McBride is a great actor, and secondly, because it's a simple character archetype that even though he's kind of a flat character, he's enjoyable nonetheless. David, that movie, if that movie had just been about David, it would have been awesome. In Covenant, there's so much nonsense, and the central part of the movie, the best part of the movie, is this extremely homoerotic relationship that David has with another synthetic named Walter, who looks exactly like him except with different colored hair. And they play the flute together, and he's like, let me do the fingering. And he's holding his hand, and it's extremely homosexual tension to a maximum degree. And I wish I could say it like went somewhere with all that, but it really doesn't. There's no resolution between like the difference in mentality between Walter and David. And at the end of the movie, David is he just usurps the whole movie. But they couldn't commit to making it a movie about David because there needed to be the framework of an Alien movie. There is all these really goofy scenes of all of these extremely, I don't even remember the name of the character, all of these extremely forgettable characters wandering around the planet and stepping on mushrooms and again, they're all extremely dumb. They do the same thing that they did in Prometheus. They all take their helmets off immediately and immediately get sick. None of them even think to like do a quarantine. None of them even think to put their helmets back on. They just keep running around, stepping on mushrooms, getting sick, blowing up into aliens. And I'll be completely honest, the effects looked like crap in Alien Covenant. Down to the fact that like, and some of it isn't just the quality of the effects, some of it is the fact that they just made dumb decisions with the designs. So they decided to skip the chest burster in Alien Covenant. In Alien Covenant, there's a scene where a tiny little action figure-sized alien bursts out of somebody's chest. It's the same chest burster scene, but instead of a chest burster coming out, it's a little tiny alien, and it stands up and goes like this, goes, oh! I wish I was joking. It literally looked like a meme from YouTube with like a little green alien coming out and going, woohoo! I was just like, I wish, let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Oh my God, they have a behind the scenes one with the actual alien that they used. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I have to show you this because it's just so... Wait, hold on, is this? Okay, no, okay, hold on a second. I thought this was behind the scenes, it's not actually. Let me see if I can find the shot with the little tiny alien that pops out. Is this it? Yes, this is the behind the scenes. Here we go. Look at this. It's literally a tiny little alien. It's like... So, I don't know. Why did they defer from that? Also, it is implied that David deliberately designed the aliens to no longer use the black goo, but instead to use chest bursters, or to use face huggers, which is a very strange decision that to me seems silly, almost like laughably silly. In Alien Covenant, all over the planet are mushrooms that spray a spore into, they spray black goo into the people, and then an alien pops out of them. And David was like, I've derived the perfect version. It doesn't, instead of using an invisible goo spore, it has to chase you around as a little spider and maybe get you. I don't know. That does not make much sense to me. And to me, what it feels like is they're writing the movie backwards. They're like, crap, we've written ourselves into a corner. We need the alien. We need the alien to end up being like the alien in the first movie so that everything makes sense. And in order to do that, David needs to design it to be more perfect, which means he needs to make it into a facehugger for some reason. Flighted Crow, that would be cooler if it was. Like if David just said, I think it's sexier this way. That would be, actually, I would respect that so much, because that would be in character for David as well. If David was like, actually, I am God. I thought it was sexy for it to be a spider that suffocates you and chokes you and puts an egg down your throat. I thought that was great. I don't like the black goo. Then I would respect it. But they don't. They don't do that. Instead, he's just like, no, I made the perfect optimized alien being. Yeah, like this is more pleasing. Yes, exactly. That's like a literal line, right? He is a creep. There's literally a line where he says like, this is more pleasing or something, right? That would be better. I would respect that so much more. Okay, one small fun fact that I learned as a result of diving into all of this so that we could talk about Alien Romulus. Did you know that according to the canonical lore of Prometheus as expanded upon in the Prometheus novelization, the alien, the little xenomorph from Prometheus, which is referred to as the Deacon for some reason, did you know that it turned into a mountain? I'm not kidding you. It literally lives at the end of the movie, and it metastasizes into a giant mountain that produces life all over the Prometheus planet. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it turns into a mountain, and then other creatures, it produces goo and makes more life. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information. That kind of makes it seem like the xenomorphs aren't bioweapons and are actually just kind of like interesting and cool. But that's a real thing. I learned about that in researching in learning about stuff for this little rant that I'm doing. It's kind of cool. And the thing is that, like, when I think about aspects of these stories, I'm like, damn, wouldn't it be interesting and cool? And then they just don't do that thing, ever. They never do that thing. It's just like, I don't know, like, you could have a whole conversation about, like, the xenomorph being, like, the perfect life form, and the perfect life form is, like, a fundamentally deranged concept, and that, like, everything that gets infected by the xenomorph DNA ends up becoming exactly like a xenomorph until the whole universe is just xenomorphs. Like, you could have, like, you could have an entire conversation about that. It would be interesting thematically, you know? It could be like, you could have a whole conversation about, like, hey, the xenomorphs are a reflection of the culture that created them, in the same way that David is a reflection of Wayland and his science team that created him, and so on and so forth. But they just don't. They miss that. They just, like, they go, like, kind of towards it, and then they veer off in some other direction. And I feel like the other direction they go into is the Mr. Krabs money meme. That's the direction that they always veer off into. It's just like, so why did you end Prometheus the way you did? Money. And what about Alien Covenant? Money. Yeah, I don't know. So, a lot of potential and a lot of missed potential, which brings us, at long last, the longest road that we've ever taken in any Demon Mama stream ever. That's totally not true. But we finally arrive at Alien Romulus, okay? Which I saw Alien Romulus, and I apologize. I'm gonna try to avoid spoilers to the best of my ability, but it's not gonna be, it's not gonna be 100% possible, because there's certain things I need to. Okay, forget it. Spoiler alert. I won't be able to talk about this without going into spoilers. Spoiler alert. I'm sorry. Spoiler alert. If you care about spoilers, I promise you, you're not missing anything with spoilers. It is not that type of movie. But spoilers. Spoilers! Ah, spoilers! Okay. Alien Romulus. I saw it in theaters, and I had a good time. It is certainly an entertaining movie. However, it was one of the most sort of shameless, do you remember that? Movies that I've ever seen. Not quite as bad as like Star Wars stuff, but it was pretty damn close. The first 30 to 40 minutes of the film was awesome, and I was like, I am really here for this. The first like 30 to 40 minutes or so is they're on this Weyland-Yutani mining planet, and the sets are all like dirty and cluttered and really unique looking. And it's like, oh man, I'm so here for this. They stole a bit from, they borrowed, I shouldn't say they stole, they borrowed a little bit from Andor. And I like that. I love Andor, so I was like, you know what? It's forgiven. And I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. That they got some, like, they've got some inspiration seemingly from other shows that are going in a different direction and whatever, other movies that are going in a different direction and whatever. To me, there was a lot about the first part of that movie that reminded me of Andor. I don't know if there was like any actual inspiration taking, but there was some shared energy. You know, it could just be that there's like a cultural zeitgeist. Anyway, the beginning of the movie's great. Overall, the movie looks pretty good, with certain parts looking really good. I think the ship designs in this movie are phenomenal. I think that these space special effects are phenomenal. They look really, really good. The ships look awesome. Like, straight up, everything about them, the way that they move, the interior, the exteriors, all look great. The space station that they're on for most of the movie is like a mixed bag, partially because a lot of the movie is just incredibly dark and you can't see all that much details, but the like little ships that they're on are fantastic. There's multiple scenes where they're on like these little tiny ships and things like that. There are a couple of things that were egregiously bad for me. Most of the film was just fine. Like, it was worth it for me. I enjoyed watching it in the theater. I don't think it was, like, great, but I don't think it was, like, bad either. However, there were a couple of things that were pretty egregious, and I'm going to talk about those right now. First of all, in the middle of, for like a good stretch of the middle of the movie, there is a deep-faked Ian Holm. For those who don't know, Ian Holm is famous for having played Ash, the synthetic from Alien 1, and also for playing Bilbo in Lord of the Rings. And they did a deep-faked version of him to play a different robot, which to me, I do not understand the logic behind that at all. It would have made more sense to have a David robot and just have Michael Fassbender in there. I don't know why it was the robot from the first one, except for, do you remember this? Okay, yes, Gayfesh, but in context. In context. in context. You know, of the Alien series. But Yo, have a nice time, Mithril. Have a nice time. The deep fake looked absolutely horrific. Not only is it like offensive generally to like use a deep fake of a dead actor, that is terrible to me. I think it's like offensive in multiple levels. Like not even in like a, you know, desecrating the dead type way, although there's certainly that. More just that like, hey, there are like living actors who would do that role really, really well, and you should let them do that. You should let actors do that. You do not need to bring an actor back from the dead digitally for nostalgia points. Yeah. So that was terrible. But also about that character is that his entire purpose in the film is to painfully exposition drop. I am talking the chunkiest lore drop that would make like a Kingdom Hearts fan blush, okay? He pops up on the screen and he's like, this is the protogenic black goo. It is functionally the flame of Prometheus. If you, the power stolen from the gods to create life, and it can create life that is incredible. We at Weyland-Yutani, the great galaxy-spanning corporation, have been using it to refine life. Humans are not made to live in space. They need to improve. We must force evolution, even if it means using the forbidden power, the fire of Prometheus, stolen from the gods. Prometheus, watch now on Hulu. Just like, I don't know why they needed to do that. Especially because, like, the black goo is functionally irrelevant anyway to the plot. It doesn't actually really serve any major purpose. It's just like they stumble upon it, and then the guy's like, you gotta preserve the black goo, dude. And he's like, you should use the black goo. And they're like, no. And then one person's like, actually, I'm gonna use the black goo. And then it just makes an alien. But they already had facehuggers to make the alien. So I don't know why they needed the black goo. Again, it's the same problem of like, why do you need the black goo when you already have facehuggers? I don't know why they needed that. So, it just felt redundant and stupid. What else happened? Oh yeah, there was another thing that was like bothersome for me. Which is the Palminator says this is the goo that made the offspring at the end. Oh yeah, at the end of the movie, they do Alien 4 again, which is about what I'm about to talk about. Except, you know, it doesn't matter. They didn't need to do that. They already had facehuggers. Why didn't they just either do just the goo and have it tie into Prometheus and Alien Covenant, or just facehuggers? Because the thing is, it's already been established in the lore of the Alien universe that facehuggers can make different types of aliens depending on who they latch onto. If a facehugger latches onto a cow, it makes a runner. If a facehugger latches onto a human, it makes a drone, aka the classic xenomorph. If a facehugger jumps onto a predator, it makes a predalien. Or sorry, runners from dogs. I think it depends on which version of the movie you watched. But it doesn't matter. In the games, it was like any mammal could create a runner, basically. So, but also, these were experimental facehuggers. Why didn't they just make it so that the experimental facehuggers, they facehug and they make it a hybrid? Or get rid of the facehuggers altogether and just have the goo. And then the goo makes the xenomorphs exactly like it did in the previous Alien film, which was called Alien Covenant, which this is a direct sequel to. I don't understand. I don't understand the logic there. I don't know why they needed to have the goo and the whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. It would just seem kind of stupid. But that was not really the most offensive part to me. The other offensive part about this movie was the fact that after the first like 30 to 40 minutes, almost every single scene in the movie was a remake of a scene from a previous Alien film. They had scenes from Alien 1. They had scenes from Alien 2. They had scenes from Alien 3. They had scenes from Alien 4. I wish that I was kidding, but I'm actually serious. They basically reshot scenes from all of these different movies, and there were only a handful of scenes that were like totally unique. And I don't know. It's just like I don't know. That was a bummer. I was literally sitting there going like, doing that in my mind, because obviously I wasn't being annoying at the theater, but I was going, hey, that's the scene from Alien 1. Hey, that's the scene from Alien 2. Oh my God, that's from Alien 4. Oh, that's from 3. Oh, that's from 2 again. There was a lot from Alien 2, aka Aliens. There was a lot of that. Down to like, they had a scene where they had like a knockoff smart gun, which if anybody was a big Aliens fan, in Aliens they made these they had these guns that were like, they were really cool. It's funny because they were just like, you know, we can use they look like this. The smart guns were a big part of the video games, but they're like a gun that's on a swivel. They basically used a camera steady cam and attached a big gun to it. And then they're a sick prop. Total James Cameron moment. James Cameron just being like, why don't we got all these steady cams sitting around. You guys can do this? And then the props team was like, yes, sir. And then the Aliens prop team was like, thank you, James Cameron, for letting us make the most expensive props ever. It's just so cool. And amazing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Woo! We got an F. No! I don't know what's going on. No! Oh, we might be back. Oh! Ooh, upload is dying. Okay, we should be back. We should be back. Sorry about that, everybody. We should be in the clear. Hopefully. I'm hoping here. I don't know exactly what happened. I'm hoping it's okay. But it looks like it's stabilized. All right. Okay, we're back. All right. Returning to what we were talking about. It should be back now. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. I lost upload speed for a second, so I don't know what happened. I don't know exactly what happened. Okay, we are back. Okay, so where was I? I was talking about Alien Romulus and how a lot of the scenes are like redos of previous scenes. They have a scene with the smart guns where they're like, here's how you do the smart gun. They have like an almost perfect recreation of the Ripley with the alien getting really close to her face shot, like almost the same. They have a crude recreation of the scene where she has to like climb sneakily into the spacesuit. She gets, she's about to get into her, her little sleepy tube, her cryo sleep tube, and then she can't because there's an alien. That's recreated. Then she has to slip into her spacesuit while she's in her like space underwear or whatever. They have a recreation of the fight with the alien-human hybrid from Alien 4, but somehow it's like goofier and not as interesting. They have a recreation of the alien, like the multiple aliens crawling out of the alien goo tube from Alien 2, aka Aliens. It is, it's very strange. It's a strange decision to just remake so many scenes. But just do them less good. They're less inspired. They're less original, obviously. They feel less energetic. Also, yeah, you've seen, you've seen it all before. And that was the thing that was like disappointing for me. Now, overall, I will say I still enjoyed the movie. It was still like, I mean, those scenes are good and they're still entertaining even if you've seen them before. But it was not like new or exciting or anything like that. The most interesting part for me was one of the main characters, who is a synth by the name of Andy. Andy is like, there's two main characters. There's our Ripley equivalent, and then I don't remember, her name is Rain. And then there is Andy. And Andy is awesome. I love him. The performance is fantastic. It is it's so yeah. His performance is as Andy is fantastic. 1 second real quick. Hold on. Sorry, I needed to look something up real quick. I wanted to get the cast up. David Johnson? Yeah, David Johnson plays Andy, and he does an absolutely amazing job. I love the performance. The problem is that I don't understand what they were trying to do with his character arc. I don't want to get too far into it, but basically, he seems to have this sort of struggle. Okay, in the beginning of the movie, Andy is he's basically a broken android. He was like discarded because he was discarded by the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, and Rain's father pulled him out of the literal garbage and repaired him, and as a result, he has like a bunch of broken parts, and he's not very strong, and he has basically the robot equivalent of panic attacks that make him like lock up, and he has to be rebooted, and it's a pretty interesting. There's like, they set up what could be a very interesting discussion on some kind of like ADHD or autism or mental health being like, halfway through the film, he gets a chip that is taken out of a Weyland-Yutani synth and put into his neck, and it does a firmware update on him that updates that fixes him basically. It fixes all of his broken parts, but it also changes his personality. And I kind of thought they were gonna go with like, hey, this is like a discussion of like neuroatypicality. Like a neuroatypical person might be persecuted and treated poorly for being different. And he is. Through the whole film, he's persecuted and treated differently. And then maybe imagine in a fantasy world, there's some kind of like fix that makes you normal, quote unquote. But that normalcy destroys a part of who you are. And while it might make it easier for you to function in certain circumstances, it might come at a great cost, which I think would have been fantastic because, I would have loved that type of complicated discussion because, I don't know, it's something I can relate to a lot from a number of angles, both from a trans angle and also from the fact that I have ADHD and have for my whole life. And it's been very, very difficult. And at times in my life, I have had to choose between feeling good and happy, and whether or not I can function for standard work. I think that would have been. I think it would have been good. But they didn't really follow up on it. They kind of dropped that line halfway through the movie. There was another way that they could have gone with it, which is just like, I really thought that the chip was going to, he was going to have make a moral decision about the chip, but he didn't. It was just made for him. And I really hate that when a character's agency is taken away by the writing in a really obvious way, where it's like he didn't make a choice, it's just a choice was made for him. Kind of sucked, but it wasn't the worst thing ever. It's just a writing decision I don't really agree with. The movie was still, fairly entertaining. And then it was over. The movie ended with a homage. I'll call it an homage to Alien 4, aka Alien Resurrection. But it was worse, and then the movie was over. And I got to the end, and I felt like I never needed to see an Alien movie ever again. Which is a bummer, because I really love Alien, and I especially love the visual design. Oh yeah, one random thing. For some reason, they decided to supercharge the speed of the alien development in this movie to an almost comical degree. As in, literally, the alien goes from a face hugger, jumping on somebody's face, and bursting out, and then to an adult alien in approximately 20 minutes of in-movie time. So the most egregious portion, of course, is the actual, from the chest burster to the adult alien. The adult alien, the chest burster to adult alien is approximately, maybe at maximum, 10 minutes of in-movie time. I'm not talking about 10 minutes of screen time. I'm talking real time in the movie. And the reason that you know this is because there is a timer throughout the entire movie telling them how much time they have before the space station blows up. So we know that the alien, it's not even a matter of editing or anything like that. The chest burster bursts out, runs away, immediately sheds its skin, jumps into a tiny egg on the wall, and turns into an adult alien in about 5 to 10 minutes. And I don't know why they made that decision, because it again, they already had a way to do that, which is the black goo. In Alien Covenant, the black goo can make an alien come out of somebody really fast because it turns them basically into an alien without having to do a chest burster. So the decision, that creative decision did not square up for me. I didn't quite understand it. Yeah. Now, I've received a very, very, very good question from Aska, which is, which alien is your fave? And that's a tough call. But I think I will have to say that my favorite alien is the Queen. I really love the Alien Queen. There's just something really freaky and nasty in a enchanting and compelling way. The Alien Queen with the giant egg sac is so creepy and compelling of a visual. It's such an iconic and memorable visual. And obviously, it's the Alien Queen. She's huge. She's a giant monster, and I love giant monsters. And I don't know. It's yeah, I don't know. The Queen is just awesome. I think I love the Queen the most. The Queen is is my fave, probably. I definitely like the classic Xenomorph, obviously. And also, these are from the video games, of course, but the Praetorians, which are like, they're like potential queens. They're like halfway between a drone, which is like the classic Xenomorph, and the alien. They can metamorphosize into a queen, and they become bigger and get the like egg sac and stuff like that. But they kind of look like a young queen or something like that. The Praetorians are really cool from the video games. Yeah. I don't really love the Prometheus alien or the Alien Covenant aliens very much. Some of the stuff that you see in the background in Alien Covenant is cool. Also, the Shaw alien thing, I think it's compelling, but you don't ever get to see it much more than like for a second. And it's not clear exactly what's going on, but it is compelling. In Alien Covenant, David reveals that he did experiments on Shaw, the character from Prometheus, and she's like mutated into some weird alien hybrid or something like that, but we don't ever get to see much. You only get to see like a crooked angle shot of her face with alien stuff coming out of her. And I thought it was creepy, but also I kind of like where they were going with the design. It's just they didn't really follow up on it. The squishy white alien in Coven is not bad. The design is not bad. And it reminds me of something from Twin Peaks. I'm gonna show you. This. Here, I'll show you. Here we go. I'm gonna show you something from this. It's called the Neomorph. Where's the part where it has the funny mouth? Here it is. Where's its funny mouth? There it is. Okay. Okay, ready? I'm gonna put these two side by side. Okay, so here is the Neomorph. That is so embarrassing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's so embarrassing. Hold on. There we go. That was so fucking funny. Okay, let's get back to this. I know they came to side chat because they were so blatantly obvious and stupid that, but it's okay. Look, all right, tell me that these aren't like the same energy, okay? The arm from Twin Peaks and the neomorph. Look at it. They even have the same, almost the same mouth. They have so much shared energy, okay? Yeah. Is that true, Ron's KFC? Ron's KFC says the engineers are supposed to not like violence, and they were mad at humans because of the history of evolution is filled with nothing but violence. But that's kind of funny, right? Because the engineer, the only time we ever see a living engineer in real time, he's going absolutely bonkers, bananas, and ripping people's heads off. Which is just kind of like, yeah. Margot the Marnome says, I just had a cop interrogate me for watching stream in my car as I sat in my driveway. What? For real? That's crazy. I'm sorry. That's actually deranged. I'm really sorry about that. I am the neomorph, and I sound like this. Anyway, all right. Romulus was okay. It was an entertaining watch, but nothing new, which was kind of a bummer. I want people who enjoyed Romulus to go back and watch the old OG Alien movies, play the old AVP games, the old classic Alien games. You don't know what you're missing out on. I know that this has been a very long road to talk about Romulus. But if you enjoyed this long, rambling thought, stream of consciousness about the Alien films from the perspective of a longtime Alien fan, press like and subscribe, because I talk about stuff like this all the time, and my streams are full of interesting, rambling discussions like this that we talk about all kinds of interesting stuff, and I make jokes along the way. Check out Alien Romulus if you feel like it. You're definitely going to get your money's worth because it's certainly an entertaining movie and there is good stuff in it. But it's flawed, deeply flawed. And I just don't know that the Alien series has the juice that it used to. You're still going to get some interesting stuff out of it. And hey, there are some cool, classic Alien cool things. Like, they have a scene where a face hugger gets pulled off of somebody's face, and the face hugger has like a super long tube, and it's like all slimy and yucky and kind of weird. And if you're into that kind of thing, hey, you might have fun. It's good. It's that effect looked awesome. Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, that is the long Alien Prometheus, Alien Covenant, Alien Resurrection, Alienses, Alien Original, Alien 0.5, Alien -1, Romulus, Gromulus, Alien Blue, Green, Platinum, Gold, Yellow, Ruby Red, Black Goo Black, and Neomorph White. That's the experience, and you've experienced it with me. Thanks for watching. The Pulminator asks, did you ever watch Prey? I did not watch Prey, actually, but I've heard it's very good. I've heard it's very good. From many people, I've heard that movie's good. I want to check it out. Did you ever play Prey? Yes, of course. I quite liked Prey. You did recommend it, Gayfesh. Maybe we can watch it next time we hang out. That would be cool. I'd like to see it. I am not as big into Predator as I am into Alien, but I still like the Predators. They're really cool. And I read one of the Predator novelizations. I read one of the Predator-only games. So there was a Predator novelization called Predator. It was called Predator Concrete Jungle. Yes, Predator Concrete Jungle, which was it's a book about a New York police detective that is trying to track down the Predator, and it's a whole weird thing. I don't remember all that many details about it, but I remember liking it when I was younger. I read that one, and weirdly enough, there is a game called Predator Concrete Jungle that it has nothing to do with the book Predator Concrete Jungle. It's just also a game that's by the same title, and the game was really weird. It was like it took place in like an alternate future, and if I remember correctly, I think Weyland-Yutani is also in there, even though it is not an Alien versus Predator game. Let me see. I guess it's, oh, I guess Weyland, wait, hold on. Okay, so no, oh, it is. It does have the Yutani Corporation, which is really strange. In Predator Concrete Jungle, Weyland-Yutani Corporation is referenced. Which is weird, but it takes place in like a cyberpunk future. Very strange game. Not a bad game. A weird game, though. Oh my god, and they have the robot Mother from Alien as well. I think Blade Runner also supposedly takes place in the same universe unofficially. What? Oh, come on. That can't be. No way. That's so embarrassing if it is. Ah. God, that's so terrible. Oh, yeah, they do. There's a pair, but it's kind of through like Easter eggs and stuff, which is like whatever. Oh, Ron's KFC says, in the deleted scenes of Prometheus, there's a scene where the engineer and David have a conversation. The engineer tells David that they are upset with the human race that they created, that instead of being peaceful, the human race is violent. Oh, that's interesting. Ken Marek says, Concrete Jungle is so horrible, but the story was okay and the ending is great. The game was like in a Spider-Man game gang situation. Yes, yeah. The ending is really cool, and yes, it is very, I don't know if I would call it terrible, because I had a lot of fun with it, and there's some cool designs in that game. It is very finicky. It's difficult, and it's a very finicky game, but there's some really cool stuff, especially as the game goes on. I didn't know there was I don't remember there being an alien hive, but that's kind of cool. Also, there was another book of an alien novelization that I read. Hold on. Alien novelization novel with royal jelly. I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, it's called Alien Harvest. It's so weird. It was a book called Alien Harvest, and it's a book where they make a fake alien. They make a alien robot that mimics aliens by using pheromones, and they do it because the royal jelly of the alien queen, it has regenerative properties. So some scientist who has space cancer, he needs to invent a robot so that he can sneak in. But then throughout the book, he kind of becomes obsessed with being an alien. Because in order to get into the brain of sneaking into the alien hive, he has to get into the psychology of being a xenomorph. That's all that I remember from it. Excuse me. Goodness. Excuse me. Oh yeah, it's also a drug apparently. You can get high off of the alien jelly, but it mutates people or something sometimes. I don't remember it being a very good book, but I had fun reading it anyway because I was obsessed, you know? The drug is called Xenozip. It's a drug produced by alien royal jelly. Xenozip? Oh, that's so bad. That's so embarrassing. Why are sci-fi... Somebody made an image of it. That's so fucking funny. You can't make it look like that. That is so funny. Yeah, bro, I just need some Xenozip, man. Why does it come in a glue bottle? Oh my god. Wait, for real? Ron's KFC says, Ron's KFC says, referring to the crossover between, the crossovers between Blade Runner. Dallas from the Nostromo in Alien worked for the Tyrell Corporation, which is the main corporation in Blade Runner. Oh, that's so painful. Oh. I like the implication that alien royal jelly comes in like a old school paste bottle. Doesn't even come in like a honey jar. It's literally it looks like a container of paste. And so now you have to eat paste in order to get high. Need me some Xenozip, man. Did you see Deadpool 3 yet? Not yet. I might see it. I don't know. I might wait for it to come to streaming. I've heard it's good. From multiple people. My good friend, Retcon, who's in here. My friend Gayfesh, Gayfesh did not like it. That's right. Sorry. Gayfesh did not like it. My friend Retcon did like it. And then Mike and Jay from Red Letter Media liked it, which that was surprising to me. Thank you, Doe. That's so kind of you. Good night, Flighted Crow. Hope you have a great night. Boy, I am getting fairly tired. That's okay. I'm looking at this what you sent here, this alien. I don't love her design, but I don't hate it either. I don't like her head is overly humanoid. It's like, it looks like a Blizzard design. Did like an alien. And I don't like that. It's time soon. I promise. I won't give up yet. We're gonna do at least like 30 to 40 minutes of Skibidi toilet before tonight ends. Oh, we're doing, I promised Skibidi toilet. We are going to do Skibidi fucking toilet. Okay? We won't have enough time for Dark Souls 2. I wanted to do Dark Souls 2. We didn't get to the Trump trading cards. That just means next stream, you know? The Alien Queen is so frickin' cool. They didn't need to do anything else. Oh, that's so gnarly. God, aliens are so yucky, and I love it. I love how yucky the aliens are. It's so good. The alien hybrid from Resurrection does look extremely creepy, though, in its full design. Like, in a lot of the shots, it looks bad, but in its, like, full design form, it's pretty spooky. And I like it. Like, look at this. This is, like, the classic shot of the alien hybrid. I think it looks pretty cool. But then you get shots like this where it looks like a crappy orc, you know? And it's just like, ooh, they didn't really think that one, they really didn't think that one out very well. This shot, incredible. Oh, you can see all the design. It looks weird and like, it does look like a human, but it looks like a human that like fused with blue cheese for some reason. It's got like a human tongue and like fleshy interior, but it has the alien shape. It has like weirdly human eyes. But then and it just wants its mommy, you know? It just wants its mommy. I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. It doesn't look that good for most of the movie, but it's pretty cool overall. Oh yeah, and it's got like, oh yeah, it does have a really messed up lower body, doesn't it? Alora says, my energy is flagging. I'm probably going to be heading out soon. I just wanted to let you know that Unreal World has both a paid and a free option. The paid option updated this month. The free version, for a game that started development in like 1994 or 96, was released in 2021. I will gladly get the paid version. I'm going to check it out. Alora, seriously, thank you. What a great recommendation. I'm actually very excited to check that out. I will say I think the alien hybrid from Romulus looked like shit. It looked like a, it looked like, you know what it looked like? It looked like the thing from It Follows in that one scene. The first thing I thought of when I saw it was it looks way too much like the Orphan of Kos. But That's awesome, Ron's KFC, and I appreciate that. True, Gayfesh. I mean, I guess you could say maybe it ate the mom, but by the time it ate the mom, it was already huge. I thought it was really stupid to have it grow up in 30 seconds. I just thought that was very silly, and unless it's like a mushroom, mushrooms can do that. You put a little water on them and they inflate, but they're made like a sponge. This guy was made out of like weird rubber. I don't know. They were trying to do too much, and that kind of shows, right? Like, there's no good screenshots of this thing. They must be like DMCAing it. This is what the alien hybrid in Romulus. Wait, you can't really see that very well, can you? There we go. It looks like they were just pulling from too much. They're trying to do something from Alien 4. It's got to be an alien. It has to be the engineer for some reason. It just looked unfinished. It doesn't it look like a crappy version of the Orphan of Kos though? For those who don't know what the Orphan of Kos looks like, Orphan of Kos looks like this. Orphan of Kos, he has like weird insect wings, and he's carrying his own placenta. Orphan of Kos. Wait, where'd the other one go? Hold on a second. Where'd I put the... There it is. Here we go. You can see it. He looks like a budget Orphan of Kos. Yeah. That's a real person who played the hybrid in Romulus? Robert Bobrzyski? Really? That's the real guy who played the alien? Are you for real? I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. It's a real guy. Here he is. This is apparently the guy. Damn, he's crazy tall. I didn't know that was like, hold on, wait a second. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, he actually did play the alien. The hybrid. Okay, well that's kind of cool. I didn't know that. That's actually kind of cool. I wish they would have done better makeup for him, because, you know, it just a kind of a bummer to have such terrible makeup, but hey, that's kind of cool. I think it's awesome that they actually got an actual tall, really tall actor. I did assume it was CG because it looked like CG, and I assume it had a lot of CG going on, but... Well. Okay. Everyone, it's time. What you've all been waiting for, no doubt. What you have all been waiting for. We must resume the Skibidi. We must continue our march through the Skibidi mines. We were apparently on episode 48 already? Look at that. It's right where we left off. How convenient. Last time, on Skibidi Toilet. We had just witnessed a confrontation between the TV head giant robot and the mind-controlled speaker head robot, which had been mind-controlled by the Skibidi toilets. Our heroes were on the ropes. Things had become extremely, extremely stressful. And now, we must continue, my lovely imps, so that we can discover the full extent of Skibidi Toilet. Whoa! Don't get ahead of yourself. Let us Skibidi together once more. What in the world am I talking about? Only the groundbreaking cinematic universe known as Skibidi Toilet, which we dove into for the first time before my vacation on the terrifying cliffhanger. But now we must continue, starting on episode 48. Where will our heroes, the camera heads, prevail with their allies, the speaker heads and the TV heads? Or will the entire world become consumed by Skibidi? Let's find out. Things are getting intense, as you can see. Now, that was episode 47, which is what we ended on last time. Now we're going into episode 48, uncharted territory. It looked like, that looked like Gordon Freechman. Oh my God. Getting some, yeah, we're getting some classic Skibidi removals here. That's the creator? Oh, well, I didn't know that yet. Oh yeah, if you recall, in the last season that we watched, they invented a way to remove the Skibidi parasites, which allows the camera people to recover from Skibidi mind control. Oh my God, they got a buzzsaw. These are, the Skibidis have advanced in the horrific mutilation of their own people, which is kind of demented. It's a recurring theme that we've seen, you know, is that the Skibidis continue to torment and torture their own kind in order to make greater weapons. We even saw this happen with the nail-eyed Skibidi as well. Now we got a buzzsaw Skibidi. No! A thumbs down. Damn, they did some 3D sound on that one. I don't know if that, I think my mixdown might have removed that, but on my end, the Skibidi comes only out of the right ear. Left Turn Front says, I feel like this kind of cements the Skibidis as the bad guys of this. The cameramen seem to try and preserve the life of their comrades, I assume is what you mean. But the Skibidis live for war. Yeah, I think that's what we've seen. We've definitely seen the cameramen and the speakermen have to go to desperate straits in order to survive. But we don't see them like outright mutilate their friends in order to get an advantage in war or anything like that. Like, they're willing to fight and they have been put in some extreme circumstances. But like, look at this. What are we looking at anymore here? This is barely even recognizable as a Skibidi anymore. If it weren't for the toilet, you know, I don't know. If it weren't for the toilet, would we even know? He's been tormented and had metal slammed into every part of his organic flesh. It's kind of messed up, honestly. Truly messed up. Oh! They got a feminine coded TV now. Is she like the top dog? Oh, she's purple. They're all like gray and she's got purple. Yo, cooked. Whoa! She hijacked it. She used the parasite technology. Okay. So the TVs have a mind control ability. They were able to, I don't know, maybe they invented the mind control technology. Oh man, this could get messed up. See, we don't know a lot about the TV heads. We really, really don't. So. Oh, okay, so she just kind of took it over to destroy it. She's not like puppeting it forever like the Skibidis do. That's kind of better, I guess. Oh my god! That's so cute! That's so... I love their little faces. She teleported with us. Yo, is this the camera HQ? You know what I can respect? That there is a continual escalation in the amount of effects and the appearance of the effects. I can respect that. I don't know how far we'll be able to actually get with that, because I feel like it might be difficult to keep up with that, but you know. What is that emoticon, by the way? I don't know what its actual name is. What is this one? It's the... What is that emoticon even called? It's like... it's like... concerned cat? Yeah, it is, but it's like... You know... It's rar? That's not rar, is it? Is that rar? Like, this is the cat. You know, the classic, one of my favorite classic emoticons of all time, the cat. You say it like you. It's not quite an uwu, but it is in the same vein as an uwu. The smiling cat is like one of the most amazing classic emoticons of all time. Yo! They beefed up the camera mech. Holy moly, that is a totally beefed up camera mech. He has a boom hammer. A jet propulsion hammer. This is so sick. Damn. It's so simple, but they make it, there's so much comradeliness in the thumbs up, isn't there? Really is that simple, and I love it. It's so simple, but you're just like, thanks, bro, you got my back. Even the giant Titan can remember to like, I don't know, build the morale of his friends. I think that's cool. You don't see the, you know, unfortunately, the Skibidis don't have any time for one another, it seems like. Damn, look at the state of the city, though. The city is in complete wreckage. That's depressing. That was one of the things I noted in the previous episodes, that the depiction of like lasting destruction is kind of is like a, I wouldn't say it's complete, it's not, obviously not unique to this series, but it is it's not something that you see in like goofy hype media like this, which is what I would consider this generally to be like. You know, it's like spooky, but it's kind of like hype. It's like a bunch of robot battles. Normally you don't see like lasting depictions of horrifying destruction, you know? It's just like, oh, look, the city got, oh, the building got knocked down, and then you forget it the next episode kind of thing. I think that, is the creator Ukrainian or Russian? I thought he was Russian. Oh, we've never seen that before. That's certainly an advancement. They literally cooked him into a skull. I could be wrong, by the way. I was just going off what people said last time. Last time we were watching this, people said that the creator was Russian. But now someone's saying they're Ukrainian. I don't want to offend anybody, but I don't know. Even the giant Titan, he has like a Iron Giant type thing. The giant war Titan with super weapons took the time to save a little guy. That's so cute. Yo, they're coming in. Whoa, who's this? Damn, they're cool. What the, why they look so cool? They're swagging up. This is two cameras that have been this is two characters that we've seen swagged up. One of the things that was kind of goofy is that they're all just kind of in like generic goofy looking suits for most of this. And it comes off as very, I don't know, like obviously, like this is made mostly for like, you know, kids. It's a kids robot fighting show, you know? But even in the visual design of a lot of the characters, like their suits, feels like, oh, suit and tie is cool, man. But they're swagging them up. Like, look at, they've got like a off-center belt and a trench coat now and a like collar that's like flared out like this, and the boots. For real? This is crazy. Double thumbs up. Oh shit. Whoa! She's just shooting him, not flushing him or anything, just straight up, just boom. Okay, but unironically, tell me you wouldn't play a Skibidi Toilet RTS game. Just be honest right now. Because I 100% would. You could get your, like, dual wielding guys. You can get all the, like, you could play as the Skibidis and get all their different stuff. Legitimately, I feel like that's what we have to convince the Skibidi guy to make next. He needs to make an RTS of this game because I think it would be fire, you know? Whether or not you even like Skibidi Toilet, the amount of like different designs and ideas they've got going on in weapon types, I think it'd be cool. Ooh, it warped. Anti-mind control beam. What was that? I'm sorry. What? Why does he caress his face? That is straight up out of Prometheus. We were just talking about Prometheus, and that's like the engineer when he like touches David's face and then goes. What is going on? That's a lot. Oh my god. Oh no. No, it can't be. It's not that late. No, you can't. You can't do this. I'm almost done. We're Skibidi mining.
I was watching your Skibidi.
You're watching the Skibidi? Have you been laughing at it? Did you miss this? Did you see this? You just missed the weird, they introduced something. He stuns a Skibidi, and then he, like, tenderly touches his face before slapping him. I'm like, what's going on here? That's weird. All right. I love you very much. Rest well, okay? I'll see you in a bit. Well, I guess I'll see you in the morning, but... Oh, we got the old whoa. Yo, they got a walker mech now. What the? That was weird. What was going on there? I don't understand what that was supposed to be. That was weird. Is this like supposed to be like a stadium toilet, like a stadium urinal with 3 guys coming out of it? This is a new one. It looks more like a couch than a toilet. But yeah, I think it's supposed to be like a stadium urinal or something. Skibidi toilet. Ew, it's coming out of like a fucked up, nasty, like overflowing toilet too. That's disgusting. Oh, that's why. Ew. Oh God. What the hell? What? I'm not even gonna rewind. It made it Minecraft noises. What the Sigma? Yeah, that was a real what the Sigma moment. Weird decision from the creator of famous Skibidi Toilet. Maybe taking the realistic depictions of war too far. They still have not. This doesn't take a weird turn, right? I have no fucking clue. Do I look like? Does this look like the face of somebody who's ever fucking seen Skibidi Toilet episodes before literally doing this Skibidi Toilet watch through? Because I have no idea what's happening. You could tell me that in the next episode this turns into a documentary about, I don't know, fucking platypuses, and I would have to just take you at face value because I have no goddamn idea where this goes. It could literally, the next episode could just be a giant copyright nuke that takes down my entire video. No, Prosy Rosie, it was a inappropriate joke about involuntary sexual behavior on the battlefield. Let's put it that way. Which I did not expect, but all right, let's go. Yeah. It's crazy to me that the speaker head, the mind-controlled speaker head, is still kicking as much ass as he is. Like, you gotta think, this guy's power level must be incredible. Like, he's keeping up with the newest technology of the camera heads and the TV heads. And he hasn't leveled up at all, as far as we know, since he got mind-controlled. I love that he's wearing the Gunnar gaming goggles. Whoa, Skibidi Mama! True! True! Skibidi Mama! Skibidi Mama. Mama's using Skibidi language. Welcome, Nasty. Hope you're doing wonderfully. Hope you're doing wonderfully. I got flashbanged. Oh! double plunger. When double plunger died, in my mind it was playing the Guts theme. I wish I could sing like that, but I can't. Yo, they got Gunnar! They took down Gunnar! Yo! Listen, the clap has got to be one of the most classic, funny, and also would be insanely painful if it actually happened to you. Can you, okay, like, I know it's definitely an impractical move, but if you got clapped on either side of your head by somebody with significant strength, especially if they were able to form like a cup over your ears, that would be debilitating. So, gotta say. Oh, that's the boss, right? That's the boss man. As far as we know. The boss man is scared for the first time ever. Freed! I hope that's not like copyrighted, because I don't want this stream to get clapped, but it might be. Who knows? I hope it's original. That's terrifying. That's terrible. This is some... Okay, there's a lot of Attack on Titan vibes from the big skibidis biting people and dragging them away with their messed up faces. Maybe am I wrong, or does this feel like it's inspired by Attack on Titan at times? Speaking of which, Attack on Titan, I really enjoyed reading Attack on Titan for a while. And then when they went to Marley, I was like, is this really, are you really prepared to handle, you know? No, in Attack on Titan is like, I liked it a lot up to like the Marley point. And then I went, oh boy, is this really where they're gonna go with this? Cause I don't know. I don't feel like, and I don't know. I like stopped reading because of just life shit got in the way. And then all I saw for like a year and a half afterwards was people constantly discoursing about it. And it did not seem in a good way. So I don't know. But I will say that like up to the Marley arc, I really enjoyed it as a really scary and like a really upsetting setting, and with some very interesting characters and a lot of really cool, thought out like situations. And I was like, I don't know if this really should try to be any more deep. And yeah. And he says it tried to do a commentary on fascism. In some ways it succeeded, in some ways it failed, but many people say that's where they dropped out too. The Marley arc, it started to feel very muddled for me. And I don't know where it goes, so maybe it pulls it back together. I don't know. From what I've heard from other people, it sounds like it doesn't pull it back together. But I definitely got that they were trying to do fascism commentary, but it felt really, really weird. And I didn't know. I was like sitting there going like, what are they exactly trying to say? And it ends up having some of the implications that they unintentionally stumble into because of what they set before seem ill thought out. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. However, up to the Marley arc, it's really scary. Like, I don't know, maybe it just upsets me, but like all of the like giant, like there's this helplessness that's present in Attack on Titan, where even when they have a military victory, the situation is so nightmarish and horrifying, and the monster designs are so creepy and unnerving and constantly extremely violent in like ways that feel very real. So it works extremely well as like a horror manga for me. But yeah. Yes, exactly. Nasty says it has a really delicious type of dread about it that kind of fizzles out. Straight up. There's this one section. There's a number of very creepy sections of Attack on Titan that were really memorable to me. But there's one where like this like girl who lives on a farm is like, she like goes outside to go check on an animal or something, and there's like a small, quote unquote, a small Titan, like a 13-foot tall Titan, just like standing in her backyard, and she's like horrified by it. And it was such an absolutely upsetting mood that was sold by the manga. There's also a number of really cool, just like, I don't know, like emotional high notes. There's like a part where a character wakes up basically from being in the equivalent of like a nightmare coma, and they see the night sky for the first time, and it was amazingly well delivered. So I don't know, I might go read the rest of Attack on Titan. This is a giant diversion, but whatever. There's stuff from this that reminds me of Attack on Titan, particularly in the like portrayals of like large creatures with weird, twisted, eerie and upsetting, uncanny faces, like eating small people. That works for me. But I don't know. I might someday read the rest of Attack on Titan. There was aspects of it that I really liked, but I started to be like, what are they really going for as it went on? Anyway, let's continue. Let's not get too distracted. That's not even gonna, that won't even scratch him. All right, Eddie. All right. I'll take your recommendation to heart then. I'll finish it then. I'll take your recommendation to heart. Oh, that was good. I like that. That was funny. Okay, I just thought of something else. You want to know, a lot of the Skibidis remind me of Quake enemies. Sorry, I don't know if this is like copyrighted music or whatever. I'm hoping it's not. I can't even identify it, but I'm just gonna, you know, do my own. Yeah, Predator meme. What the hell is going on? All right, I think they might want to stray away from the dialogue. What? What the? It's Dick Cheney. What is going on? They got the information necessary. They were willing to die for the cause. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Okay, this has to be a cameo, right? Who is this? What is this? This is a cameo, right? This has to be. I hope that's not supposed to be Charlie. If so, they're doing Charlie dirty. Ugh. Can you finish? He lives in the toilet. It's obviously Asmongold. This eyeball shit is messed up. That's some Bloodborne shit. What the hell? New character. The Busty Beats by Dre. Was Charlie? For really? For real, that was supposed to be Charlie? That's I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's true. I don't know what's true and fake anymore. Grandpa! Yo, that means Skibidi Dick Cheney has the power to teleport like the TVs do. That's messed up. Oh, and he has the speaker power. Oh, that's why they need the beats. I am Mistress Lynn. I am. Bringing it back old school style. Right back from vacation, right into the grind. And I even said that I was gonna try not to do a long ass stream, and I still did it anyway. I am terrible at this. Or maybe I'm good at it. I don't know. Oh my God. What the? What is this? These are the hybrids, right? These must be the hybrids. Wow, it's like it's Alien all over again. Oh my God. That dude was like, I'm not helping you up, man. What? Yo, nice new name. This thing's expression. Okay. Why is that such a good expression? That's so funny. A speedy plunger bot. Oh, that's pretty good. What? What the hell's going on here? I don't get it. Why are they fighting? I'm confused. Doing the other guy dirty. Ms. Gender Lynn with the tier 3 sub. My God, thank you so much. Ms. Gender Lynn says, I'm so glad to have you back, Demon Mama. Happy to be back. Thank you so much. Seriously, that's so kind of you. I was away on vacation for a while, but I'm back at the grind. Thank you very, very much. Seriously. Hope you enjoy the whole stream when you get to catch up on it and everything. got Tim Pool. Now, they didn't last very long. I like that Speakerhead is like all serious business all the time, because he's been through some serious ish. Let's put it that way. A-cab. You know something I've noticed, the longer that these have gone on, they're less musical. The Skibidi is less like the song. Originally, in the old ones, it was really just basically playing a warped version of the Skibidi song. Now it's like not even the song anymore. It's just the Skibidi, basically. And these guys don't even play music anymore. It's gotten that dark. The world has been crunched into a soulless place of war. By the way, from here on out, the episodes are getting longer and longer and longer. So I think we're getting to the point where the episodes are going to be considerably longer. Betrayed. So basically, Dick Cheney was like, "You failed me, now it's time for your comeuppance." So Dick Cheney's probably gonna flee away to go make his own, to rally his own forces, because this is like a general who failed him or something. We already know he can't be flushed. We know he's immune to being flushed. They already got a successful flush on him and it didn't work. God damn. It's a fake. It was a trap. It was a trap. No. 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 We're losing. Titan. Camerahead Titan. Speakerhead seems to have survived. Camerahead Titan didn't. And he was there like they were the power team. Okay, it is kind of deranged that the longer that this goes on, the more just explicitly violent it gets. Like, originally, there was lots of, like, cartoon horror. Like, you know, like the Skibidis would eat people, and they would get flushed, and they would get punched in the head. And now they're just, like, blowing them up, just, not with lasers even anymore. I mean, sometimes with lasers. But it's, like, missiles and actual knives and rusty blades and spikes. It's getting more and more crazy. That's horrible! Dick Cheney and General sent a message with both of the mechs taken down, and it just says Skibidi, Skibidi, Skibidi. That's so dirty. That's, they're BMing. Oh, they're going stall, they're mad, they're raging. You see what I'm talking about? The girl bosses! The girl bosses! Girl boss team up! I know that it's probably not good for me to refer to them all as the girl bosses, but to be fair, that is how this is presenting them. These are like the only like visibly feminine characters we've ever encountered, and now they're on like a trio. I like them. I like them. Don't get me wrong. It's just kind of funny that they're like the first ones. Okay, why did that look like Peter Baelish from Game of Thrones? Am I wrong? Is that not like... It is. It's Littlefinger. It looks just like Littlefinger. No, Grandpa! They got Grandpa! We lost Grandpa and the Titans. Oh, this is the TV HQ. We got a TV Titan. We got a TV Titan. It's time. Yes! Yes! My favorite emoticon of all time! Yes! Yes! Oh. That is literally the perfect place for us to pause for tonight. It doesn't get much better than that. Oh, there's a little ending bit. Okay, no more. We ended on episode 67. Hold on, I gotta update our little chart here. Okay, update the chart. There we go. Or whatever it is. I don't know. I guess it's not a chart. It's like a document. It should be a chart. That was a human. I don't know who that, we don't know who that is. But we ended on the coolest moment. I don't know. I'm pretty invested in the Skibidi universe at this point. I think it's pretty awesome. And I think we've been having a great time with it. Anyway, I have to wrap up for the night. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Skibidi Mama, because we have a whole lot more coming in the future. We're going to watch through all of the Skibidi Toilet series. And who knows, if we're inspired, maybe we'll play some of the Skibidi games at the end. And then maybe we'll try some of the Skibidi foods. Who knows? But if you've been enjoying, make sure that you press subscribe and like down below, because I do all kinds of fun stuff like this and much, much more. Thank you all for watching. All right, everybody. It is definitely time for me to wrap up. I went longer than I intended, but I hope you all had an absolutely awesome time. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for coming and hanging out during my comeback from vacation stream. I hope you had an awesome time. I definitely had a good time. And I'll be streaming again in the future. So, yeah, as usual. And I'm going to go get some rest. Aw, thank you so much, Chainsaw. Seriously. Thank you so much. I got to go get some rest because I got some major stuff I got to do tomorrow. And for all of you out there, just remember, rule number 1, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very soon. Good night.